Good afternoon and Merry Christmas to all my J warriors out here. And this session, yes, not only 12th and our dropper students can watch it, but you can cheat and watch this session if you are a 11th standard student for 2027, right? So, welcome everyone out here. And it's a very grand, big marathon, just like the one we did couple of days back for modern physics, and students absolutely loved it because all kinds of questions were there, different difficulties and good level questions only. Also, they got a lot of practice even in the calculation part, understood the tricks. Same thing we are going to do over here in mechanics. It's going to be a 6 hour class, bare minimum, and expect all varieties, models which might be asked in your upcoming J26 and some new models as well. Not just that, we'll start off with vectors. We'll go to 1D kinematics, 2D kinematics, relative motion. We'll then probably take a break. Then we'll go to Newton's laws, friction, circular motion, work power energy. Then we'll go to center of mass, momentum collisions, and finally rotational motion. So that is what our sequence or the flow is. Yeah, we'll take sufficient breaks, but small ones for dinner and maybe for your snacks in the evening. But since today is Merry Christmas, you guys all have holiday. Don't just go out and party, because next year you will be partying, you will be chilling out in your IT campus or your top college campus. But for now, we have to aim and work hard for that. So push yourself, guys. It's time to buckle up and prepare really well. Few days only to go. Just give in your 100%. All right. So this is your Captain Shreyas. Welcome aboard. Merry Christmas. Cake. Oh my God, I forgot, guys. So sorry. I was making these questions and seeing these things. So I forgot totally about the cake, and I also forgot the Santa Claus costume and the Santa Claus cap, or else I would have done it. Okay, I would have come to everybody's house and I would have given you gifts. Pakka, whatever you ask, anything. You can ask anything, guys. Yeah. And by the way, what would be your wish be? Please let me know, or if you want to tell us. Yeah. Hi Ved. Hi Lewis. Azad Rohit. Hi Nityas. Hi Arivasu. Kalyani. Welcome. Ignite. Welcome. Welcome. Karthik. Welcome. Everyone. Hi Yash. Hi Ibu. Hi Anjali. Merry Christmas. Duration, like I said, 6 hours. Yeah. Hi Gomati. Hi Pranavi. Good afternoon, guys. Okay. I want IIT Roorkee. That is like a gift. Very good. So, guys, that's why I said, if you ask truly, right, whatever your wishes, I will make sure I'll fulfill it. And if your wish is to get into IIT Roorkee, IIT Madras, or IIT, Bombay, I want to get into Triple IIT Hyderabad, sir, I want to go into IISc Bangalore, I will make it true. You just have to follow it, because it is not a 1 day, 1 minute thing. It is not instant noodles that we are making over here. We are cooking for a really long time, isn't it? Yeah, Shreyas sir is cooking. All right, so let's begin with vectors, and I hope you guys have marked the attendance, like the video. Don't forget all these basic things, guys. Come on, do that right away, right now. Waiting for it. And yeah, if you're not yet subscribed, guys, come on, really. Watching the video for free, of course, not even liking, not even subscribing, really. Then nothing will enter your head, because that is the rule of life. If you don't give Guru Dakshina, things won't enter your head. Yeah, smash that like button and subscribe. Great. So let's begin with the class. And yes, class 11 sessions also will take up, man, after some time. But 2026 is urgent now. So we are focusing on that. 2027 classes will resume very soon. Don't worry. One of the rectangular components of the force of 40 Newton is 20 root 3 Newton. Then what is the other rectangular component? So if you know one component and if you know the net, then you can find the other component by simple logic, saying the net force square is the x component square plus y component square, right? Pythagoras theorem. So the resultant force is nothing but 40. So 40 square is one of the component. I can call it 20 root 3 square plus your fy square. 40 square is nothing but 1600. 20 square is 400 into 3. So 20 square is 400, root 3 square is 3, plus your fy square. Therefore, your fy square will be, this 1600 will be as it is. This number will go on this side and it will become 4 into 3 is 12. So 1200. So 1600 minus 1200 is how much, guys? It is nothing but 400 units. So that is Fy square. So the Fy value will be square root of this. It will be square root of 400, which is nothing but 20 units, which is nothing but your B option. Very good. Very good, Louis. Everyone. Yeah, board sessions are also going to come, man. Don't worry. But after JEE mains, not before that, because your JEE mains is priority now. Boards, though, you will crack it. I know it. Once your JEE goes well, your 12th standard syllabus is also done. Yeah, option B is the right answer. All right, let's move to the next question coming up on your screen. Now, keep answering, keep a rough sheet, keep your minds open. Don't use calculators. Yeah, keep rough sheets, keep a book, pen, everything to keep solving with me, because today is a practice session with me to complete your entire mechanics. One by one unit, we are doing it. The square of the resultant of two electric field vectors is 3 times their product. The angle between them is literally how much? Okay. Well, see, understand the question. The resultant square is equal to electric field vector into the 3 times their product. Okay. So imagine there are two electric field vectors and there is a resultant of them. And let's say that resultant is ER. So ER square will be nothing but first vector, second vector, and 2 times each of these vectors, E1, E2, into cos of whatever the angle is, and angle is exactly asked. Now this ER square is 3 times any of these vectors. Let's say E1 is basically X, E2 is also basically X. So this will be X multiplied by X into cos of theta. So this ER square is 3 times of X square as per the given information. The square of the resultant is 3 times any of the field vectors. So I've just assumed E1 and E2 to be X. So we have just assumed that. And based on that, we have got this. As you can see very easily, x square, x square, x square, and x square will obviously get cancelled from all the sides. So 3 is equal to 1 plus 1 plus 2 cos theta. 1 plus 1 is 2. 2 goes on this side. It will just become 1 is equal to 2 times of cos theta. So cos theta is nothing but half. So therefore, theta is nothing but 60 degrees, or essentially pi by 3 radian. So pi by 3 is basically option D. That is absolutely the right answer. Understood? So many students misread this question as resultant is 3 times of x. If you do that, resultant is 3 times, then the square will become 9 times, which will give you a completely wrong answer. So you have to be very calm and composed when you're reading it. If you are going to read it in a haste, then you will 100% make a silly mistake. Cool? D for IT Delhi, everyone out there. Very good, very good, very good. Excellent, my dear warriors. Proud of all of you. Moving on to the next question coming up on your screen. Everyone, whether it is average, whether it is easy, whether it is moderate, if it is an easy or moderate question, you should be able to give it in time. That's the whole point of this practice session. Because if you become overconfident, oh, easy, moderate, I can do it in the exam. In the exam, exactly that will take you a long time. You will make silly mistakes. Even an easy question can take your marks. That is something which you should definitely not lose. A resultant of two forces at an angle of 120 is 10 units, whatever, and is perpendicular to one of the forces. That force is literally how much? You have to visualize. Yeah, fluid also will take later on, not now. You have to visualize. So first of all, think of a vector triangle. That will be easier, but two of the sides should be perpendicular to each other, because it is given the resultant of two forces acting at an angle of 120. So let's say one of the forces like this, the other force is, let's say, like this. The resultant of both of them, is like this. This is the resultant, and that is basically 10 units, whatever. Okay, so that is essentially 10 units, and it is perpendicular to one of the forces. So this is first force, this is second force. I know you guys are thinking, sir, 120 degree. Sir, this angle definitely doesn't look like 120, it is acute angle. See, that's where you went wrong. First of all, angles between the two vectors are measured when you align the vectors either with tails or their heads together. So if I slide this vector, down like this, just visualize it, then their tails or heads are matching and this angle is exactly 120 degree. So technically speaking, when you want to measure the angle, make sure you're sliding them and then you will see that this particular angle is technically 120. Hence, this angle is going to be nothing but 60 degree because 60 plus 120 will become 180 degree. Now comes the part, what is that force? Basically, they are asking what is F1. If this diagram is clear, you cannot make mistakes. So now we know that if I take tan of 60, opposite side is 10, adjacent side is f1, tan 60 is nothing but root 3, so this is 10 divided by f1, so f1 will be 10 is as it is, root 3 will come below, so 10 divided by root 3. Now 10 divided by root 3 is there as option number A, that is absolutely correct. A for IIT Abu Dhabi. Awesome. My blessings are always there. SNA7, U3, SP. Oh, why did you keep such a simple name? It is very easy to pronounce. You can make it little bit longer and more complex. Yeah. Yeah. And whose happy birthday is it? Oh my God, somebody's happy birthday is there. And thank you so much. All right. Many, many happy returns of the day for that person too. Can you number the questions so that we can have a track of the questions? I deliberately don't do that because I have seen usually then students, what happens, they will be like, oh, when is the session getting over? When is the session? Okay, how many questions done? You're focusing on the number of questions. So what I've done is I have marked in between. So I think around question 49, 50, 99, 100, these question numbers I have marked. So, we can target milestones rather than keeping a track of number of questions. That's the only reason why I have not marked it. Okay. But don't worry, there are more than 123 questions only in this session. All right. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go to the next question, guys. Coming up on your screen. And here it is. There are two vectors A and B such that A plus B is A minus B mod. Then the angle between them. Guys, this is a standard question which you would have guaranteedly solved. A plus B vector means this is A vector and B vector. Okay. And the resultant is basically this. Okay. So this is your A vector and this is B vector. So this will become A bar plus your B bar. A bar minus B bar means you take B vector and you negate it like this. So this will be your negative B bar. And then this over here will be A vector plus negative B vector, which is as good as saying A vector minus B vector. Now this magnitude is equal to this magnitude. This can only happen when A vector is perpendicular to B vector. Otherwise, these two sides will not be equal. You will see, for example, say A and B are not perpendicular, they are at an angle. Then negative B will be, let's say, like this. Then you will see A vector plus B vector will be longer and A vector minus B vector will be shorter, or otherwise. So then they will not be equal. Because they are equal, they have to be perpendicular. So option C is the right answer. How many of you marked this option C for Captain Shreyas? Yes, Kalyani, perfecto, very good, Anuradha, awesomeness. JEE mains, man, Mr. Nobody. Our focus is completely right now JEE mains. After JEE mains, first attempt is over, we'll shift to boards and then JEE advance, of course. Yeah, as per the need and as per the situation, we should not go ahead because then you will either lose your marks in mains or you will lose focus. You will become overconfident thinking, oh yeah, advance is good, mains is very easy. And actually in mains you will lose marks because mains requires a completely different strategy. Three vectors, each of magnitude 3 root 1.5 are acting at a point. If the angle between any of the two vectors is pi by 3, which is basically 60 degrees, then the magnitude of the resultant of the vector of all three being added together is basically how much. Okay. So there are three vectors and we are adding all of them together. And the question is, what is their resultant going to be? So what are you going to do in such case? One option is You can show the three vectors, use some geometry and then do it. Or other option is, guys, what will you do? Or other option is, what will you do? You take two vectors, find the resultant, and then add it to the next one. That is also an option. It's completely up to you how you want to do it. So very easy way to do it is, let's say this is one vector. The next vector is making 60 degrees angle. The next vector is making another 60 degrees angle. Okay, like this. So I'll tell you what I will do. I will use some logic over here and I will solve this problem in a much easier manner. Okay, I'll show you how. See, one thing is that this is 60 degree and this is 60 degree. All the three vectors are equal. Let's say this is A, let's say this is B, and let's say this is C. I'll do one thing. Let me take A and C first because order does not matter. So if I take A vector and then C vector, if I take A vector and C vector, tell me quickly what is the angle between them going to be? Tell me what is the angle between them going to be? Yes, this will be the right angle and it will be 120 degrees if you notice, because 60 plus 60 will become 120. And if that is 120 degrees, then it becomes obvious that this angle will be 60 degrees. This side is equal to this side. So naturally, their resultant will be like this. Let's say I call it vector D. And because it's an equilateral triangle, D magnitude wise is equal to magnitude of A, which is also magnitude of C. So I've first taken, when I have to solve A vector plus B vector plus C vector, I've changed the order. It is nothing but A vector plus C vector plus B vector. So I'm going to first solve both of them and I'm calling that as a D vector, and then I will add it to the B vector. I can do that. I can change the order. I can associate any two vectors and then find the resultant and add it to the next vector. Now I have D vector like this and I also have B vector like this. Come on guys. What do you think? What do you think I should do now? Yeah, what do you think I should do now? I have D vector over here. Yes, I have D vector over here. And that is exactly in the direction of B vector. Can you see that? Can you see this particular, uh, B vector? Oh, sorry, guys. I made a mistake. This was pi by 3. This was not pi by 6. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. If the angle between, no, no, sorry. It's fine. It's fine. It's not 2 pi by 3. My bad. Yeah. Okay. Now, what we'll do next? We'll take this vector D. We'll take this vector D and we will add it with vector B. Observe now carefully. We'll take this vector D. It is going to be in the same direction as of vector B only. So I will take this like this. There you go. So I have my B vector and I have my D vector. They are both going to be in the same direction. So what will their resultant be? Think about it. Their resultant, finally, their resultant, which is what exactly I want, their resultant will be nothing but magnitude wise D plus B, but D and B are equal, so it will be B plus B, which means it will be 2 times of B. So 2 times of any of these vectors means nothing but what? 2 into 3 into root of 1.5. So what is that going to be, guys? Yeah, 2 3s are 6. So 6 root 1.5. 1.5 means it is 3 by 2. 1.5 means it is basically 3 by 2. You can rearrange it further. You can, if you want, you can write this as it is like this only. 2 into 3 multiplied by root of 3 by 2. Root 2 will cancel. Root 2 will cancel. So root 2 will remain, 3 will remain, and root 3 will also remain over there. So 2 3s are 6 and 3 will be here. So 3 root 6. So 3 root 6, I don't think any of the options are matching over here unless they meant something else. Then the magnitude of the resultant vector of the three vectors. Three vectors each of magnitude are acting at a point if the angle between any two vectors is this much. Yeah. Now over here there is, please strategy, guys, focus on the class. Focus on the class. Now over here I have taken angle between A and B as 60, angle between B and C also as 60. Okay. Instead of adding A, then B, then C in linear manner, what I have taken? First, I took vector C with vector A. I added both of them to get a resultant. Okay. A and C, if I add them together, I get a new vector called D. D is going to be in the same direction as B. So if I take D vector and I take B vector and I add them, I will get the resultant vector. That is what I am going to get. Is that right till this particular point? Now, because all the vectors are of same magnitude, 3 root 1.5, what happens now? What happens now is that I can just replace any of these values with any other value. It's the same thing. So instead of D, I can write B. B plus B will be 2 times of B. What is the magnitude? 3 root 1.5. 1.5 is 3 by 2. Root 2 and root 2 will cancel. Root 2 into root 3 will become root 6. That number 3 will remain as it is. 3 root 6 would be the answer. Is that right? Okay. Now, if you do like this, you will see that none of the options are going to match. So something has gone wrong. Something has gone wrong. Now, what has gone wrong? I'll tell you. Observe. No, guys, somebody said, sir, all the three vectors are acting at a point. Even if they don't act at a point, while adding vectors, you have to move it, right? Eventually. So you have to slide it, you have to use polygon law. So it's not that because I've not shown it at a point, I'm not getting any of these options. There is something else in the problem. Now read the question carefully, then you'll realize this, whatever I did right now, whatever I've done right now, is the most common mistake which many kids will do in the examination. And you will see that your answer will not match with any of these options. There is some mistake in this method. And that's what I want you to realize. But this could have been a new problem. And A vector, B vector, C vector make angle 60, 60, 60. Then, what is the resultant? What is that mistake? Can you guys identify quickly? Yeah. Think about it. Can you guys quickly think and tell me what might be the solution of this? Yeah. The catch is exactly this word. I'll tell you which word. Any two vectors. So this diagram, whatever I have shown over here, everything is wrong, by the way. Nothing is correct. Angle between any two vectors, angle between any two vectors is 60. Now, if you notice, between A and B, it is 60. Between B and C, it is 60. But between A and C, it is 120. So this is not the right diagram. Actually, the vectors are in probably 3 dimension. Wow, sir, now it is in 3 dimension. How do I even solve this question? Any two. Got it? Did you see what difference it makes? The small word of any two has made a big difference. Now you will get completely different answer otherwise. So what will I do now? Will you sit and visualize in 3 dimension? I would say don't do that. Instead, think like this. Think like this. What is the resultant going to be in terms of some vector form? Can I write it down? Can I write it down in terms of some vector form? Yeah. Think, is there a possibility I can write it down in some vector form? I feel so. I tell you how. Resultant vector is A vector plus B vector plus C vector. Now just do one small thing. Just do R dot R. Just do R dot R and see what will happen. You will get A vector plus B vector plus C vector dot A vector plus B vector plus C vector. What is any vector dot any vector? It is nothing but that magnitude square. Now what will happen? You will get many terms over here. But when A will multiply with A, you will get A square. B will multiply with B, you will get B square. When C will multiply with C, you will get C square. Why I'm doing this, you will understand in a bit. Hold on. Plus, A will multiply with B. B will also multiply with A. So there are 2 times A is multiplied with B. So I can put 2 times A dot B. B will multiply with C. C will also multiply with B. So it will happen 2 times. So it's 2 times B dot C. And lastly, C will multiply with A and A will also multiply with C 2 times. So this will become 2 times C dot A. Is that okay? Now observe what will happen because of this. See, A, B, C all are equal in magnitude. So if I take their magnitude to be x, example, so x square plus x square plus x square plus 2 times x into cos of angle between them. What is the angle? Pi by 3 plus 2 times x into x cos of angle between them plus 2 times x into x cos of angle between them. So it becomes much easier now. It becomes much easier. I don't have to literally visualize. It is now a pure vector problem of dot product. So this step was the most crucial step where I took the dot product with itself. And because of that, I got A dot B, B dot C, C dot A, which has the definition A into B into cos theta, where theta is the angle between those two vectors. Now it becomes easy. So x square plus x square plus x square is 3x square plus these are also three similar terms. So 3 times of 2 times x square cos of 60 is half. 2 cancels. So we will have 3x square plus 2x square, which I believe is nothing but 5 times of x square. So 5 times of x square, that means 3 root 1.5 whole square. So 5 multiplied by 9 multiplied by 1.5 whole square is nothing but just 1.5, right? There you go. So my dear warriors, what are you going to get? This is 3 divided by 2, I believe. This is just going to be 3 divided by 2. Is that right? There you go. So 9 5s are 45 multiplied by 3 divided by 2, which you can also write it as 135 if you want to, or else you can just factorize it and write it. So this will be nothing but 5 multiplied by 9 multiplied by 3 whole thing divided by 2, in case you want to write it in that particular manner. Completely. Sir, 6 times x square. Did I miss something? Oh, sorry. Yes, so sorry. I missed. I wrote 2, my bad. So sorry. Yeah. So this will be 2 will cancel. This will become 3x square. So sorry. Yeah. And this will become nothing but 3 plus 3, which is nothing but 6 or 6x square. So this will become 6 into whatever this number is, 3 root 1.5 and whole square. So this will become 6 into 3 square is basically 9 and 1.5 whole square is nothing but 1.5. Okay. 1.5 is nothing but 3 by 2. So if you write it like that, 2 will cancel with this 6, you will be left with 3. So this will become nothing but 9 multiplied by 9. So that is r square. So r will become root of 9 into 9. So it will be just 9 units, which is B option, I believe. Yes, that is absolutely correct. So I wanted you to see this very common mistake, first of all, where many students might misread a question and you will get a wrong answer. And when things are complicated, stick to vectors knowledge rather than visualizing in a crazy manner, because that will take away a lot of your time. Because I did this method manipulation, I got the answer in a very simple way. Got it? Understood, my dear warriors? Nice question, loved it. So these kind of questions will suck away your marks and also some of your time, but you need to know how to deal with it if you want to score 99 percentile. The magnitudes of two vectors A and B, A more than B, the maxima resultant of the magnitude of the two vectors is n times their minimum resultant of the magnitude, then what is A divided by B? Understand the question, it is given in words. So you will have to convert it into mathematics. You have to convert it into equations. The maximum magnitude, that means what is the maximum magnitude possible? I think it is A plus B. This is the max possible. What is the minimum magnitude possible? It is A minus B. This is the least value possible. Is n times the least value. So max value is n times of the least value. That is what is given in the question. As simple as that, isn't it? Now, if The question says find A by B. Guys, there is nothing left in this. Just move this around. What else is there? Yeah. So what will you do? Take A on that side. B minus NB will become plus NB, will become N times of A plus, sorry, minus A, minus A. I've taken A on this side. B into N, negative will become positive NB. So therefore, I can take B common, and 1 plus N is A common into N minus 1. Question is A by B. So if I put A over here, B goes down. 1 plus N from here stays as it is. From here, I can take N minus 1. So N plus 1 by N minus 1. So that is option D. Very straightforward. This is the only mathematical to physics part which you had to do. You don't have to square both sides, nothing, man. So many people try to make this situation complicated. You just had to open the brackets and shift it, and you will get a simple ratio. No need to complicate it. Okay? Very simple problem. Got it, Kalyani? Cool. Is it wise to do chapter-wise PYQ to strengthen in particular chapters or paper-wise PYQ? At this point of time, still you can do chapter-wise. I'm telling you, it's still December. January, I will tell you paper-wise. Still, guys, you can do chapter-wise PYQ for your topics to be strengthened. Or don't do weak chapters now. Now is not the right time. Weak chapters, you can just see the theory and basic application and particular subtopics only. Moving on to the next one. The unit vector along 8j cap minus 15k cap is, yeah, the unit vector. What is the definition of that unit vector? It is the vector itself divided by the magnitude of that vector. So the vector itself is 8j cap minus 15k cap. The whole thing divided by the magnitude. Magnitude is basically 8 square plus 15 square. Crazy. So this will become 8j cap minus 15k cap. So guys, see what this number will be. 8 square is 64, 15 square is 225. What is this going to be? 64 plus 225? Yep, 289. And I think 289 is a perfect square of whom? 17. So I think this should be 17. That means it will be, if you separate it out, 8 by 17 times of j cap minus 15 by 17 times of j cap. 8 by 17 j, 15 by 17 k, sorry, k this should be, k cap. So that is the D option. Be careful, it is not ij, this is jk. So a lot of people might mark option A in a hurry, but be careful. Yes, D for IIT Delhi. Very good, simple question. Awesomeness. Shall we move ahead to the next question coming up on your screen? Here it is. Vector which is perpendicular to 4i cap minus 3j cap. Answer this question within 10 seconds, guys. If you are taking more than 10 seconds, then, guys, you are not using common sense. You are not using straightforward thinking. You are unnecessarily complicating the situation. It's a very straightforward question. Directly within 10 seconds, just visualize 4i cap minus 3j cap, what this vector will be. If this is z axis, this is x axis, this is y axis. Imagine, okay, this is x, let's say this is y, and this is z, example. So our vector which is there, 4i minus whatever 3j, will actually be lying in the horizontal plane. If you think about it, it will be lying in that horizontal plane. So if this is your 4i cap minus 3j cap and all of that, so any vector which is in the z direction will naturally be perpendicular, That's it. So any vector in the z direction, which is D option, It was very simple, no need to take dot product also. Why will you take this, guys? Why will you take this? No, 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 no. 7k cap is the direct answer. Yeah, 7k cap has to be perpendicular to the xy plane. Understood? That's it. It was very simple. Yeah. And if you take dot product, some of you are saying, sir, why not C? Okay, let's take the dot product. 4i cap minus 3j cap dot producted with 3i minus 4j. What will this be? 4 3s are 12, 3 4s are also 12. Minus into minus will be plus. Be careful, it will be plus. So this will be 24, guys. It is not equal to 0, so it is not perpendicular. I don't know why you made this as the answer. Yeah, so that is a silly mistake. See, that's why designing the options is also a science. And if there is a very wicked person designing, and most probably might be some person who wants to reduce your marks, they will not only make an option which is correct, they will make an option which students will get it wrong. And he will probably, if their mood is bad, he or she will make all the options look correct. That's when you need to be very careful, and you do not know who has set your question. Got it? Common mistake. Yeah. Are you guys feeling now this is a silly mistake? Yes or no? This is called silly mistake. So be very careful. It's not that the question was difficult. Question is very laddu. But that is the whole point, man. People think JEE is cracked by cracking difficult questions. JEE is cracked by avoiding mistakes. JEE is cracked by focusing. JEE is cracked by doing proper, neat, rough work. JEE is cracked by strategy. Difficult questions are barely 15%. 15% means what? Just you are saying just 4 or 5 questions. That's all in one subject. With that, though, you will go much beyond 99 percentile, even if you do easy and medium questions. The angle subtended by vector A is 4i 3j 12k with the x-axis is how much? That is the question. Yeah. Let's see. For A option, just check it out the dot product. By design, all the other options should be wrong unless there is a printing mistake. Okay. So what is angle made? So whenever angle made is asked, so the formula is cos theta is A vector dot B vector divided by AB. That is the standard angle, standard formula which you have to use. In this case, our vector is 4i cap plus 3j cap plus 12k cap. The x-axis itself is I cap. Do not forget that. So take dot product with I cap divided by the magnitude of the first vector, which is 4 square plus 3 square plus 12 square, multiplied by the magnitude of the second vector. It's a unit vector, so put 1. So I will only multiply with I, 4. Rest other terms will be just 0 because j has nobody, k has nobody. 4 square 16, 16 plus 9 is 25, 25 plus 12 square 144 plus 25, that's 169. So root 169, that is a perfect square. So that will be 4 divided by, what is it, 13. But that is your cos of theta. So theta will be cos inverse of 4 divided by 13. 4 by 13, that's C option for Captain Shreyas. Yes, there you go, guys. Smash the like button right now for your captain. Yeah. What's my favorite IIT? It doesn't matter, guys. But yeah, I did my research from IIT Bombay. So IIT Bombay is my favorite. But it's not like IIT Bombay is always the best and all of that. But you have and so many IITs now, they are doing fabulous. So gone are those days where you used to have preference, okay, this IIT only, this top 3 IITs. Even, during our times, IIT Guwahati was the newest IIT and people used to not prefer it so much. But IIT Guwahati also is doing so crazy now. It is one of the top-notch IITs, guys, launching crazy courses, new fields, doing so much of research, giving amazing placements. So just get an IIT tag. That's all I'll say. Okay. But let me tell you, I have visited almost all the IITs. I have participated in the fest in IIT Chennai. I've gone to IIT Delhi for placements, for recruiting students into my company. Then I've also gone to IIT Kharagpur. I've been to IIT Kanpur for delivering seminars. So been there, done that for most of the IITs. And absolutely, once you are in that league, you feel that, everything is same, guys. It's just one city which will change for your 4 years. Yeah. Moving on to the next one. The angle between the resultant vector, no, angle made by the resultant vector of the two vectors, this and this, with the x-axis. Array, just unnecessary, they have complicated it. So, my first vector is 2i plus 3j plus 4k. Second vector 2i plus 7j minus 4k. Add them. What am I getting? 4i plus 10j. That's it. What is it making with the x-axis? Ayo, this is not even needed that you draw a formula or anything. This is just in xy direction. So our vector directly will be 4i plus 10j, right? Like this, where this is 4 units and this is 10 units directly. This is 4 units, this is 10 units, and this was your x-axis. So question is, what is the angle made with the x-axis? Come on, guys. What should be the answer? Quickly, tell me in the chat box. Tell me in the chat box. 2i cap plus 3j cap plus 4k cap. 2i cap plus 7j cap minus 4k cap. So 2 made by the resultant of these two vectors. Yes, 2 plus 2 is 4. 3 plus 7 is 10. 4k cap and 4k cap just cancelled out. So this is 10 and 4. I don't think any of the angles will match out here. Just check it out right over here. Yeah, come on, guys. Hello, hello, hello. Rukshana, hi, Mariappan. Anna University also great. Pritija, you are looking for a job, right? There is a opening in Vedantu for SME position. Please send me your thing or your brother's account on Telegram. Immediate requirement is there. If you want, I can help you out with that. Yeah. Yes, yes, yes. I'll help you out with that. Hmm. So guys, I don't think any of the options are matching over here. So if I just do tan theta, it will be 10 by 4, which is nothing but 5 by 2. Technically, theta should have been tan inverse of 5 by 2. That will be the correct answer. Right now, I don't think any of the options have matched because maybe there is a misprint over here. Okay. So just erasing it. This should be the right answer. Cool, guys. Can we go ahead to the next question coming up on your screen? Ready for it? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, moving on. Here it comes on your screen. P plus Q is equal to P is equal to Q magnitude wise, then the angle between P and Q is how you should read the question. The resultant of two vectors is same in magnitude as each of those vectors. Now, if you think of triangle law of vector addition, then a vector which is added to another vector gives me a resultant which is equal to magnitude wise same as the other two vectors. So this is P plus Q bar. This is your P vector. This is your Q vector. And if I tell you, listen, bro, this, and this are equal. This is obviously an equilateral triangle. Question is, what is the angle between P and Q? Now be careful. Do not mark it as 60 degree because 60 degree is not is there, but that will be the wrong answer. Yeah. So if this is P, then move that vector Q like this. Only then you can measure the angle in the right manner. So this is P, this is Q bar. So slide this vector Q so that their heads are together. And because this angle was 60 degree, it is natural that this angle will be 120 degrees. So 120 degrees is the right answer, which is option B. Okay, be careful. Lot of students are going to mark C option and get -1 mark. Simple question only, but how you look at it matters. Cool? Ready for the next question, guys? On your screen, here it comes. The components of a vector along this direction is how much? The component of a vector along some direction is how much? Now, whenever such questions come, then that component is given by this formula, that vector P along another vector, let's say I call this as vector A, the vector P's component along A is given by vector P dot A hat. So if it is along some another vector, it will be B hat. It is along some another vector, it will be C hat. Something like that. So this is how the formula is. Now vector P itself is 3i cap plus 4j cap. A cap, do not forget, by formula, A cap is vector A divided by A itself. So this is our vector A. So it will be I cap plus 2j cap divided by the magnitude. That means 1 square plus 2 square, right? That's how you write the magnitude. Now, first do that dot product in the numerator. 3i into I will be 3. 4j into 2j will be 8 divided by 1 plus 4 is basically 5. 8 plus 3, that's 11 divided by root 5. So 11 divided by root 5 is option B. That's it. That is the answer. Cool, guys. Understood how to find the component along any other vector? Remember this formula. Okay, don't waste your time deriving it in the exam because that is a waste of time. Let's move to the next question. Which of the following is not true about A, B, and C? Not true. A dot A, B dot C is a scalar value. Scalar, scalar, vector. Okay, I think let's see one by one. B cross C is obviously a vector. A vector can be cross producted with a vector and I will get a vector, and hence D option is correct. You can see D option is absolutely correct. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Arivasu, it is also called projection of a vector along another vector also. Yeah, correct. Very good. Next, what is that we can do? A cross C is definitely a vector. B cross C is a vector. Vector into vector should be a vector, but here it is written scalar. This is wrong. So C option is the incorrect, not true one. Definitely. That means others are correct, but still will verify it. A cross B dot, I think that dot has come as a comma. This was a dot, guys. Dot product with B cross C is a scalar value, which is absolutely correct because this is a vector. This is a vector. When you have a dot product between them, then the dot product will give scalar, which is correct. Nothing wrong in that. Now, A dot A is a scalar value. This is a scalar. B dot C is also a scalar. If you take two numbers which are scalars and you multiply them, you will get obviously a simple multiplication of multiplying two numbers. You will get a scalar value. So this is also correct. The incorrect one is the C option. Yeah, simple, straightforward. Can we move ahead to the next one? Very good, very good. Many of you marked it correctly. Next one on your screen, here it is. Consider the vectors A, B, and C. What is the value of C dot A cross B? Oh my God. Unnecessary waste of time. Lot of calculations required. So no other option but, so A cross B we have to do first, right? So let's do that. I cap, J cap, and then K cap. Then for A, coefficients are 1, 1 and minus 1. For B it is 2, then minus 1 and then plus 1. That's it. So from this we will get whatever is A cross B. So I'm first trying to find what is A cross B. So I'll first write down I cap, then I'll put minus J cap, and then I'll put K cap over here. Okay. So for I cap, forget the row and the column. 1 into 1 is 1. Minus 1 into minus 1 is plus 1. So minus 1 right over here. Then next for J cap, and let's see for K cap. For J, forget this column, forget this row. 1 into 1 is 1. Minus 1 into 2 is minus 2. So minus of minus 2 right over here. For K cap, forget this column, forget this row. 1 into minus 1 is minus 1. Minus 1 into 2 is basically 2. So this is nothing I cap. 1 plus 2 is 3. So minus 3 J cap. This is minus 3 K cap. So that is your A cross B vector. Minus 3J, minus 3K. Okay. Now take that and do dot product with C. So 1 root 5 I minus 2J plus 2K dot producted with this vector, which is minus 3J minus 3K. Let's see how much is it coming out to be. 1 by root 5 is as it is. I into nothing, 0. Minus 2 into minus 3 is plus 6. Plus 2 into minus 3 is minus 6. Oh my God. This is 0. So this is B option. This is B option. Yeah. Guys, tell me one thing. If at all you get this quantity, what is this quantity, by the way, called? Any of you remember this? What is this quantity called? Yeah, this is called scalar triple product. Scalar triple product. So the scalar triple product, if it is 0, that means all these three vectors are going to be coplanar in nature. Yeah, they are going to be coplanar in nature. Yeah, perfecto, perfecto. Let's move to the next question. There is a particle which starts from I minus 2j, moves with constant speed for 4 seconds along this. Find the final position. Please remember, from vectors chapter in physics, you will not get very difficult questions. Vectors chapter in maths, That 12th chapter, oh bro, those questions are of good level. Because in physics, vectors is used as a, I would say, tool or a skill set for other chapters. So solo questions are very rare. But if it comes, it is not going to be very difficult. You will not see at that level of maths 12th standard. Yeah, correct. So guys, what do you think is this answer going to be? It moves with a constant speed for 4 seconds. So if this is the speed and this is the time, how much is that distance or basically that displacement which it has done? The displacement will be nothing but whatever is the speed multiplied by the time. So it is nothing but 6.5 multiplied by 4. How much is 6.5 into 4, guys? Yeah, it is nothing 26. 26 meters is what it has moved. 26 meters is what it has moved. This is what I got. Okay. It starts from this, it moves this much displacement along this line. Now, what is this line exactly? 12 I cap minus 5 j cap. If you look at the magnitude, if you look at the magnitude of 12 I cap plus 5 j cap, it will be root of 12 square plus 5 square, which is 144 plus 25, which is 169, which is basically 13. Oh, I got an idea now. You have moved 26 meters along this direction. So 12 I cap plus 5 j cap has a length of 13, but I have moved 26 meters. So I moved that vector 2 times. So this is basically 13 units. This is basically 13 units. So totally you have moved 26 meters. So can I say my displacement is 2 times of whatever that is 12 I cap plus 5 j cap, which is as good as saying 24 I cap plus 10 j cap. That's my displacement, guys, in meters. That's my displacement in meters. And do not forget what is the displacement. It is always final position minus initial position. That final position is what I need. So it will be initial position plus whatever this number is, 24 I cap plus 10 j cap. What is the initial position? It is I minus 2j. So it is I cap minus 2j cap plus 24 I cap plus 10 j cap. So that will be I plus 24i, that is 25 I cap minus 2j plus 10j, that is going to be 8j cap meters. So 25i plus 8j, 25i plus 8j, that is B option. That is absolutely correct. Wow. So this kind of questions can literally play with your mind, because many people will think this is actually the displacement, but this is only the direction which is being pointed out. So the actual displacement, you will have to figure it out in magnitude and compare how much times is the displacement as compared to the directional vector. So it was 2 times. So I have taken that vector 2 times. So this into 2 is my real displacement in IJK form. Yeah, great. Perfect. Let's move now to next question, but there is a homework question. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to solve it. Okay. So take it up as homework. Now we are going to go to the next section, which is kinematics. Yeah, we are going to go to the next section, which is basically kinematics. Right. Moving on, guys. Get ready for it. Yeah, vectors questions, straightforward, done, practice done. Let's do this. A particle which moves in a straight line covers the first half of the distance with a speed of 3, the other half with the distance in two time intervals, equal time intervals of 4.5 and 7.5, then the average speed for the entire duration. A common question which is always asked in your JEE exam. So first of all, the first half, it is moving with a speed of 3 meters per second. 3 meters per second. Let's say I call that x distance. Then that other half, which is also x in distance, of that you are moving in two equal intervals of time. This is one interval and this is, let's say, another interval of time, like this. Okay, and whatever time you take over here, you take the same time over here. and you are moving with a speed of basically how much? 4.5 meters per second, and this is 7.5 meters per second from here to here versus here to here. This is what the problem's visualization will be. Okay. Now what do we do? Now what do we do? I'll tell you one thing. First, figure out how much time will it take to go from here to here, because for average speed, I will need the total time and the total distance. So this time from here to here, let's say call it T1, will be distance, which is x divided by the speed. So this time one is basically x by 3. Very simple. Now over here, the total time is t plus t, and in that time you have traveled a distance of x. So can I say that my total distance is distance 1 plus distance 2, this distance being x, this distance is speed into time, so it will be 4.5 into t, and this distance will be that speed into that time, so it will be 7.5 into t. So 4 plus 7 is 11, so 0.5 added, so it will become 12. So this will become basically 12t is basically nothing but x. 12t is nothing but x. Is that fine? Great. Now let's come back to our original problem where we have to find for the entire duration what is the average speed. So the average speed will be total distance, which is x plus this x upon total time, which is t1 plus t plus t. X plus x, that's going to be 2 times of x, whole thing divided by t1 is nothing but x divided by 3, plus this is 2 times of t. Now do not forget, from here what do I get? I will get t is nothing but x divided by 12. I'll get x divided by 12 over here. So 2 into x divided by 12. Obviously, x and x gets cancelled. 2 gets cancelled with 12 with 6. And what do I get now? I'll get this as 2 divided by 1 by 3 plus 1 by 6. If I want to take LCM, then what I can do, instead of 1 by 3, I can put it as 2 by 6. So this will become 2 divided by 2 plus 1 is 3. So 3 divided by 6, which is 2 divided by 1 by 2, which becomes 2 into 2, which will become 4. Yeah, so 4 is nothing but option number A. That is absolutely the right answer. So it's a lot of manipulation. It takes some time. It will take good 1 minute. Maximum you should take 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, not more than that. But you should be able to solve it. If you have solved these questions before, it becomes easier. When I'm explaining, obviously I'll take more time. But in the rough work, in that exam momentum, you should be able to solve it within 2 minutes, maximum 2.5 minutes, not more than that. Cool? Common question this is. Next question on your screen. Person walks up a stalled escalator in 90 seconds. When standing on the same moving escalator 60 seconds, the time he would take to walk up the same escalator will be how much? So assume this is that escalator which has a total distance of L. First time when he is walking up, let's say his walking speed is u. Let's say when he is going in that moving escalator speed is v. If he is walking up the moving escalator, then his speed will be u and v, both of them together. So it will become u plus v. Lastly, I would also mention that since speed is distance by time, I can say my time is nothing but distance divided by the speed. Speed is distance by time, time is distance by speed, distance is speed into time, whatever relationship you want to use. In the first scenario, the time taken is 90 seconds. So I can clearly say 90 is equal to distance is L divided by the speed, which is u. Okay. So from this, u will be nothing but L by 90. In the second scenario, the time taken is 60 seconds. Distance is L, but the speed is nothing but v. So v is nothing but L divided by 60. In the third scenario, my time taken, I do not know. Distance is same, but speed is u plus v. Oh, I got an idea now what I should do. L divided by u and v, I'll put it over here. So L divided by 90 plus L divided by 60. L will cancel. So I'll be left with 1 divided by 1 by 90 plus 1 by 60. Now, obviously, take the LCMs and all of that. So it will become 90 into 60 divided by 90 plus 60, because 90 into 60 will go on the top. 90 plus 60 will be there over here. Yeah, so this will be 90 into 60 divided by 150. 0, 0 will cancel. 6 will go with 3 2 times. 15 will go with 3 5 times. 5 will go with 90 18 times. 18 to the 36. So 36 seconds should be the right answer. There you go. Cool. 36 seconds, option A. Very nice. Very good, Yuvraj. Very good, Nika. Lewis Hamilton. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Very good, Sibi, Kumar Dan, Ranjit Anjali. Very good. Keep it up. Keep it up. Moving on now, guys, to the next question on your screen. A ball is thrown up with some speed, passes through a point P in its upward journey in a time of x seconds. Passes through a point P in its upward journey in a time of x seconds. From there, the time in which the ball again passes through the same point is how much? That is the question. Here, drawing is obviously very, very important. Let's start. Let's visualize. Without that drawing, we'll not get it. So in its upward journey, so let's say it's going up like this. You start from here. You start from the ground level at t is equal to 0, but you reach over here with some speed, obviously, and you're reaching over here at this particular height at x seconds, and that velocity, a ball is projected vertically upwards with velocity v. So at the bottommost point, your velocity is v. At this point, I do not know how much it is. I'll just call it v1. After that, it continues going up. It continues going up and it reaches over here like this. So the question is, from there, the time in which the ball will pass again through that particular point is how much? The velocity will be just reversed. So same point, same height. Obviously, the velocity will be just reversed. Magnitude wise, it will be the same. Okay? Everybody fine till this point? Now, what do we do? What will we do? Think. If I just want to find only this much time, how much time that will be? If I know this speed, my job is done. I'll tell you why. Just look at it as a fresh problem where the ball is just going up, where the ball is just going up and coming down. And this time, whatever it will be nothing but 2 times whatever the speed is over here, which is v1, into v1 divided by g. That's all. Regular projectile motion problem. So if my v1 value is known, my job is done. Can I find v1? Of course. Use this part of the problem. Final velocity is initial velocity plus acceleration multiplied by time. Final velocity is v1, initial velocity is v, acceleration is negative g, time is basically x. So it will become v minus gx is v1. So just take the value of v1 and put it over here. So it will be v minus gx. So if you open that brackets, you are going to get 2v by g minus gg will cancel 2 times of x minus 2 times of x. That's what I'm going to get. So that is this particular answer. 2 is common, v by g minus x. Can you see that, guys? This is exactly this option. Cool? No, it is not option A. It is option D, guys. Many of you made a mistake in this. See where you went wrong. See where you went wrong. It is not v by 2g. The mistake which you made was you thought this velocity is the velocity here. No, it is clearly mentioned it is thrown up with a velocity v, but after reaching here, that velocity will be less because of gravity. So you need to find out that new speed and then you have to put it over here, because that v is not v, it is some new speed. Common mistake. Saw that how moderate average questions also, mistakes happen. Let's go, guys. Correct your mistakes. Do 100 mistakes in this session. If you do 100 mistakes in this session, out of that, so many questions will come. You will save at least 5 marks per question because negative 1 mark and 4 marks you will get. So 5 marks extra you will get for every mistake you realize and don't repeat. A body starts from rest. Uniform acceleration and velocity at a time of n seconds is v. Okay, with uniform acceleration, velocity after n seconds is v. The total displacement of the body in nth and nn minus 1 second of the motion. The total displacement of the body in nth and n minus 1 of the motion. I think it is the ratio or something in the nth and n minus 1. I feel maybe they have added those displacements. I feel, yeah, oh, D for Diksha ma'am. Yes, correct, bro. I think they have added the displacement. That and is there. It's not a ratio. I'll tell you why I feel it is not a ratio, because dimensionally it is not without any dimension. So speed dimension is there, n is there. So I think it is basically the total displacement. Okay, so no other option but to solve it. See, and its velocity is this much. So by our regular equation, Vf is V initial plus acceleration into time. Final velocity is V, initial is 0, acceleration I do not know, time is basically n. So therefore, acceleration is V by n. So this piece of information is given because acceleration is not mentioned directly. So the first step was to figure out acceleration. Now let's try to figure out these both terms. Displacement in the nth second. So displacement in the nth second is initial velocity, which is 0, plus acceleration by 2 into 2n minus 1. That's the formula. So acceleration is v by n. So into 2 will be there, into 2n minus 1. Then similarly in n minus 1 second, so n minus 1th second, initial velocity plus acceleration by 2 into 2 into n minus 1 minus 1. So this will become a is nothing but v by n into 2, and this will become 2n minus 2 minus 1, which will become minus 3. Now the next step, you have to add both of them because the total displacement they have asked. So the total displacement they have asked. So Sn plus Sn minus 1 will be v by 2n is common. Then you have 2n minus 1 plus 2n minus 3. Just check this out. 1 second. Yeah, right over here. So this will become v divided by 2n. 2n plus 2n is 4n. Minus 1 minus 3 is minus 4. 4 goes outside, cancels with this 2. So it will become 2v divided by n, n minus 1. Just check this out. N minus 1. 4 goes outside, cancels with the 2. 2 remains on the top. So 2v by n into n minus 1. So 2v into n minus 1 by n, that is C option. Perfect. So a very different type of problem, I would say. Usually the ratios are asked, but here they have asked the total displacement. That's all. Yeah. Snth formula. Correct. Yes, Snth formula. What is the Snth formula? The displacement in the nth second formula, those of you have forgotten. Displacement in the nth second is initial velocity plus acceleration divided by 2 into 2 into whatever that n is minus 1. So displacement in nth second means if here the time is n and here the time is n minus 1, it's the last or the previous 1 second. How much displacement have you moved? That is your displacement in the nth second. That is the formula, and they have asked the addition of nth and n minus 1th. Yeah, for the second case, the time is n minus 1. So if you notice over here, instead of n, I am substituting only n minus 1. So that n is substituted as n minus 1. So 2n, open up the brackets, minus 2 minus 1 will become minus 3. Got it? Got it now, everyone? So this is a very good problem on n minus 1 and n second, right? Cool. Let's go ahead to the next question coming up on your screen then. If a stone is thrown vertically up from a bridge with an initial velocity of 5, it strikes the water below the bridge in a time of 3 seconds. then the height of the bridge above the water surface is how much? Wow, nice. Crystal clear, Thalaiva. Very good, Ranjit. Okay. I'm loving the juice, guys. Keep up this energy, and I'm guaranteeing you, all of you who are watching this session right away, right now, everyone are going to do exceptionally well if you just follow problem solving, realize your mistakes. And by the way, the entire PDF, I'll be sharing it to you in the description box of this particular video. So after this session is over, right, you will see it. Okay, right over here, the description box will have the entire PDF. Oh, and let me also remind you that on Sunday, guys, I'm working on holidays. Today is Christmas. All my family members, everybody is enjoying except for me, just because I have, you guys to take care of. Yeah. And I feel that that is more important for me as a teacher than celebrating. I know everybody is outside, but I am sitting over here and I am taking care of you. And on Sunday also, I'm going to do the same thing. This is not 123. This will be a little bit less because only 3 topics are there. But yeah, good number of questions. On Sunday morning, 9 o'clock, we'll start early because Sunday holiday is there. We'll start early. We'll finish it by 12 or 1 o'clock. Okay. It will not be very big. This will be 3 hours or 4 hours session. So just for you, I'm doing all of this, guys. So please don't disappoint me by not studying. It's okay even if you get less marks. At least you will try. It's okay even if you fail in the exam, but at least try. Be sincere in your hard work. That's all I'm asking. And you will feel good about it that you tried your best. And I'm pretty sure you will do well. Don't think about the results. It will be well only. So in this particular question, what we need to do? So already you are at some height, and that height has not been mentioned. In fact, that is what is asked over here. And I am throwing it up with some speed of 5 meters per second. It goes up like this and comes down like this and falls over here. And this time is given to be how many seconds? 3 seconds. Question is find that height. And obviously, acceleration due to gravity, g is downwards. Yeah. Okay. No worries, because you've forgotten a lot of concepts. You will at least know which concepts to revise now. So just don't do theory sessions, man. Now in physics, that is a wrong timing. Many people, many teachers are just doing theory now. I'm not able to understand how can you teach theory right now at the last moment, and many students are attending it thinking they will be able to solve problems. Tell me, if I tell you the theory, will you be able to solve this problem? No. It's all about application, concept, tricks, understanding. That is what I'm teaching you over here. See, here time is known, acceleration is known, speed is known, displacement is not known. So I feel this equation S is ut plus half a t square will be most appropriate. But the common mistake is the displacement. Tell me quickly what's the displacement? Assuming, let's take upwards as positive, let's say, and downwards as negative. Many people are going to say, sir, I don't know how high it went. I will ask you, displacement does not deal with how you moved. It only deals with where you are now versus where you were before. This is initial, this is final, you just went down. So the displacement technically is like this, and it should be nothing but minus h. Just tell me quickly if you get this point. Initial to final, this is the displacement. It doesn't matter how you went, and always it is displacement in the kinetic equations, never ever distance. So now initial velocity is going to be positive, so this is 5. Time interval, total time is 3, plus acceleration, that's negative 10, and time is again 3. So 5 3s are 15. This will be minus 5 into 3 square, which is 9. 9 5s are 45. Okay, so this will become minus 30. So that's minus h. So h will become 30 meters. If you do not do it with sign convention, you will get the answer as negative 30 meters. Number one. Number two, you might make a mistake in these values over here. Some people will put 5 and plus 10, or minus 5 and minus 10. All that will give you wrong answers. So if you do it with proper sign convention, you are going to definitely get the right answer of 30 meters. Got it? Everything has been taken care of. The equations know that the ball is initially going up and coming down. You will ask me, how, sir, it knows? Because I have substituted initial velocity as positive value. So it takes care of that height difference, the time that it has taken, everything is taken care of. So the equations, the maths understands it if you use proper sign conventions. Got it? Amazing. Thank you, Kumarant. Yes, C for Captain Shreyas. Perfecto, 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 guys. Love you all, guys. Amazing. Moving on. Next question on your screen. If the distance traveled by a free falling body in the last but 1 second of its motion is 5 meters, then the last second is how much? Read it carefully. Play of words. The wording is very crazy. The wording is crazy, guys. The ratio of the displacements is asked, but they are asking or telling you last but 1 second. What does that mean? What does that mean? Think about it. Last but 1 second of its motion is 5 meters. Then the last second will be how many meters? That's, last second is how much? That's what they're asking. So I'll tell you what. Think like this. It starts from rest. This is t is equal to n. This is t is equal to n minus 1. Instead of just saying in the last second it traveled 5 meters, they have complicated it. The distance that it travels in the last, but only 1 second of its motion. The last second, this is the last second, and it is exactly in 1 second. The duration is also 1 second. So this distance is basically 5 meters. Chumma, they have played with that word. Okay. So it is not 1 second before that last second. It is just the last second. Just they have used unnecessary words over here. Okay. Now, this is just our formula, nth formula, u plus a by 2 into 2n minus 1. N over here is n only. This is 5. Initial is 0. Acceleration is 10. 2n minus 1. 10 by 2 is 5. 5 cancels. So it will become 2n minus 1. 1 goes over here. So that will be 2n. So 2n will be 2. So n will be basically 1. So actually it has only traveled 1 second. So the question is, what is that last second? That last second is 1 second. So it is the first second only. That's it. So the question is, what is the last second of its motion? If this n came out to be 7 or 3 or 4, then the last second will be that 4th second or 5th second or 7th second. That's all. So unnecessarily a play of words. Yeah. Cool. You can use odd number ratio, but the problem is here the absolute displacement is given. They have not asked the ratio of the displacement. So using that ratio concept, you will not necessarily get the right answer. So better not do it. Okay. Right. So answer is 1. Moving on, ratio of the displacements of a free falling body during the 2nd and the 5th second of its motion. 2nd and 5th ratio of displacements in a free fall. This you can use the odd number ratio. There is a trick for solving such questions. See, one option is you can use displacement in the 2nd second divided by displacement in the 5th second. You can use that formula. U plus blah blah blah, this, and all of that. You can use the formula. You're solving it, you will get the answer, no doubt. But other simpler way is, see, in the first second, if you move 1 meter, in the next second, you will move 3 meters. Next second, you will move 5 meters. Next second, you will move 7 meters. Next second, you will move 9 meters. Next second, you will move 11 meters. Next second, you will move 13 meters. Is that right? If you ask me what are the times, this will be basically 0 seconds. This will be 1 second. This will be 2 seconds. This will be 3 seconds. This will be 5 seconds. This will be 6 seconds. Correct? Like this will be 7 seconds and so on and so forth. Now, in the question given, what have they asked? During the 2nd and the 5th second. Second means this is the one. This is the second. 5th second means, oh, sorry, I forgot one number over here. This was 4, this is 5, this is 6, and this is 7. Okay. Now, if you ask me what is the 5th second, what will that answer be? 5th second means this is the one. This is the 5th second. So 2nd by 5th, that is nothing but 3 by 9. That is nothing but 3 divided by 9, which is nothing but 1 by 3. So D option is the right answer. Directly you can mark it. Did you love this method versus this method? In this method, what you will have to do is you have to use the formula, initial velocity and all of that, meaning you have to use U formula, A formula, everything guys. Initial velocity 0 into A by 2, 2 into whatever, that 2 minus 1, and here initial velocity 0, acceleration by 2, 2 into 5 minus 1, and all of that. Using this you can get it. Still you will get the answer as 1 by 3 only after solving. But if you want, you can use every successive displacement is in the ratio of odd numbers. So after 1 second, if it is 1 meters, 2 seconds, second displacement will be 3 meters, third second will be 5 meters, fourth will be 7 meters, fifth will be 9 meters. Okay, so this is 9, this is 3. That is the ratio they have asked. 3 by 9 is 1 by 3. Yeah, loving this easy method. Yeah, simple trick. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Perfecto. Let's move guys to the next one then on your screen. Car is traveling 40% of its total distance with V1 and the remaining distance with V2. Then what is the average speed of the car? 40% means what? 40% means what? So let's say the total distance is something. 40% means, let's say this is 4x. The remaining is basically 6x. Think of it like that. So the total distance is nothing but 10x. You can take any ratios as long as they are proportional. Okay. And for the first time, it is traveling with speed v1. Next time, it is v2. So what is this time going to be? Time is distance by speed. So 4x by v1. This time will be 6x by v2. Question is, what is the average speed of the car? So for that, let's take the total distance by total time. Total distance is obviously 10x. By total time means t1 plus t2. So this will be 10x divided by, what is t1? It is 4x by v1. What is t2? T2 is over here, 6x divided by v2. X cancels. So I am left with 10 divided by 4 divided by v1 plus 6 divided by v2. 6 divided by v2. Take LCM. So this will become 10 divided by 4 times of V2 plus 6 times of V1, the whole thing divided by V1, V2. Take V1, V2 on the top. So it will become 10 times V1, V2 divided by 4, or let's say 6 times of V1 plus 4 times of V2. 10 V1, V2 divided by 6 V1 plus 4 V2. None of the options are matching because one more step is there. Divide both numerator and denominator by 2. 10 by 2 is 5. So this will become 5 V1 V2 divided by 6 by 2 is 3. So 3 V1. 4 by 2 is 2. So plus 2 times of V2. So 5 V1 V2 by 3 V1 plus 2 V2 is D option, which is absolutely right answer. So it's all about how you assume the things that will simplify your calculation. Yeah, you can take it as 0.4x, 0.6x also. Yeah, no doubt about it. Still, you'll get the answer, but it's completely your choice. Yeah, D option. So glad to see you, Ramu, after a long time. Nice to see you back over here on the channel. Okay, shall we move ahead to the next question on your screen? And here it comes, guys. Get ready for it. Yep. Okay, perfect. A drone is flying due west, a little above the train with a speed of 10 meters per second. The 270-meter long train is moving east with a speed of 20. The time taken by the drone is how much? Okay, simple, easy peasy. So the train is like this. The train is moving like this with a speed of 20 meters per second. Your drone, which is there, is like this, moving like westwards at 10 meters per second. So the relative speed, because they are opposite in direction, it will be 10 plus 20. So when two things are going in opposite direction, their relative speeds will be addition. A simple trick to remember that opposite, the symbol is like this, opposite. So if you turn it, it will become plus. So for opposite directions, it is plus. And if it is in the same direction, same means equal to. So equal to the two symbols, the two sticks, you combine them together, it becomes a minus. So whenever same direction, it is a minus sign. So this will become basically 30 meters per second. Now the time is relative distance divided by relative speed. So the relative distance is exactly this much, which is 270 divided by 30, 0 cancels. So this will become 9 seconds. That should be the answer, D for IIT Delhi. Is that clear, everyone? Simple, straightforward. Very good, very good, very good, very good, very good. Amazing, amazing. Yeah. Let's go, guys, to the next one on your screen. There is an object which is thrown up from the foot of a tower. The object crosses the top of the tower twice with an interval of 8 seconds, and the object reaches the foot after 16 seconds. The height of the tower is. Very nice question. Read it. We'll try and draw the diagram. This is the foot of the tower. Okay. It reaches here and then again goes like this, and here it goes like this before again coming back over here. Okay. So this is till where the tower is. An object is projected upward from the foot of a tower. So this is the foot of that tower, you can say. Okay. And it reaches over here after some time. It crosses the top of the tower twice with an interval of 8 seconds, meaning this entire duration from here to here, this total is basically 8 seconds. So that includes going up and coming down. Do you realize it? It crosses the top of the tower twice in a time gap of 8 seconds interval. The object reaches the foot after 16 seconds. What does that mean? What does that mean? The object reaches the foot after 16 seconds, meaning after you have thrown it. So if you start from here at t is equal to 0, if you start from here at t is equal to 0, when you are throwing it up, it will come back over here like this at t is equal to 16 seconds. Question is now, what is the height of the tower? Okay. Now I'll tell you what. If this is totally 8 seconds, it's obvious now that this much time will be 4 seconds, this much will be 4 seconds, so this is 4 seconds. Correct? So only this much is basically 4 seconds. If this total was 16, then this entire thing will be 8 seconds. Which means if I just consider the journey from here to here, okay, from here to here, that journey will be 8 minus 4, which is also 4 seconds. So just to go up from here to here, I am taking 4 seconds. Now I want to figure out how high this is. I want to figure out how high this is. For that, I can use S is ut plus half at square. Ut plus half at square. But the problem is I do not know what that u is. Oh, no worries. We can figure that out. Why? Because for the entire journey it took 16 seconds. So, if for the entire journey it took 16 seconds, this is the total time of flight. Time of flight, time of flight is 2u by g. So 16 is equal to 2 multiplied by u divided by 10. Therefore, u will be 2 and 16 cancels, becomes 8. 8 tens are 80. So 80 meters per second. So I know the value of u actually. U is 80. Time from here to here is 4 plus half into acceleration is negative into 4. So this displacement is obviously h. So h will be 8 4s are 30. So 320 minus 4 by 2 is 2. 2 into 10 is 20. So this will become 300 meters. Yes. So the height will become basically 300 meters. So I think that option is missing over here. They have made a mistake. But yeah, this is the correct answer. Just check this out. Unless we have made a mistake somewhere here. T square, guys. I'm so sorry. I made a mistake. My bad. This is height. This will be 4 square. Yeah, 4 square. Yeah. So this will become, therefore, 320. 4 square is 16. 16 by 2 is 8. So this will become minus 80. So this will become 240 meters. So that's your height. 240 should be IIT Bombay. Yeah, that is correct. Perfect. There we go. So it was done using symmetry, method. We know that whenever you throw an object up, time taken to go up, time taken to come down is the same. So for this part, if it has taken 8 seconds, for half part it will take 4. For this total part, if it takes 16, just to go up it takes 8. So from here to here, it will be this time minus this time, which is 4 seconds. This height, if I have to find, I'm using kinematic equation where I do not know initial speed. So I took the entire journey, which has a time of flight of 2u by g. So solving that, I get speed, which is there over here. That u which I have said is basically that speed over here, guys. So if I know that speed, I can find out how much that h is. Yeah. Is that clear? Yes. 4 square also. Yes, I have considered that. Very nice. Let's go, guys, to the next question on your screen. Ready? Paka? There we go. Come on. The velocity of a particle is given by 3x square minus 4x, where x is the distance covered by the particle. The expression for its acceleration in terms of x is how much? Velocities are given, acceleration is asked, and acceleration we all know is dv by dt, but we can't take the derivative because it's a function of x. So we use chain rule, and then we write this as dv by dx into dx by dt. Anyways, dx cancels, but that's the whole point. But dx by dt is velocity, so this will be dv by dx itself into the velocity. So now we can figure out how much the acceleration will be. It will be derivative of the velocity with respect to x. The velocity as a function of x is 3x square minus 4x. Whole thing multiplied by the velocity itself, which is 3x square minus 4x. So be careful. This is separate. I'm just taking this derivative and I'm going to multiply it with the velocity itself. Let's see what we get. Acceleration is equal to derivative of 3x square means 2x minus 4 into 1. So that is the first thing over here. All right. All right. And this is as good as same 3x square minus 4x. Okay. So 3 2s are 6. 6x minus 4. So this is nothing but 6x minus 4 multiplied by 3x square minus 4x. So that is your acceleration. 6x minus 4, 3x square minus 4x. That is C option. Perfect. There you go. So the trick was you cannot derivate with respect to time when the function is in x. So use chain rule, flip the variable, and you know dx by dt is itself velocity. Yeah, this dx by dt itself was velocity. This velocity is already mentioned, so I just took that velocity as it is over here. Cool? Yeah, perfect. Yes, chain rule, guys. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's go to the next question on your screen. Here it comes. Displacement function as time is given, the initial velocity is how much? This was a standard question asked many times. Sometimes they ask initial acceleration also. So velocity is rate of change of position. So just take the derivative of this guy, 3 minus 4t plus 5t square. 3 is a constant, so derivative is 0. Times derivative will be 1. 5 is as it is. T square's derivative is 2t. So this will become 10t minus 4. That is your velocity. The question is initial. Initial means time value if I put as 0, the initial velocity will be 0 minus 4, which is basically minus 4. So hence the answer will be D option, not C option. They have not asked speed. If speed was asked, it will be plus 4. Velocity has a sign. So you need to take forward that sign. Yeah, cool guys. Let's move to the next one on your screen. Acceleration graph of a body is shown in the diagram. Figure out the velocity graph. Acceleration is there, suddenly stops accelerating, acceleration again is there. Huh. Both the times I can see acceleration is positive, then again positive, and then for some time the acceleration is zero in this duration. So when the acceleration is positive, meaning the velocity should be increasing, and over here the velocity should be whatever it is a constant. Increase, constant, increase. Increase, constant, decrease. Decrease, constant, increase. Increase, constant, again decrease. No, these two are same options. Increase, constant, increase. This is the only one. You can see it is constant here. Then here it is uniformly increasing and uniformly increasing. So it should be our C option. I think both options got same by mistake. Yeah, but that is your C option or whatever. Is that okay? Perfecto. Shall we move ahead to the next question then? Yeah. Wow, we have come to projectile motion, guys, and 2D. After this unit, we'll take a break. But I hope your energy is full and not losing the momentum, because if I was not forcing you, I'm telling you, you wouldn't even reach till here by this time. You will 100% be lazy. You will get lost. You will start thinking about many scenarios, how the exam is going to be, and all of that. Yeah. So be careful, guys. When you are studying on your own, the caution, the warning is you can easily be distracted unless somebody is keeping a check. So that is why I made this humble request to all the parents also and all the students also, that bro, boss, sis, listen. If you are not confident that you will study on your own, just study with me. I will make sure that you will study. I will make sure you will practice 100 plus questions in a day. I will make sure your that unit will be pakka clear. And that's what I did for even modern physics. So it's now time to move on to the next topic of projectile motion. And here it comes, 2D. Car is moving with some speed towards east. After time 4 seconds, it's heading northeast with a velocity of 4 root 2. Okay, then the average velocity of that particular car is. Okay, thank you guys so much for that fires. Car is moving with a velocity towards the east, huh? Okay, so basically it is going like this. The initial velocity is nothing but vector wise 4 I cap. Then it is moving northeast. Northeast means like this, and it has a velocity of 4 root 2. So if you ask me, the components of the velocity will be the same, because this is as good as saying 4 and 4 units each. 4 root 2, how will you get it? 4 units each, 4 units north will give you a resultant of 4 root 2. So this is nothing but 4 I cap plus 4 j cap meters per second. Meters per second. This is initial, this is final. Now the question is, what is the average velocity of the car? How do you figure out the average velocity? How do you find the average velocity, guys? Hmm. You know the final velocity, you know the initial velocity. Do you know the displacement? Do you know the displacement? The displacement, is it given by any chance? It is not given. But I know one thing, if it is moving uniformly, then the average velocity for uniform motion, for uniform, for uniformly accelerated motion is final velocity plus initial velocity, whole thing divided by 2. That's all, guys. You don't have to do anything. So what is final velocity plus initial velocity? It will be 4 I cap plus 4 j cap plus initial is again 4 I cap. The whole thing divided by 2, guys. So 4i plus 4i is 8i plus 4j divided by 2. 8 by 2 is 4. So 4i cap plus 2j cap. 4i cap plus 2j cap is the average velocity. So the magnitude of that average velocity will be root of 4 square plus 2 square. 4 square is 16, 2 square is 4. So that will be root 20. That is nothing but 4 into 5. So that will be 2 root of 5. So 2 root of 5, that is option A, guys. That is the correct answer. That's it. Yeah. So a lot of people think we need displacement in this question, but the funny part is we don't need. With displacement also we can get it. Another thing is confusing. Why is the time given? It is useless. It was not needed only. So a lot of people think, have I made a mistake? Sir, I did not use time. No, it is not needed only. This was not needed. Just use for uniformly accelerated motion. It is initial plus final divided by simple 2, nothing else. Just simply divided by 2. That's all. Cool. Let's go, guys. Next one on your screen. Here it comes. A certain body of mass 2 kilos is having 4 meters per second. Force is there 3 Newton for 2 seconds normal to the direction of its initial velocity. Then the resultant velocity is how much? Oh my god, crazy. So initial velocity is 4 meters per second. Let's draw it. 4 meters per second. Then what happens is there is a force acting on it perpendicular to its initial direction, and that force is how much? 3 Newton. So that 3 Newton will produce some acceleration in this direction. How much that acceleration will be in the y direction? It will be force divided by the mass, right? Force divided by the mass. How much is it? 3 divided by mass is nothing but 2. So 3 by 2 meters per second square. So because of that, what happens is this particle will start moving like this. Will start moving like this. The x velocity will never change. The x velocity will always remain 4 meters per second. But what additionally will come is the y velocity. Yes, there will be a y velocity, because of which you will get a resultant velocity of v. Now, in order to find that v out, in order to find that velocity out, we will need, whatever that vx square plus vy square. Yes, I know Vx is 4, but how much is Vy? So for that Vy, we will do this. Vy is initial velocity plus acceleration into time. Initial velocity is 0 in the y direction because originally it was moving only in x. There was no y velocity. So that's why this is 0. Acceleration is 3 by 2. The time for which it acts is 2 seconds. So this is 3. So 3 meters per second is the y velocity. So I'm going to put Vy as 3. So 4 square plus 3 square, that is 25. So it will be 5 meters per second. So 5 meters per second is option B. There you go. Is that clear? Yeah. Oh, Mithun, for the previous one, you thought final minus initial, no? Oh, common mistake. See, final minus initial will come for average acceleration, change in velocity. So when a change in velocity will come, then you will do final minus initial. But here it was average, so it was positive. And for acceleration, it is final minus initial divided by time. So this time will be useful if we were finding the acceleration, but we were not doing it. So good you asked that doubt, and I have cleared that also. The body starts with the origin with some velocity, force is also there, then the time in which the y component becomes 0. All right. Arthamaidundini. Okay. Ledu, Kalyani. Looks like you are also from Telangana or Andhra. Okay. Arthamaidundini, sir. Cheppandi, sir. Jargandi, sir. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Jargandi means go. Fast. Chalo, let's go. Okay. So, initial velocity is given, mass is given, force is given. When will y component become 0? Y component becoming 0 means Vy is 0. Therefore, initial velocity plus acceleration into time is 0. The time is asked. Uy, I think I know it. Initial velocity's y component is basically 40. Acceleration in y, I do not know yet. I can find it out. So acceleration is y is the force in y divided by the mass. The force is basically minus 5. Mass is also 5. So it is basically minus 1. So the acceleration, I'm just going to put it as negative 1 into t is equal to 0. So therefore 40 is equal to t. So time is simply 40 seconds. Oh, you're from Andhra. A lot of people from Andhra. Amazing. Vanakam Rajeshwari. Yeah. Sir, can we find average velocity and then find average acceleration? Yes, you can do that. But for average acceleration, you don't need average velocity. Okay, that is not the right method. For average acceleration, directly you can take final minus initial by time. You don't need only average velocity. Directly you can do it. Yes, there are, otherwise also you can do it. For displacement, you need average velocity into time. Don't get confused. For displacement will be average velocity into time because average velocity is displacement by time. Cool. Perfecto. Shall we go ahead to the next one? All right, let's go, guys. Particle is crossing the origin at t is equal to 0, moves in the xy plane with a constant acceleration in the y direction. Okay, the equation of the motion is y is bx square, where b is some constant, and the velocity component in the x direction is. Very good question, guys. This is wow. Tamilians, fire in the chat box. Good. Okay. So y is equal to bx square, guys, and acceleration is there in the y direction. Question is, what is the velocity in the x direction? It's crazy if you think about it. What shall we do? What shall we do? Yeah. Is it good that we can compare it with probably projectile motion? Kind of. Yeah. It's also very similar to projectile motion because x velocity remains constant. Only acceleration is there in the y direction. Kind of things like that. So since this acceleration is in the y direction, I can easily say ax is 0. If there is no acceleration in the x direction, I can say velocity in the x direction will be some constant. Velocity will be some constant. And if that constant is assumed to be, let's say, c, vx is, let's say, c, let's assume it, then my displacement in x direction will be velocity into time plus half into 0 acceleration into t square. S is ut plus half a t square. So it will just be c into t. So sx will be just c into t. And that displacement is itself my x coordinate. Reason being, think logically now. Think logically. The particle crossed the origin at t is equal to 0. So wherever that particle is, that x displacement is itself the x coordinate because it started only from the origin. Oh, so if x is known, we can easily figure out how much is y. Y is basically bx square. Bx square. So b into x square means c t whole square. So it will become b c square t square is basically your y. Is that right? And given is acceleration in the y direction. Observe. Given is acceleration in the y direction. So take derivative dy by dt. Now, if I take dy by dt, that will be b is constant, c square is constant, derivative of t square is 2t. Now, again, if you take the derivative, second derivative of y with respect to time, it will be b c square multiplied by 2 times derivative is 1. This is nothing but the acceleration. This is exactly the acceleration because acceleration is a double derivative of position. So this will become 2bc square. From this, I got the value of c square as a divided by 2b. Therefore, c is a divided by 2b's under root. I need that now for the problem. Then the velocity in the x direction. Velocity in the x direction is c, guys. Therefore, velocity in the x direction, which is c, will be nothing but root of a divided by 2b. Root of a divided by 2b, which is b option. How many of you loved this method? Yeah. Okay. Didn't follow? All right. Let's re-imagine, re-examine. Let's revise this problem again. We'll start from the beginning. Okay. Let's start from the beginning. In this particular question, what was given? What was given? See, there is x-axis, there is y-axis. This is your origin. The particle crosses the origin and is going along a curve. What is that curve? Y is equal to bx square. Y is equal to bx square. It is also mentioned that there is only acceleration in the y direction. There is acceleration only in the y direction. So there is no acceleration in x. And this also means that wherever you are, the x velocity, which is there, your x velocity, once again, my board has hanged. Yeah. X velocity which is there, that will never change because there is no acceleration in x. Only the y velocity will change because it is accelerating in the y direction. That's all. So that is how you start with the question. Just 1 second, guys. Sometimes my board will hang. Wait, I will reduce my AC temperature because sometimes the board will become hot. That's the reason. That's gone. So I was saying my x velocity will be constant, but our y velocity will change. It will keep changing. So what we have done in this question, we have assumed x velocity to be some constant c. So the x displacement which will be there. So the displacement which will be there. If I use ut plus half at square, velocity is always c, time is t, acceleration is 0. Acceleration is 0. So I got displacement is c into t. Okay. If it is needed, why is it needed? Because from x, I can find y. Y is b into x square. That's the reason why I found out this x. I substituted this x over here. I got y coordinate of that particle. I got the y coordinate of the particle. Now, taking derivative of the y coordinate, what will I get? Velocity. Taking derivative of velocity, I'll get acceleration. So, acceleration was given to be a. If I substitute that value as a, I will get the value of that constant. So, substituting that constant back into this equation, I get my x velocity. That was the concept. Yeah. Yes. I will save the slides also at this point of time. I don't want to lose it. So I'll just save it as of now, just in case some power issue happens or the board hangs. I don't want to lose all my slides. Correct. Got it, Haribasu? Amazing. No, bro, not break now. After 2D only. After relative motion, boat, Rainman problems only, we are going to have a break. Not before that. Or else you will not have that capacity to sit for 3 hours. Guys, it's not even 3 hours. And already you are struggling. JEE means is 1 month away. And till the last minute, your brain has to be active. And you are telling me sitting at 3 o'clock, at 5 o'clock, I am feeling restless. Not at all done. Bare minimum 3 hours, you should be able to sit. And JEE Advanced, 2 papers, single day, 3 hours each. More difficult questions. 6 hours you need to sit at one place. Think very strategically, systematically, coolly. So, guys, develop that habit or else you will only lose. Okay, moving on. Next question on your screen. If the height of a projectile at a time of 2 seconds from the beginning of the motion is 60 meters, then the time of flight of the projectile is. That's all. Very straightforward question. Okay, let's see. Uh, Height of a projectile at a time of 2 seconds at the beginning of the motion is 60 meters. Uh, from the beginning of the motion is 60 meters, and the time of flight of guys, isn't it like, no, this is not the maximum height. Okay, so we need to think if it's something like this, where after some time of 2 seconds, this is basically 60 meters, it is still climbing up, and this time t is equal to 2 seconds. So from that, I think we should be able to figure out how much is the y velocity, because that's what will matter for figuring out the time of flight. So I have an idea. Displacement in the y direction is initial velocity into time plus half into acceleration into t square. Displacement is 60. Initial velocity, I do not know. Time is 2 plus acceleration is negative 10 in the y direction, and time is again 2 square. So this will become 2 times of uy. 2 will cancel. So minus 2 into 10 is minus 20. Is that right? So therefore 2 times of uy, 20 plus 60 is basically 80. So uy is 80 by 2, which is basically 40 meters per second. Why I need this is for the total time of flight. It is 2 times uy divided by g. So it will become 2 multiplied by this number 40 divided by 10. 10, 0, 0 cancels. 2 4s are 8. So that's the time of flight. Very nice question, guys. Many kids are going to think this 2 seconds is at maximum height. So 2 into 2 is 4. They are directly going to mark B option, getting negative 1 marks. No, it is not maximum height. Whereas it will mention it's maximum height, it's just some height. It's not necessarily maximum. Yeah, got it? Awesome. All right, Tarun Travels 2601, board strategy also. Got it? You guys need to keep commenting, guys, not just put it in the live class. I want your comments after the session. Sir, I want this. You should demand, bro. Everything. Sir, I want this. I want that. I want that. You should ask, because I'm a teacher. I want to teach. You are a student. You have to learn. You have to ask. I will understand. I will not get one dream. No, sir, I want this. I want that. I will not get. So you have to ask, guys. If the bullets are, this is a proper JEE CBSE channel, guys. JEE means JEE Advanced CBSE boards during that CBSE preparation. So we are helping you out with everything, literally. But we are focused completely on JEE, because the teachers are JEE level. I am IITN, NITN teachers are training for the last 10 plus years, 15 years. I have been training for more than 13 years now. So when you have that experience, teachers on this channel teaching in pure English, specifically for all the kids who cannot understand pure Hindi or are not comfortable, this is a boon for all of you. The bullets are fired in all possible directions from a same point with same speed and with an angle of 45 degree. The area covered by the bullets on the ground is, okay. See, if you fire it at 45 degrees, it will have maximum range and it will go in all possible directions like this. And if you draw a circle, because that's what that area covered will be, that range will become the radius. Think about it. So basically, you fire it in all possible directions, you will definitely get a circular region, whose radius equals the range. So in order to find the area, you just have to do pi r square, where r is the range, and range formula is what is it? U square sine 2 theta divided by g, and this thing whole square. So pi is 3.14. Speed, what is the speed? 10. So 10 square. Sine 45 into 2, which is sine of 90 degrees, divided by 10, g is 10 square. So this will become 3.14. 10 square by 10 is 10. So this will become 10 square. So which is 100, which is 314 meter square. So 314 meter square is the right answer. You fire it this way, you fire it this way, you fire it this way, you fire it this way. So you can see in all the directions, if you go, it will become like a circle. And the area of the circle is pi r square. Got it? Simple, straightforward. Let's move. Cool. Great, guys. Let's move, guys. A ball is projected from a point with speed v naught at a certain angle with the horizontal from the same point, and at the same time, a person starts running with a speed of this much to catch the ball. The person catches the ball after some time. The angle of projection is how much? Very nice question. So imagine this person is running like this with that speed v naught, and he keeps running, 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 and he catches the ball over here. At the same time, you are throwing a ball like this, and the ball is going in a projectile motion, and it finally lands over here. You are catching it. Question is, what is that angle made by that projectile? Simple, guys. Of the projectile, your horizontal speed of the projectile v cos theta should be numerically equal to the speed with which you are traveling. And the speed with which you are traveling is 0.5 v naught, I believe. Uh, the ball is thrown at v naught. So this is v naught cos theta. So they both should be equal. Only then the ball will always be above you. There will be vertical separation, but because your horizontal speeds are same, you will always find the ball above you, and it will land exactly on you. So their horizontal speeds are equal. So v naught cos theta will be basically your 0.5 times of v naught. So from this, easily you can see cos of theta is 0.5, v naught will cancel. So theta is 60 degrees. So 60 degrees is option A. That's absolutely right. Yeah, very good. Very good. Yeah. Sir, your teaching experience is more than my age. Okay. Very soon, I think, if I continue like this, my teaching experience will be more than the parents' age also of in few years. Isn't it? Oh my God. I'm feeling very old, guys. I will go into depression then. Okay. Come on. Let's go to the next question. If the range of a body projected with a velocity is 180 root 3, then the angle is how much? The range is this much. Angle is how much? Guys, direct range formula. Range is u square sine 2 theta divided by g. Range is 180 root 3. Speed is 60. Sine 2 theta, I do not know. G is basically 10. Okay. Now 60 square 3600 divided by 10. This is sine 2 theta, and this is 180 root 3. So couple of things which will get cancelled: 0, 0, this 0, this 0. 18 goes with 36 two times. So what will happen? This number 2 will come below root 3. Nothing else is there except for sine 2 theta, whose sine is root 3 by 2. Obviously, sine of 60 degrees. So therefore, it means theta is how much? 30 degrees. So 30 degrees is the answer. But remember, complementary angles range is the same. So 30 or 60 both will work. So hence option A. Hence option A. Very good. Perfecto. Yeah. Nice. Straightforward. These kind of simple calculation questions can also come in the examination. Okay. Let's go. If the horizontal range of a body is uh, thrown with u is 3 times the maximum height reached, then the range of the body is. Oh, so horizontal range is 3 times the maximum height. Horizontal range, meaning R, is 3 times maximum height. In range formula, u square sine 2 theta divided by g is 3 times height, which is u square sine square theta divided by 2g. Now, instead of writing it like this, the range formula, I have better way also, because then things will get cancelled easily. I can also write it as 2u square sine theta cos theta. That's the double angle formula. Sine 2 theta is 2 sine cos. This makes it look little simpler. So question is, then the range of the body is how much? Okay. So u square, g, sine theta, 1 sine theta got cancelled. So from this, I'm getting 2 times of cos theta is 3 by 2 times of sine theta. So 2 goes on the top, 3 comes below. So 4 by 3 is sine divided by cos, which is tan theta. So tan theta is basically 4 by 3 is what we get. Is that right? Tan theta is 4 by 3. whose tan is 4 by 3. That's natural. It is nothing but 53 degrees. So once we get 53 degrees, finding out the range is straightforward. So range is 2 times u square sine 53 into cos 53 whole thing divided by g. Okay. So g is there, u is there as it is. So this will become 2u square by g. What is sine 53? Sine 53 is 4 by 5. Cos 53 is 3 by 5. So this will become 5 5s are 25. So this will become 25g below. 2 4s are 8, 8 3s are 24. So 24 u square by 25g. 24 u square by 25g, D option. Perfect. There you go. So direct application of range and height. You have to compare. This is 3 times of q. From that you get the angle. Use that angle in the range formula again and you will get it back. Crux is you will have to make sure that double angle formula has to be used initially or else sine will not get cancelled or else you will get sine 2 theta here, sine square theta there. So not good. So that's why I have used double angle formula. Right? Simple, straightforward. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Let's go guys to the next question on your screen here. It is the equation of a projectile is ax minus bx square, then the ratio of the maximum height reached and the range of the projectile. Both are asked. So these kind of questions, I'll teach you standard ways of doing it. So these are your y-axis and x-axis. It's a quadratic equation, so graph will be a parabola. There is no constant term, so the graph should pass through origin. The square term's coefficient is negative, so it will be an inverted U-shaped parabola. So the graph should look like this. That's very obvious. Okay, number one. Once you understand that, okay, why it's quadratic, so parabola, negative x square means inverted, and there is no plus something, so when x is 0, y should be 0. So it is definitely passing through the origin. Okay, now let's talk about range first. See, range is over here. At this particular point, the y coordinate will be 0. So if you substitute y as 0, you will get ax minus bx square. So bx square is equal to ax, shifting it on this side. So xx cancels, so xb is equal to a, therefore x is equal to a by b. So at this point, x is nothing but a divided by b. So range we got it. Next, we'll try to figure out what is the height. Now ask what is the maximum height. So at this point, what will be the value of x? X will be exactly half of it. So it will be a divided by 2b. So use that to find that y value. So y will be this term, a into x is nothing but a divided by 2b minus b into x square. That means a by 2b whole square. Just check this out. This will be a square by 2b minus b will cancel, a square by 4b, which is a square by 4b actually. So that's your maximum height. So now the question is, what is the ratio of the maximum height by maximum range? So, or sorry, range. So height was a square by 4b divided by range. Range was a divided by b. Many things cancel, a, b and b. So I should be left out with a by 4, I believe. Just check it out, a by 4, which is option A. Yes, that's correct. So these kind of questions, always it's a quadratic equation, so parabola. So better to find range because it's very easy. At the range, y coordinate will be 0. So the x coordinate itself will be the range. Exactly at half midway, you will get maximum height. So at this point, the x coordinate is this much. Use this x coordinate in this equation. You will get the y coordinate, which is the maximum height. So now you can take the ratio. Understood? Is that clear how we did this? Pakka? Very good. Very good. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's go to the next one. This is a homework question because I feel we have done such questions before. The height is given, ball speed is given. Then the question is, what is probably the length of the auditorium, meaning the range. So think of a room. The maximum height is the ceiling height from the floor, and the Length of the auditorium is basically the range. So height is known, range is asked. I'm pretty sure you will be able to solve this. Okay, so we'll directly jump to the next question. Answer and everything will be there in the solution. I mean, in the PDF. After the session is over, by tomorrow you should get it. Okay, it takes generally a day's time. Yeah. Oh my God, very good. Oh, we have 8th standard kids also over here. The 7th standard. Oh my God, really? So 8th and 7th standard kids, guys. Anybody from 11th or 12th? Please don't tell me, sir, 12th standard nobody is there, because we studied from you in when I was in 7th and 8th. You have been teaching here. So it will be very funny if I don't have 12th standard kids now, and all 11th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 7th kids are watching this class. And what are 12th standard kids doing? Sir, we are chilling, sir. Sir, we are reading theory. Bro, don't do that. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, Ibu is there. Thank God. Thank God. We have 12th standard kids. Or else I would be like really, really disappointed. Okay, so where were we? A ball is thrown vertically up with a certain initial velocity from the ground, crosses a point of height 25 meters twice in the interval of 4 seconds. Then the initial velocity of the ball is how much? That's the question. It crosses that point, okay, 2 times basically in an interval of 4 seconds. And they have asked what is the initial velocity. Okay, let's do this, guys. Okay, very nice. It is just going to go up like this and just going to come down like this, and somewhere or the other at a height of 25 meters, it's over here, twice in a time gap of 4 seconds. So it will take 2 seconds to go up and obviously 2 seconds to come down over here. That's one thing. Now, this is 25 meters. Okay. So from this, we can also figure out how much is this velocity over here, because if it is just going to go up, the time taken to go up is always velocity by g. So 2 will be v divided by 10. So v will be 20 meters per second right over here. So this is the velocity right over here, and we have to figure out how much is the velocity over here. So I think we can use v square is u square plus 2 into a into s. Final velocity 20, initial velocity I don't know, acceleration negative 10, displacement positive 25. So 20 square is 400. This will be negative. 25 to 2, 50, 15 to 10, 500. So minus 500. This goes on this side. So it will become 400 plus 500 is u square. So u square will be 900. So u will be basically 30. So 30 meters per second should be the answer. Yes, perfect. There we go. Done. That's it. Yeah. Don't even have to take any kind of quadratic equation. We don't need it. Directly only it will come as the answer. Cool. Pakka? Let's go ahead. Next question. And here it comes, guys. Yes, we are almost reaching the end of projectile, and then we'll just do a few problems on relative before we take a strategic break. A fighter plane flying horizontally with a speed of 360 and an altitude of 500 meters drops a bomb for a target straight ahead of it on the ground. The bomb should be dropped at what approximate distance ahead of the target, assuming the acceleration due to gravity is 10. Standard question. Again, this is your ground. This is the path along which your plane will be going. Your plane is right now over here. Your plane is right now over here. It drops a bomb. That bomb will go like this and it will hit the target. So this is the distance, which is also the range of that horizontal projectile. Horizontal projectile. And range will be the exact distance before the target where you should drop the bomb. Here you will drop the bomb so that it hits the target right on time. Now, for the range, the formula is horizontal speed into root of 2h by g directly. So question is, what is the distance? This approximate distance ahead of the target is the range. Initial speed is 360 kilometers per hour. First of all, convert it, multiplied by 5 by 18. 18 goes with 36 two times, so 20 into 5, which is 100 meters per second. So initial velocity will be 100, height, altitude is 500, and gravitational acceleration is 10. So 0, 0 cancels. 2 into 50 is 100. So root of 100 is basically 10. So this will become 1000 meters, which is 1 kilometer. Option A is the right answer. So whenever this plane drop question comes, think as if you're on a hill of height 500 meters and throwing that ball or bomb horizontally with that same speed of 100 meters per second. So the same path will be taken by the bomb also, yeah, and it will eventually reach on the ground wherever the range is. Yeah, option A. Very nice, very nice, very good. Shall we go to the next question coming up on your screen? And here it comes. A bowling machine is placed at a height h above the Earth's surface, releases different balls with different angles but same speed. All the balls landing with the same angles, 30 degrees or more with the horizontal, then the height is. Very nice question, guys. This is very nice. Hi, Vekshita. Good evening. Yeah. Yeah. So only the direction changes, the range will be the same. Uh, yeah, the direction will keep changing. The thing is, horizontal speed will never change because no acceleration in the x. So when the bomb is dropped, it will look something like this, and the bomb will finally hit. For the plane, the bomb will always be below it, but for a person on the ground, the bomb will always look like a parabola. The plane is going with a constant speed. Now it has no relation with the bomb once it drops it. So the bomb is just going to go independently only due to the gravitational pull without any acceleration in the x. Okay. All right. Now, first let's visualize this question because it's a really good question. There is a tower, okay, and let's say this is that ground level, okay, and see, guys, a bowling machine is placed at a height h above the surface of the earth, different balls, angles, but with same speed, and these balls are landing with velocities making angles 30 degrees or more. So think as if you know the critical case is there, and 30 degrees or more. Okay. Um, the height is how much? Mm, hmm. Imagine this. If you throw it like this, then it will reach over here like this. And this particular angle is given to be 30 degrees. Now, if you happen to throw it at some other angle over here, then it will reach like this. This angle will be different. Okay. If you throw it at some other angle, that angle will be different. If you throw it at some other angle, the landing angle will be different. That is what it is. Is that right, everyone? Pakka? Okay. Now, is this angle actually making some angle with the horizontal, or is it actually horizontal? Let's understand it from the question. The bowling machine is at some height above the earth's surface, releases the ball in different angles but with same speed. Now, I feel that these different angles are most likely in all the directions. I think they did not mention it in the right way. So, I have a feeling that this diagram should be more or less like this, where you are throwing it here, you are throwing it here, you are throwing it here, you are throwing it here. So these balls will probably go and strike here, then here somewhere, okay, like this in the front. Then it will strike here probably, and it will probably even strike here like this. So it is striking in all the possible ways, in all the possible directions. So this probably is the initial speed, horizontal speed. And finally, when it hits the ground over here, that is basically making 30 degrees. Now, this particular velocity, whatever it is, That velocity, guys, that velocity will have two components, one x component and one y component. We just said that this angle over here is 30 degrees. So even this angle will be 30 degrees. The horizontal component will always be u. Keep that in mind. Horizontal component will always be u. Yeah, it will never change. Reason, since there is no acceleration in the x direction. There is no acceleration in the x direction. Okay. Now, the speed is also mentioned. The speed is nothing but how much? It was 10 root 3. It is nothing but 10 root 3 over here. So Vx I know. From this, can I not find Vy? 100%. I can definitely find out how much is Vy. So if you notice, tan of 30 degrees is vertical, which is Vy, divided by Vx. Tan 30 is 1 by root 3. Vy I do not know. Vx is nothing but 10 root 3. Root 3 cancels. So Vy will be 10 meters per second. Why I need Vy? I'll tell you. Because from Vy only I can find out how much exactly is this height. See, Vy square is Uy square plus 2 times acceleration into displacement. Vy, the y component of the velocity, came out to be 10. Initially, all the velocities were horizontal in that plane only in different directions. So, strictly speaking, this word over here, the choice of word is wrong. Instead of mentioning different angles, they should have mentioned different directions, but with same velocity horizontally, horizontally, horizontally. So that part becomes little confusing, else there is nothing great in that. And now we can solve the problem. Initial velocity is 0. In the y direction, 2 times acceleration is 10, displacement is h. So there you go. This 10 and this 10 will cancel. So 10 is 2 times of h. So therefore h is basically 5 meters, which is D option, of course. There you go. So it's a nice question for a horizontal projectile if you think about it, because the final velocity's direction is mentioned, nothing else has been mentioned. And then from that direction, we figured out x velocity should be the same. From that, we figured out y velocity. From y velocity, using kinematics in vertical direction, we got the displacement, which is also the height. Understood? How many of you loved this question? Let me know quickly in the chat box. Yeah? Perfect. Perfect. Let's go to the next one. Width of the river is 1 kilometer. The velocity of the boat is 5. Boat covers the width of the river in the shortest time, 15 minutes. Then the velocity of the river stream is how much? Width is given. Velocity of the boat is 5 kilometers per hour. The boat covered the width of the river in shortest time, which is 15 minutes. What is the stream velocity? Think about it. Now, what do you mean by the velocity of the boat is 5 kilometers per hour? Is it the relative velocity or the real velocity? Yes, a lot of people make this mistake and thinking this is velocity of the boat with respect to the water. No, if it is given like this, it is the resultant velocity. It is the resultant velocity. So these are your banks. If you try to cross the river in the shortest time interval, you will try to move the boat perpendicular, but the river will try to pull you like this. So your resultant will come like this, and you will end up reaching somewhere over here with some drift. That is the diagram if you think technically. Now this resultant is given to be 5, and they have asked what is the velocity of the river. So velocity of the water, W, is asked. I do not know how much is U, but I think we can find that out because the time taken to cross is given, and time taken to cross is distance between the banks of the river upon the U velocity. This is 15 minutes, which is 1 by 4th of an hour. 15 minutes is 1 by 4 hours. Distance is 1 kilometer. From this, U is 4. So once I get u is 4, so 4 square plus w square will be 5 square. So w square will be 25 minus 16, which is 9. So w will be 3. So hence the answer is 3 kilometers per hour. Isn't it a splendid question? Lot of students will not even realize, sir, how can we do this question? Because velocity of the boat is given with respect to still water, and with this equation, we can't find the river speed. The whole point is this: when it is given normally, it is always the net velocity, resultant velocity from the ground frame when nothing has been mentioned. Else, it would be mentioned velocity with respect to still water is so and so and all of that. Okay, but nothing like that has been mentioned. Next one. There is a boat which is crossing a river from one point to the other point, which are just on the opposite sides. The opposite sides means shortest distance. The speed of the water is Vw. The speed of the boat is Vb relative to the still water. See, they have mentioned it explicitly. Assume Vb to be root 2 times of this. What is the time taken by the boat if it has to cross the river directly on the line AB? D is the width of the river. See, straightforward again. These are the two banks, and you want to eventually cross it like this. So what you will do is you will steer your boat like this. So the river will pull you over here, and your resultant velocity will be in this direction. That is what is going to happen. So if this is your boat velocity, what is it? Vb, and Vw is your river velocity. This will be your net velocity, like that. Now, it is clearly mentioned Vb is root 2 times of Vw. If that is the scenario, I think this angle we can write it down. This is theta. So, what is it? Sine theta. Sine theta will be Vw divided by Vb, but Vb is root 2 times of Vw. Vw will cancel, so it will become 1 by root 2. So if that is sine theta, so theta is 45 degrees. If theta is 45 degrees, then it becomes very obvious how much my V should be. V should be equal to Vw, and it should be also Vb by root 2. Vb by root 2 will be V, which is also equal to V because it will be a isosceles right angle triangle. Why do I need this? Because I want to find the time taken to cross. So the time taken to cross will be the distance, which is, let's say, given to be d, divided by this speed, vertical speed. So just put that vertical speed to be either Vw, or we can also put it as d divided by Vb divided by root 2, one and the same thing. So from the options over here, can you see what will be the correct answer, guys? Yeah, this should be the correct answer. D option. Yes, root 2 will go on the top, Vb is there and D is there. That is absolutely right. Yeah. Good, good, good. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Very nice. Many of you got it. Next one. A river is flowing from west to east direction with speed of 9. Boat is capable of moving maximum at 27 in still water. So this is again relative speed. Understand that. It crosses the river in half a minute while moving with maximum speed at an angle of 150 degrees to the direction of the flow and the width of the river. Wow, this is neither shortest time, neither shortest distance. So it is a slightly different question. So it is making an angle of 150 degrees with the river flow. So 150 degrees is somewhere here, guys. So I'm moving like this. The river velocity is how much? 9. So this is basically like this. The river velocity is 9. So this is 9. And this is basically how much? 27. This is given to be 150 degrees. So naturally, I can split that velocity into two components, one like this over here and one like this over here. So instead of taking 27, this 150, that will make it 30 degrees over here. So this will become 27 cos 30. which is nothing but root 3 by 2. Is that right? Making 150 degrees with the direction of the river flow. Yeah, perfect. 27. Okay. So 27 root 3 divided by 2. And this vertical speed will be 27 sine 30. So it will be 27 divided by 2. So those are the two components of the velocity of the boat as split, because I will have to find out the time taken to cross and all of that. Okay. Now it crosses the river in half a minute. That is also given. So time taken to cross is always the width of the river divided by the vertical component of the velocity. Now over here, the time taken to cross is half a minute, and everything is mentioned in kilometers per hour. So half a minute means 0.5 minutes divided by 60, that will be in hours. Width of the river not known. Vertical velocity is 27 by 2. So move this around and you will get the answer. So this will become 0.5 divided by 60 multiplied by 27 by 2. Take 27 by 2 on the top. There you go, and you will get the answer. Let's check this out. How much is it coming out to be roughly? Because 0.5 is 1 by 2 again. So this will be 27 divided by 4. So this will be 27 divided by 4, and 60 is also there over here. If you want, you can just divide it by 3. It will become 9. Divided by 3, it will become 20. So 9 by basically 80. So this will become nothing but 9 divided by 80 kilometers. 9 divided by 80 kilometers. I think this is not that difficult. Yeah, close enough to 112.5, I feel. Yeah, that is absolutely correct. Makes sense. This will be 112.5 kilometers. Sorry, meters. So in kilometers, you multiply by 1000, you will get it in meters. Simple. Good. Nice question on boat. Next, rain related questions, relative velocity rain. Car is going with some speed. Raindrops are falling at constant speed vertically. The rain makes an angle of 30 degrees with the vertical. The magnitude of the velocity of the rain with respect to the car is how much? Okay. Very good question, guys. Ready for it? Yes, no. Ready for it. Okay, let's do. See, let's assume the velocity of the car is like this, and it is given as 40. Then raindrops are falling vertically. So velocity of the rain is like this, and I do not know what is that velocity. But I know one thing. I know the rain, velocity of the rain minus, where rain is relative to the car, making an angle of how much? 30 degrees. 30 degrees with the vertical. This is what is given to me. Velocity of the rain relative to the car is 30 degrees. By vector equation, VRC will be nothing but VR vector minus VC vector. So if this vector subtraction equation is always going to hold true, because that's the definition of relative velocity, V12 is V1 minus V2. So VRC will be VR minus VC. Rain is falling at an angle made by the vertical 30 degrees. That is also mentioned. So let's think in vector diagram how it will look like. VRC will be like this. VR vector will be vertical. Negative VC means exactly opposite of this. That's how this vector will be. So this is negative VC, this is VR, and of course, this is VRC. This is VRC. And if this angle is 30 degrees and the magnitude of the base is 40 units, easily we can write which ratio? I think sine ratio. So sine 30 is opposite, which is 40, divided by hypotenuse, which is VRC. Sine 30 is half. So half is 40 divided by VRC. So VRC will be 40 multiplied by 2, which is basically 80 units. So 80 should be the speed, which is C option. So many times there is no direct formula for these Rainman problems. It is basic definition of what is relative velocity, and everything else falls off using geometry. So if you use trigonometric geometry and use the vector subtraction equation by relative motion, you will get the answer. Don't try to remember any direct formula. There is actually no formula. Good evening, Niksha. Yeah, good evening, everyone. Join in, join in, join in. Okay, let's go to the next question on your screen. There is a girl who is standing on the road and she is holding her umbrella at 45 degrees with the vertical, trying to keep the rain away. That means for her, the rain is falling at 45 degrees. She starts running without the umbrella with a speed of 15 root 2. The raindrops hit her head vertically. The speed with which the raindrops are falling with respect to the moving girl is how much? Interesting question. The first piece of information says that the actual rain's velocity is at 45 degrees. So with the vertical or horizontal, it's one and the same thing. Actually, the rain is falling at an angle of 45 degrees because right now she is standing. So she finds the rain falling at 45 degrees. Now, if she starts running, she finds the rain to fall vertically. That means the relative velocity of the rain, this is very, very important, relative velocity of the rain with respect to the girl is vertical direction. And what is VRG? VRG is nothing but velocity of rain first minus velocity of the girl. So how do I visualize that vector equation in geometry? Draw VRG as it is. You know VR vector is over here. So therefore, negative VG vector should be this one. So it completes vector addition. So this should be VR vector. This should be minus VG vector. And obviously this should be VRG vector. That's it. Now, if this is negative VG, actual velocity of the girl would have been here, but I have negated it. Keep that in mind. So this would have been actual velocity of the girl. And it's given her actual velocity was it was given her actual velocity was 15 root 2. So the velocity negatively also magnitude wise is 15 root 2. Next, this angle is 45 degrees. Question asked is speed of the raindrop with respect to the moving girl. So they have asked what is this quantity. So opposite side is there, adjacent side, they will be equal because this is 45, this is 90, even this will be 45. So VRG technically should be still 15 root 2. Should be still 15 root 2, guys. But 15 root 2 is not there in the option. What do I do? Shall I cancel the question then? Shall I cancel the question? No. Read options carefully. You will see I can take this 15 root 2 into root 2 divided by root 2. Root 2 into root 2 is 2. 2 into 15 is 30. So 30 by root 2. So is 30 by root 2 there? Yes. So C option is the right one. So sometimes, they play around with rationalization in the options. But yeah, that's not a big thing. Yeah, cool. All right. Next one. Wow, we have come to question 49. That means break is coming. This is the last question before the break. This is the last question before the break. Okay. Ready for it? Okay. Very nice. Let's do this. When a car is at rest, the driver sees the raindrops falling on it vertically. When the driving speed is V, he sees the rain falling at an angle of 60 degrees from the horizontal. On further increasing the speed to 1 plus something, the angle changes to 45. The value of beta is how much? Let's think. By definition, VRC, velocity of the rain with respect to car, is velocity of rain minus velocity of the car. So, when you are moving with some speed V, then the rain is falling at 60 degrees from the horizon. Okay. So let's say, this is the velocity of the rain with respect to the horizon. So this is 60 degrees VRC. So how will I get VRC? It will be obviously velocity of the rain minus velocity of the car. So velocity of the rain is as it is. Velocity of the car is v, but I'll put it minus because that's how you have to take it, negative vc. So first time the car is going with some speed v and doing the vector equation, you will get the answer. This is the first scenario when the rain is falling with respect to the car at 60 degrees. Cool. From this, we can immediately get how much is VR because tan 60 degrees is obviously going to be opposite side divided by adjacent side. So tan 60 is root 3. So that will be VR divided by V. So VR will be V root 3. Just keep it on the side. Don't need it now. Now the car speed has changed. So it is 1 plus beta V. Okay. So what will happen? The total speed will be large. It will be negative of 1 plus beta V. That's the speed. Rain is still falling at the same speed. Rain speed is still V root 3. But now the relative speed is like this. This is the new velocity of that rain V prime with respect to the car. And that is now going to make 45 degrees as per the question. The angle changes to 45 degrees. If that is 45 degrees, we already know this is anyways going to be perpendicular. So these two things should be equal. So V root 3 should be equal to magnitude wise 1 plus beta into V. 1 plus beta multiplied by V magnitude wise. Since it is isosceles right angled triangle. Since it is isosceles right angled triangle, the height and the base must be equal. So expand this. So V root 3 minus or is equal to V plus beta V. Actually, V should get cancelled from all the sides anyways. So just move these things around. So root 3 minus 1 will be beta. So beta will be 1.7 minus 1, which is basically 0.7. So 0.7, that means B option will be the right answer. There you go. Root 3 value is 1.732. So 0.73 will be the correct answer. Great. Yeah. So will we be completing all the chapters? Yes. So till now we have done vectors, kinematics 1D, kinematics 2D and relative motion. We will now, I think, take a break. Okay. I think right now the time is 5:50. So by 6:10 or something or 6:15 we'll resume. Okay. We'll start at 6:10 or something, 6:15. Cool. 20 minutes break we'll take, 20-25 minutes, and then we'll return. Yeah. Then we'll continue with Newton's laws, friction, circular motion, work power energy. Then we'll take a break. And then the last segment will be rotation and collisions. That's how we'll divide it. Okay. Yeah. Cool. See you guys in some time. Hello. Yes, guys, am I audible and visible? Let me know quickly in the chat box. Am I audible and visible? It's time to continue the problem solving session of mechanics. Yep. And we are on to Newton's laws and friction. Ready for it? Yep. Very good. Very good. Very good. Yeah. Welcome back, Ignite. Hello, Shrisha. Hi, Sivi. Welcome, Anjali. Hi, Pritija. Audible, visible. Perfect. Perfect, Ibu. Awesome. So let's begin with the first question. This is the 50th question. Long way to go. Yeah. So let's begin. A force which is separately producing acceleration of 18, 9, and 6 on the three bodies of different masses P, Q, and R respectively. If the same force is applied on a combined mass of P plus Q plus R, what is the acceleration of that body? Interesting question. Let's try to solve it. So, a force separately produces these many accelerations. The force is the same, remember that? So, just imagine that force which is acting on a body whose mass is P and producing an acceleration of basically 18. So F will be mass into acceleration, so 18 into P, just using Newton's laws. Similarly, one can argue that the same force which will act on Q mass producing 9 meters per second square acceleration, it will be 9 into Q. And finally, that same force acting on the R mass producing an acceleration of 6 will give it 6 times of R. That's the logic behind it. So from these three equations, we know the mass P is F by 18, the mass Q is F divided by 9, and the mass R is F divided by 6. Now what are we doing? We are taking a combined mass, which is P plus Q plus R, and applying that same force, and we are expecting some acceleration. So naturally, F, which is the force, is the total mass P plus Q plus R multiplied by acceleration. Therefore, F is equal to P plus Q plus R. That means all these three numbers. So F by 18 plus F by 9 plus F by 6, the whole thing into A. F will cancel out. Therefore, 1 will be equal to these three things. LCM of them is anyways 18. So 1 plus 2 plus 3. 9 goes 2 times, 6 goes 3 times into A. This will be nothing but 6 by 18, which is 1 by 3 times of A. Therefore, acceleration is 3 meters per second square. It was a very unique question. Answer is 3. More of manipulations than anything else. Is that clear? Yeah, very good. Hi, aesthetic. Welcome, new students. Welcome, everyone. Okay, come on, guys. Focus on the class and answer the, whatever question is there in front of you. Do not get deviated by random chats. Focus on the problems. That's what you have come here for. Okay, focus, focus, focus. Two bodies, 51st question, A plus B, masses 1.5 and 3 kg, are moving with some velocities. If the same force is applied on both the bodies, the ratio of the distances traveled by the bodies before they come to a halt. Masses are different, speeds are different, but same force is applied. So we know that the force will produce some acceleration or retardation, and that acceleration will be F divided by m. From that, we can get the stopping distance using kinematics. V square is initial speed square plus 2 into A into S. But since it is retardation, it will be minus 2as. Final velocity will be 0. Initial speed is u minus 2 into F divided by m into S. So taking 2fs over here divided by m will be u square. Therefore, stopping distance is m times of u square divided by 2 times of f. Clearly, the stopping distance is directly proportional to the mass. and also proportional to the square of the speed. Force and 2 are the same. So what I will do, we have to find the ratio of the distances, right? So S1 by S2, S1 by S2 will be nothing but, since it is mass proportional and square of the speeds proportional, this is the ratio. The masses are 1.5 and 3. So 1.5 will come here, 3 will come here. Speeds are 20 and 15. So 20 and 15 will come here. 1.5 is exactly half of 3. 20 and 15, that is 4 by 3. And this will be whole square. So that will be half multiplied by 16 divided by 9. 16 by 2 is basically 8. So this will become 8 divided by 9, which is B option. There you go. Correct? Very good, Louis. Welcome, everyone. Yes, amazing, amazing. No, electrostatics is not a part of mechanics. That's a 12th standard portion. We'll take it as a separate class if needed. Not today. Yeah, it could be a part of electromagnetism, not a part of this. Cool. Let's go ahead to the next question coming up on your screen. This is a homework question because I feel it's very simple. Ball mass will be given, a catch will be taken, or a bat will be hitting it. The speed will change, find the force acting on it. Time will also be given. This is a very popular question. If you see previous year papers, many times this has been asked. So please do it. But it is simple. That's why I'm not wasting the time. Okay, answer is there on the next slide. And you will be able to download the PDF from the description box, which is there of this particular video. Okay, so after the session will get over by tomorrow, first of all, smash the like button. You will see the things over here, the description box, PDF, or even in the comments you might see it as a pinned message. Please download the PDF. All right, so that's where you are going to get it from. Next question. The velocity of a particle depends on the distance from the origin, and velocity is directly proportional to 1 by root x. Find how the magnitude of the force on the particle depends on x. The velocity depends on x given by this formula. Find how the force will depend. From this equation, v is inversely proportional to root of x. V will be some constant, you can call it, and root x is x raised to half, but it is below, so I can make it x raised to negative half. It's clearly a question of derivatives or integration. So think, from velocity, how do you reach force? Because for finding force, what else will you need? Acceleration, isn't it? And for acceleration from velocity, how do you reach that? Yeah, you have to take derivative. But there is a small problem over here. I can't take derivative with respect to time because it's a function of x. So, first of all, now in order to find acceleration, I can definitely use dv by dt, or I can use v into dv by dx using chain rule. So I think this is better. Velocity is c into x raised to negative half. That's the first part. And derivative of this guy. So c into x raised to minus half. So what will this become? C and x raised to negative half is as it is. And over here constant will come outside. Derivative will be minus half multiplied by x raised to minus 3 by 2. So this will become c into c is c square. This minus sign will also come. So minus c square divided by 2 minus c square divided by 2, x raised to minus half minus 3 by 2, which is minus c square by 2. This will become minus 4 by 2, which is nothing but minus 2. So x raised to minus 2. So that is what my acceleration will be. From this, we can get the force. The question is force, how will it depend? Force is m into a. So it will become m. Acceleration is negative c square by 2 into x raised to minus 2. So essentially it is minus mc square by 2x square. So hence force is inversely proportional to x raised to 2. That's the answer. So second, what just happened? Not needed. Yeah. So C option is the correct one. So it was a direct question on derivatives, but you need to figure out the flow of how you are going to approach it. And catch was you cannot differentiate it with respect to time because this was a function of x. So I used the chain rule. Remember, we did this even in the previous problem. Gravitation is not there, man. Ignite. Rotation is. Rotation is a part of mechanics. Gravitation, we can take it with electrostatics because it is very similar. Okay? Cool. Let's go to the next question then. Ready for it? Paka? All right, let's go, guys. A block of mass 1 kilo from rest moves in the x-axis with the force changing with time, kt. K is some constant, 1 Newton per second. The block, how much will it travel in a duration of 6 seconds? Very interesting question. See, if I have to find distance, I need velocity. If I need velocity, I need acceleration. And from force, easily we can get acceleration. Acceleration is simply put force divided by mass. Force is k, which is 1, multiplied by t, divided by mass, which is also 1. So therefore, acceleration is simply put t meters per second square. Is that right? So we got the value of acceleration as just proportional to time. From this, we can get velocity. How? Let's figure it out. First of all, dv by dt is acceleration is t. Therefore, dv will be t into dt. Now we can integrate on both sides. 0 times 0 time velocity is v, time is t. So integration of dv is v. So v minus 0 is t by t square by 2 minus 0 square by 2. Therefore, my velocity will be simply t square by 2. Now the last part, velocity to displacement. Velocity is dx by dt, that is t square by 2. Take dt on the other side. So dx will be half into t square into dt. Now we can obviously integrate 0 to t, 0 to x. That will be the total distance. So integration of dx is x. So x minus 0, half. T square's integration is t cube by 3. And this will be 0 cube divided by 3. So therefore, this will become x is equal to t cube divided by 6. Question is, how much will it travel in 6 seconds? So the distance traveled in 6 seconds will be 6 cube divided by 6. So it will be 6 square, which is 36 meters. So 36 meters is option A. There you go. Perfect. Yeah, not 108, guys. Option A, very good, Yuraj. Yeah, is that clear, everyone? See where you made the mistakes, because there are many places where you can make some simple silly mistakes. So concept was, because you had to find distance, we need velocity. So for velocity we need acceleration, and we can get that from force. But problem is, I can't use kinematics because the acceleration is not constant. So I have no other choice but to sit with calculus. And because I'm going from acceleration to displacement, I have to integrate. If I was going from displacement to acceleration, I would differentiate. Okay, so that's why integration was required 2 times, one from a to velocity and second time velocity to displacement. Okay, let's go to the next question on your screen. A body of certain mass, 2 kilos, slides down with some acceleration on an inclined plane. The force required to take the same body up the plane with the same acceleration. Nice question. Come on. Yeah. Sir, I had one doubt. Yes, please ask Mridul Manikandan. Yeah. Fluid and solid mechanics, we can take it separately, but that is not high weightage. So first, let's focus on the high weightage problem solving, because it's very important that we do the high weightage first, and then when the time remains, then we'll do the other things. First, I'm focusing on ray wave optics. Sunday marathon is there, and before this, we did modern physics, very high weightage. After that, we'll probably do electromagnetism if required, or maybe SHM waves. Yeah, and then we can go to KTG thermo fluids and all of that. Yeah, cool. So if it is coming down with some acceleration on a plane having slope of 30°, why would they give the acceleration also and the angle also? Think, because most probably there is friction. Yes, you heard it right. So what is happening most likely is that this block over here is coming down with some acceleration of 4 meters per second square. There is a gravitational pull of mg sine, what is that angle? 30. But there might be also some frictional force. So because of which the net force, if I write it as mass into acceleration, force will be 2g sine 30 minus f is mass is 2 into acceleration, which is 4. So 2 into 10 into sine 30 is half minus f is 8. So this will become 10 minus f is equal to 8. So therefore f will be 10 minus 8, which is basically 2 Newton. So the frictional force is basically 2 Newton in the first scenario. Now what is happening in the second scenario? Let's understand that. So in the next scenario, things are little different. Instead of sliding down, it is now sliding up. That's the major difference. So you are now making it go up with the same acceleration of 4 meters per second square. 4 meters per second square. So obviously the downward force will still remain. It can't go. So 2g sine 30 will remain. But now you have to push it up. So one extra force will be required. But friction will change the direction and now it will act like this, which is still going to be 2 Newton. Yeah, same 2 Newton force will act like this. So that will be your equation. So again, if you use Newton's law, net force will be bigger force, which is F, minus 2g sine 30 minus that frictional force, which is mass, which is 2, multiplied by acceleration. And we have to figure out how much is N. So F minus 2 into g is 10, sine 30 is half, minus friction, which is 2, is equal to 8. So therefore F minus 10 minus 2 is equal to 8. Therefore F is equal to 8 plus 2 plus 10. Therefore F is equal to 20. 8 plus 2 is 10, 10 plus 10 is 20. So option D will be the right answer. Nice question. What many kids will miss is that there is a frictional force. They will forget that friction was there. And that is the worst mistake which you can do. Yeah, 20 Newton. Very nice. Cool. Shall we go ahead? Let's move then. Two blocks of masses 40, 60 are connected by a rope string kept on a smooth table. Force of 1000 is applied on the 60 kg block away from the 40 kg block. Then the tension is standard question. You can have more complex actually. So two blocks are there. The force of 1000 is applied on the 60 kg block like this. This is that smooth table. Okay. And there is a string connecting both of them. All right. Now there is a force of 1000 Newton which is acting on the 60 kg block away from the 40 kg block. Question is how much is the tension? Now if you take the entire thing as a system, if you take 40 kg plus 60 kg as your system, the only force is 1000 Newton and the total mass is 40 plus 60 and together they will have a common acceleration. 40 plus 60 is 100. Therefore, acceleration will be 1000 by 100, which means it will be 10 meters per second square. Okay. Now, this acceleration will be there for both of them. This also and this also. Both of them will have the same acceleration. So, since the question is find the tension in the string, you can take any of the block. So, let's say for example, we take this block. The tension will be like this. For this block, the tension will be pulling it like this. So for the 40 kg block, if I apply net force is the mass into its acceleration, the force is only a singular force of tension. The mass is 40. Acceleration, we just got it as 10. So it should be 400 Newton. So that's the tension in the string, 400 Newton. But even if you apply it for this block, you will still get the same answer, meaning something like this. 1000 minus tension is mass multiplied by acceleration. Solving this also, you will get the same answer. Okay, is that right? So it doesn't matter for which body you will solve it, but this body is easier because there is only one force. Here you have to tackle two forces, so I avoided it. That was the, I mean, even if I saved 5 seconds, I'm okay with it because I have to write two forces. Why? I'll solve it with one singular force. Every 5 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever I can save, I'll try to save in the actual examination. Correct? Shall we go ahead? Next question. Okay. So there is a block of mass 18.5 kilos. It's on a smooth surface and it is pulled by a rope of 3 meters in length and force is 40 Newton on the other side of the rope. The linear density is given. The initial block is at rest. The time in which the block moves a distance of 9 meters. So if I want to find the time after it moves this much, I need acceleration, and for acceleration we need forces, nothing else. So let's draw the free body diagram. So this particular rope also has a mass, and both are lying on a smooth table, okay, like this. Okay, now the block's mass is 18.5 kilos. What will be the mass of that rope? It will be how much ever mass is there per unit length multiplied by the length. Simple. So mass per unit length is 0.5 kilos and the length of the rope 3 meters. So into 3, so that means 1.5 meters. So if you take the entire system and then consider there is a force acting on it, how much force? 40 Newton. So for the entire system, right? The force is F. It will be the total mass m plus m multiplied by acceleration. There is no friction as such. It's completely smooth. So I can say 40 is equal to 18.5 plus 1.5 multiplied by A. Therefore, 40 is equal to 20 times of A. Therefore, acceleration is 2 meters per second square. What do I do now? Read the question. The time in which it moves 9 meters. That means I have to use kinematics. So displacement is given, time is asked, acceleration is known. So S is ut plus half at square. Displacement is 9. Initially, I think it was at rest. A block is kept on it and it was initially at rest, we can assume. So 0 plus half into 2 multiplied by t square. Therefore, 9 is equal to t square. Therefore, time is square root of 9, which is 3. So, option A for Abu Dhabi IIT is the right answer, guys. Absolutely correct. Yeah. So, sometimes rope with mass questions can also come, and you should know how to solve and deal with it. Okay. Hi, Vikshita. Good evening. Welcome aboard. Let's move to the next question. If the breaking strength of a rope is 4 by 3 times the weight of a person, so it's more than the weight of the person, the maximum acceleration with which the person can safely climb up the rope is how much? Very interesting. This kind of questions also come for monkey problems. So you might have a rope and you are climbing up that rope and all of that. So let's assume that this is that rope which is there. Okay. And that rope is being supported on the top. And then you have this person over here. So there is this Pandu, and this Pandu is climbing up. Okay, this person is climbing up the rope. So this person will have his own acceleration like this. The forces acting on the person will be his own weight. I think his own weight mass is given, not given, but I'll assume it as m. So mg. Because he pulls the rope down, the rope will pull him up. Newton's third law. Whenever you show forces, always show the forces acting on the body, not by the body. So, when he pulls the rope, that is a force applied by the person. So, don't consider that. Rather, consider the reaction of it because he pulls the rope down, the rope is pulling him up with the same tension force. So, that is the force acting on the body, and that is what you are going to show. Is that right? So now my equation will look bigger force minus the smaller force is mass into acceleration. But I want to find the maximum acceleration. So if I put over here A max, I will get tension also as maximum. That's all. So what's the maximum tension permissible? 4 by 3 times the weight. So 4 by 3 times of mg minus mg is m into maximum acceleration. M cancels. So 4 by 3 minus 1 whole times of g is your A max. Therefore, your A max would be 4 by 3 minus 1 is 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 times of g. Basically, g by 3. That's C option. That's correct. Got it? Yes, Pandu came after a very, 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 very long time. Correct. Cool. Simple, guys. Yeah. So whenever such questions come, remember whatever force you apply on the rope, same force rope will apply on you, and that same force will also be the tension in the rope. So it will continue wherever the string is going. Okay. Right. Paka. Let's go, guys, to the next question coming up on your screen. It says there is a balloon which is carrying some sand and it is moving down. This is a very popular question, but still I will do it because I have seen many times JEE Mains has asked it. It is going down with some acceleration. The mass of the sand which has to be removed so that the balloon goes up with double the acceleration. Sometimes they give same acceleration, sometimes they give half acceleration and stuff like that. So if you consider the first scenario, what are the forces acting on that particular balloon? So think about it. First is obviously its own weight, which will be m into g, and there is some kind of a buoyancy force, I will call it as F, and because of which it is accelerating with a naught upwards. So F minus mg will be equal to m into a naught. That is the first equation which I'll get. Now what are we doing is we are removing some mass. Okay, we are probably removing some mass from it, and because of that the new mass will be m minus m. Earlier the total mass was m, keep that in mind. Now the mass will be m minus m. So what are the forces acting on it? Yes, there will be m minus m into g. Buoyant force is there, almost the same. This mass is dense, let's assume. So buoyant force is there. Because you have removed some mass and all of that, now, oh guys, I made a small blunder. It was mentioned that it is moving down. So this will make a big difference, by the way, because when you go down, then it will not be F minus mg, it will be mg minus f. So this will be mg minus f. Now it is fine. And over here, it is now going to go up with some acceleration. And how much is the acceleration? It is given to be double. This will be 2 times of a naught. So now the equation will be buoyant force minus whatever that same buoyant force, that same F which was there. So buoyant force minus m into g, which is downward force, is the total mass m minus m into 2 times of a naught. That's the equation. Is that right? Okay. All right. Now what do we do, guys? Now what do we do? Come on, think and tell me. Now what do we do? Yes, take that force and substitute it there. You will get the answer. See, from here, what are you getting that force as? Force will be mg plus ma naught. Minus ma naught. Mg minus ma naught. Ma naught will come here, force will go over there. So mg minus ma naught. So put that force over here. So it will become mg minus ma naught. Open up the brackets. Minus mg. Minus minus will become plus. So plus small mg will be 2m a naught minus 2 small m a naught. Couple of people will get cancelled, like this mg and this mg. Ma naught is not getting cancelled. Mg is also not getting cancelled. All right, not an issue. So let's see what do we get next. Therefore, what do I want? Basically, how much mass should be removed, right? So let me keep this as it is over here. This also I will take it on this side. 2 ma naught is here, minus ma naught is there. I'll shift it on the other side. So mg is as it is. Minus 2 ma naught will become 2 small m a naught. And over here, we will have 2m a naught capital. And this negative ma naught will become plus m a naught. 2 plus 1 is 3. So 3m a naught. And over here, m can be taken common and it will become g plus 2 a naught. Therefore, small m will become 3m a naught divided by g plus 2 a naught. 3m a naught by g plus 2 a naught, which is C option directly. So in these questions, directions are important. And if you make a sign mistake, like instead of taking upwards, downwards, whatever, positive, negative. That's it. You will get a completely different answer. Instead of plus, you might get minus only. Yeah. Yes. Equate and solve for M. Very good. So basically, we had to eliminate the unknown force, which was the buoyant force. Very good. Moving on to the next question. Two masses are there connected by a light string passing over a smooth pulley. When set free, M1 goes down by 3 meters in 3 seconds. The ratio of the masses is. Guys, standard system of your pulley mass things. Yeah, you have a pulley and it's connected on the top. It's connected to two masses over here. That's it. This is M1, this is M2. M1 moves down. So if this is M1, this is M2. M1 is going down by some distance. Definitely it has some acceleration downwards. This has some acceleration upwards. We know how much that acceleration is. What's the value of the acceleration? Acceleration is bigger mass minus smaller mass divided by the total mass into g. The question is find the ratio. So if I divide numerator and denominator by m2, m1 by m2 minus 1 divided by m1 plus m2 plus 1 into g is basically your acceleration. And this ratio, I will just call it as r for simplicity's sake. And then I will try to solve the question. So m1 by m2 is r minus 1 by r plus 1. And this g, I will take it down over here. This is a. What I can do now? Since I want the ratio, I'll take componendo dividendo. Take componendo dividendo. So this will become numerator plus denominator upon numerator minus denominator. Here, numerator plus denominator, numerator minus denominator. That's it. That's what I'll get. See now, what's the next step? A plus g by a minus g. All right, but I do not know how much is acceleration. I'll just have to figure that out separately. Okay, at least I can write the right hand side now. This will be minus 1 plus 1 will cancel. R plus R will become 2 times of R. And here R and R will cancel. Minus 1 minus 1, it will become minus 2. So the ratio will become basically negative R. Okay, not an issue. Now, there is one more piece of information given that M1 moves down by 3 meters in 3 seconds when you let it go. So if you use kinematic equations like S is ut plus half at square, displacement is 3 meters, initial speed is 0, acceleration is g, time taken is also 3. Okay, so what do we get? 3 will cancel. So 1 will be equal to 3g divided by 2. Therefore, no guys, not g. Acceleration I do not know. No? I have to find it out. So sorry. So acceleration multiplied by 3 square. So 3 times a by 2. Therefore, a is basically 2 by 3. A is nothing but basically 2 divided by 3. Okay. Use that acceleration over here. So it will become 2 by 3 in the numerator and 2 by 3 in the denominator and rest of the terms as it is. So plus 10 and minus 10. See, the difficulty in the problem is not the formula. The difficulty in the question is the length of it. Other than that, the mathematical solving is lengthy. Otherwise, everybody has seen this question. It's just that it is longer. That's all. So now just do the math and you'll get the answer. So 2 plus 30 whole thing divided by 3 divided by 2 minus 30 divided by 3. So this will become nothing but 32 divided by negative 28 is minus r, right? So r will be 32 divided by 28 divided by 4 is 8 divided by 4 is 7. So 8 by 7, which is B option, absolutely right. So there we get it. So couple of mathematical tricks we have pulled out of our hat. One is the component to dividendo part, because I saw negative and positive here. Immediately I know whenever I use component to dividendo ratio in such cases, I will just get the ratio R, like you can see over here. So always remember this trick. So other side, yes, you will get plus minus, but this is okay because I know I can find A from here and put it. Cool? All right. Yes, Srikanth, the PDF will be available, but not immediately. It will be available by tomorrow. Okay, it will take minimum 1 day time. Okay, to compile and upload. A person initially at rest starts walking towards east without slipping or skidding. Now, what is the type of friction acting on the person from the ground and in which direction the frictional force will act? Starts walking towards east. So this dude over here is walking towards the east direction without slipping. What direction will that friction be? Think about it. If he's going to move this side, accelerate this side, motion is here. So obviously there has to be only one force, and this should be from the frictional part, and the friction will also act towards the east. So west is wrong, west is wrong, east is absolutely correct. But because there is no slipping or skidding, it has to be static in nature. So static and static, yes. So the only option which seems correct is B option. If you rub your foot on the ground, it will be kinetic, but you won't walk like that, like a fool. You just keep your feet and lift it. Keep your feet and lift it. So whenever you keep your feet, there is no slipping. So static friction will be there. Yes, the body is in motion, but the surfaces in contact are not in motion. So what is in contact matters to decide whether it is static or kinetic. Yeah. Nika JEE aspirant, the upward force is basically the buoyant force, fluid mechanics. Because if that upward force was not there, it will do free fall motion, but it was not doing. So there must be some force. Forget, even if you don't know fluid mechanics, think logically. If there is only mg force, it will go down with g acceleration. But in the question it was given, the acceleration is something a naught. And when you remove some mass, it goes up. So that means there must be something pulling it up. So that unknown mystery force is buoyant force, which you learn in fluid mechanics. So when you lie down in water, you feel somebody is making you light. You feel little weightlessness. So that force which pushes you up inside a fluid is called buoyant force or buoyancy force. Yeah. I feel this year's difficulty will be definitely tougher because they have more people registering. So if they keep the paper level same as before, then many people will score better, and already people are preparing, anticipating the paper is difficult. So that means NTA has to think one step further, which they will do, because or else they will get a lot of blame. They can't have rank inflation. They have to make sure very few people are above 250 score. So there will be some questions which are very tough. Overall paper will be moderate. It won't be easy like in COVID times. And it will be not very difficult to score the cutoff. Cutoff can be easily cracked. Problem is getting 98, 99, 97 percentiles. Yeah. Why east? Tell me one thing. When you are going this way, you are pushing the ground behind. So the reaction of it will be in the forward direction. Also think other way. If the force is here, acceleration should be here. How is it possible? My acceleration is here, force is opposite. Impossible. F is ma says force and acceleration have to be in the same direction. And there is only one force. So it has no other choice but to be in the direction of acceleration. So either way you look at it, you will get it should be eastwards. So you push something behind, the reaction will be on you front. And that reaction is by the frictional force. Okay? Yes. Perfect. 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 Let's go, guys, to the next question on your screen. And here it is. There is an object which is dropped in a stationary lift, takes time t1 to reach the floor. It takes time t2 when the lift is moving up with constant acceleration. Okay. So what do you think will happen? So logic is simple in such situations. Consider those two lifts. Okay. And this is that object is falling down like this. Now, in this case, the lift is at rest. In the second case, it is going up with some constant acceleration. So what happens is basically in the first scenario, the acceleration of that object which is falling will be g. But in the second case, that acceleration will be g plus a. Why g plus a? Because when you accelerate up from the lift perspective, Pseudo force will act down, weight will also act down, they will help each other. That's why plus. So it will accelerate faster. So this will be obviously quick. This will be relatively slow. That means if this is time t1 and this is time t2, t2 should be less than t1. So t2 should be less than t1, which is B option for IIT Bombay. Understood? Perfect. What did I tell you, Lewis? Yeah. What I gave a very clear-cut statement. NTA is going to definitely make the paper tougher. There is nothing confusing about it. Directly, openly only I'm telling you. Yeah, B option. Yes, Atya. Okay. Harivasu already feeling sad because the paper is going to be tough, but I feel it is good, man. Because if the paper is easy, na, then if you don't solve the easy questions, you will go really behind because everybody else will solve. But when the paper is not tough, but I will say moderate, then if you are prepared well, even for the moderate level, not for the difficult level, even for the moderate level, many kids will not be able to solve even those moderate questions. Like you can see here, when we are doing it, many kids are making mistakes. And if you are watching these classes, you will avoid those mistakes in the exam. That's the whole purpose. Next one on your screen. A mass of 1 kg is suspended by a thread. The system is lifted up with some acceleration, lowered with some acceleration. The ratio of the tensions in the first and the second case is how much? Okay. So, mass of 1 kg is suspended by a thread. Two situations are there. First time, you are lifting it up with some acceleration of 4.9. Second time, you are taking it down with an acceleration of 4.9. The ratio of the tensions is asked. So here, let's say the tension is T, weight is how much? 1. So 1g. Same thing over here. This is T, this is 1g, but the tensions will be different. So T1 and T2. First scenario, it will be T1 minus 1g is equal to mass into acceleration. So therefore, T1 will be g plus 4.9. In this scenario, since you are going down, this will be more. So 1g minus T2 will be mass into acceleration. So therefore, T2 will be g minus 4.9. The last part is finding the ratio. So T1 by T2. This by this. So g plus 4.9 divided by g minus 4.9. G is 9.8. 4.9 is basically half of 9.8. You can think of it like that. So instead of this, you can just write it as g plus g by 2 by g minus g by 2. 4.9 is half of 9.8. So this will be 3g divided by 2 divided by g by 2. G by 2, g by 2 will cancel. So it will become 3 by 1. So 3:1, which is option A, is absolutely correct. Option A. Perfect. Exactly, Ignite. That should be the spirit. Whatever the paper is, it doesn't really matter. What can you do? If you pray to God, or if you do cry, or if you feel sad, or if you just get angry, do you think the paper is going to become easy or difficult? Do you think that it will become difficult for others? Nothing will happen. In fact, you will lose your time. But the smart student, I don't care what the paper is. I am going to study. I am going to prepare. Don't give hope. Sir, I can't get 200 marks. What is the use of studying now? At least now you can study for 50 marks. You can study for 100 marks. That much at least you can do. Sir, boss, what's the use for studying for 100 marks? I might not clear cutoff. My point is, okay, if you give up now, you will not study anything. You are chumma just giving and marking random answers. But if you study for 100 marks, maybe you just clear the cutoff. But for April attempt, you start from 100 rather than starting from nothing and again getting demotivated. So you have to take a step, even though it means failing, even though it means not getting your target, it is bringing you closer to your target, and you don't have that much time in April. So push yourself, guys, even if you feel that you're going to lose. Yeah, right? Let's go ahead to the next question on your screen. There is a mass of 60 kilos standing in a lift moving up with the retardation, the apparent weight? This is a good question, guys. I'll tell you why. This is the thing. This is that person over here. Okay. The lift is going up. That means the velocity is up, but it is retarding, meaning the acceleration is down. That's very, very crucial. Lot of students make a mistake in that. And if you make a mistake in the direction, trust me, you are going to get a completely different answer because signs will change in the force equation. I'm so glad, Arivasu, you are following it. Thank you, Kalyani. Thank you, Nika. Yeah. The 11th and 12th syllabus is almost equal in JEE Mains. Now, show the forces acting on it. One is the normal force. Second is his own weight, which is 60g. And because the acceleration is down, the pseudo force on him will be upwards, and that pseudo force will be mass into acceleration. Okay, so it will be m into a. We'll just write it right now as FP. Direction is important. Now, question is, what is the apparent weight, meaning normal force? You have to find out. So FP plus normal will basically balance. What will it balance? The weight, which is 60 into g. So pseudo force is mass into acceleration. Mass is 60. Acceleration is 2.8 plus m is 60 multiplied by 10. Therefore, n is equal to 60 multiplied by 10 minus 60 multiplied by 2.8. So it will be 60 multiplied by 10 minus 2.8, guys. Yep. So it will be nothing but 7.2. So guys, 72 into 6. Basically, it is just that 6 into 72. Yeah. What's the answer? What's the answer? Come on, guys. Yeah, we have taken G as 9. If you take G as 9.8, I think things will be slightly different. Maybe. I have taken G as 10. So I think we might have to take G as 9.8. Then you will get a much better answer. So instead of substituting G as 10, I will substitute it as 9.8. So 60 into 9.8 minus 60 into 2.8. Then what will you get? 60 multiplied by 9.8 minus 2.8 is 7. So 7 6 are 42. So this will become 420 Newton. Otherwise also you will get close to, close to 420. But, this is exactly going to give me 420. Yeah, that's perfect. So apparent weight means what is the normal? The normal force is the perceived weight. Keep that in mind. In such questions, always figure out the normal force. That will be your apparent weight. Cool. Perfect. Let's go to the next one on your screen. There is a body traveling with 10, rough surface, velocity after 2 is 4. The friction coefficient between the block and the plane is how much? Let's calculate. So that block is there. It's going on a rough surface. Okay. So as it moves like this, the retardation will be in the opposite direction. It will accelerate in the opposite direction. There will be a frictional force which will cause that. And that frictional force will be mu into n, which is mu into m into g. Okay. Question is, find the coefficient of friction. Velocity is given and its velocity after 2 seconds is this much. So from the first piece of information, using final velocity is initial velocity plus acceleration into time. Final is 4, initial is 10, acceleration is negative, time is 2. So therefore, 2 times of A is 10 minus 4, which is 6. Therefore, A is 6 by 2, which is 3 meters per second. From this, use Newton's law. Frictional force is mass into acceleration because there is no other force in the horizontal direction. All the other forces are either up or they are basically down. So force is mass into acceleration. Force is mu into m into g is m into a. Mm cancels. So mu into g. G is, let's say, 10. Acceleration, we just figured it out to be 3. Therefore, coefficient of friction will be 3 by 10, which is 0.3, which is B for IIT Bombay. So a combination of kinematic equations and free body diagram and the knowledge of friction. These three things solve the question. 0.3. Yeah, awesome, awesome. Very good. Let's go, guys, to the next one on your screen, and here it comes. There are two blocks of masses 2 kilos and 4 kilos. They are kept on a rough surface. Same force is applied on both the blocks. The ratio of the acceleration of A and B is how much? Coefficient of friction is given. Blocks, it is 0.3 and acceleration is 10. What do we do? Let's think. In general, that blocks are there. That is the surface. You are applying a force, I think. Same force is applied, okay, but frictional force is different. Normal force is there, weight is there, okay. They will both accelerate like this on a rough surface. If the same force is applied, then the ratio of the accelerations is asked, okay. From this, I can clearly see F minus F is M into A. F minus F is nothing but M into A. Now, how much is the friction? Well, it is nothing but mu mg, and this is m into a. From this, acceleration will be f by m minus mu g. M, if I divide, it will be f by m minus mu g. This is exactly what has been asked, the ratio of the accelerations. So a1 divided by a2 will be nothing but the same force is there, but masses are different, minus mu is also same, so mu into g. Force is the same, masses are different. That's why the accelerations are different. So let's substitute and find out the answer. Force is 20. First mass 2 kilos. Mu is 0.3 multiplied by g, which is 10. Force is 20. Mass is 4 kilos minus mu is 0.3 multiplied by 10. 20 by 2 is 10 minus this will be 3. 20 by 4 is 5 minus 3. So this will be 7 divided by 2. So 7:2, which is B option, absolutely right. If you notice, I did one clever trick over here. I did not solve the problem 2 times, drawing 2 FBDs and then finding accelerations and then taking the division. Instead, what I did, I know the same thing I have to do 2 times. So why waste time? I found a generic formula for acceleration. And then in the end, I will just divide the acceleration because many things will look simple then. Okay, rather than drawing 2 FBDs, finding 2 accelerators. Okay. So in most of the ratio questions, always use this. Don't do the calculation 2 times, calculate it once, the formula, then substitute it in the final ratio. Understanding what I just said? All right. Great, great, great. Ooh, my God. Yes. Somebody at least understands the pain of the seniors. And if you study right from the beginning, don't worry, everything will be fine. Okay, and I'm so glad that a lot of 7th graders, 8th graders, 9th graders, 10th graders, everyone are here sneaking into the senior sessions. Very good, guys. Moving on, next question. Conveyor belt question also is very common. The conveyor belt is moving with some speed. A body is dropped. The distance traveled by that before coming to rest is how much? Now, rest is a relative term over here. Coefficient is friction is also given. So I'll tell you what exactly happens. This is the belt. I'll show you 3 different time frames. First, the block is almost dropped on it. The block is almost dropped on it over here. Next, it is already moving with it. And finally, it is moving with it with the same speed. That is very important. The conveyor belt in all the 3 scenarios is moving with the same speed. What's the speed? 2 meters per second. 2 meters per second. When you just drop that box, when you just drop or keep that box, it is initially at rest. Nothing is happening. Forces will start acting, and basically the frictional force will start pulling it in the forward direction. That friction will be kinetic friction. Yes, there is a normal force. Yes, there is a weight force and all of that, because of which the block will accelerate. And eventually, you will see that the block will also go with 2 meters per second. So there is no relative motion. So relative motion is not there. So because of which there is no slipping over there. Both of them are moving with the same speed, so no slipping. Earlier, the conveyor belt was moving faster, the block on it was moving slower, so the block will get pulled forward. And you can visualize this because the block is slower, it will get pulled, dragged, scratched in the forward direction by the belt's friction. Is the direction clear? Is it understood? This mechanics? So now think like this. If we can figure out friction, we can figure out acceleration. If we can figure out acceleration, we can figure out the distance by kinematics. So using that logic, our Newton's law says friction will be mass into acceleration. Friction is mu into mg is equal to m into a. So therefore a is equal to mu into g. Mu is how much? 0.2. G is basically 10. So acceleration is 2 meters per second square. Once this is done, we can use kinematic equation. Distance is asked, speed is given, acceleration is given. So final speed square is initial speed square plus 2a into s. Final speed is 2. Initial speed is 0. Acceleration, we just figured it out to be also 2 into displacement. So basically 4 is equal to 4s. So therefore 1 is equal to s. So displacement is 1 meter. That's the answer. So after 1 meter, it will begin to slide with it and there will be no relative slipping. Awesome. Ignite, I'm a dropper and like all the portions are almost done and I have been scoring 170 to 200 range in mock test and I hope to get it IIT Roorkee anyway. I need your blessings and my blessings are there. And push yourself to 210 to 20, man, because if you can push it, and I feel you can, because still there are 20-30 days almost for your exam. So see whatever you can do to push yourself. Don't study everything. No, I'm not asking you to study everything. Every subject there will be something where you can get extra 5-10 marks, 100%. You can avoid some mistakes, you can score better, you can learn something very niche, you know it is going to come, two topics, and make that pakka, solve those extra questions, push yourself for 220. I'm telling you, when you get that score about 200, 220, 100% you are above 99 percentile, plus you are sure shot that okay, I'm going to get NIT CSE for sure, and that to top NIT. You will just blindly prepare for JEE Advance. You will not even think about April attempt. And that will give you a sure shot good advance rank. Yeah, right. Okay, perfecto, perfecto. Let's go, guys, to the next question then coming up on your screen. The acceleration of a body sliding down an inclined plane having, oh my god, this is simple. This is straightforward. So whenever you have bodies like this, there is one force which is mg sine theta. Normal is there, mg cos is there. Friction will be mu into n, and this will accelerate like this. So mg sine theta minus mu n is mass into acceleration. So basically mg sine theta minus mu into mg cos theta, because normal force is mg cos theta. MMM cancels from everywhere. So you will have g sine theta minus mu g cos theta. So you can basically take g common and you will see sine theta minus mu cos theta is basically the acceleration. If there is no friction, it's just g sine theta, but it will be now g common sine theta minus mu cos theta. That's a simple derivation, standard thing, but it can definitely come in your JEE mains suddenly. Okay, next one. Body's mass is so much, slides down that rough plane, that rises 1 meter in every 2 meters. What's the friction? Very nice question this is. See, the inclination is indirectly given. The block is sliding down of it, and the inclination rises by 1 meter every 2 meters. Meaning, if you go 2 meters, this is 1 meter. And there is some angle, of course, over here, theta. And the block is given to be sliding. It's not accelerating. So if it slides, the velocity is constant. Therefore, the acceleration is zero. Meaning mg sine theta is frictional force, which is mu mg cos theta. So mg will cancel. Sine theta will be mu cos theta. Therefore, what is that? Mu will be sine by cos, which is tan theta. And tan theta is opposite by adjacent, so it will 1 by 2, which means it is 0.5, which is nothing but 0.5. That's the answer. Slides on incline that rises 1 meter every 2 meters. What's the coefficient of friction? That's it. So 0.5 is the answer. Now 0.5 is very close to pi by 6, which is very close to pi by 6. That's the answer. Check it out. Yeah, pi by 6. Because pi by 6, pi is 3 point something, and 3 by 6 is half. So that's why we can say it is close to pi by 6. Very good. Very good. Is that clear? So sometimes, things can be very scary. Sir, pi was not there in the option. How come I'm getting pi and all of that? Yeah. Anyways, moving on. There is a mass which is going up with 30 degrees inclination with an acceleration of 2 meters per second square. Force required if the friction between the object and the plane surface is root 3 by 6 and everything else is there. Okay. So we have the inclined plane, we have the block over here. It's going up, that is also mentioned, with how much acceleration? 2 meters per second square. There will be multiple forces. Normal will be there, mg cos will be there, mg sine will be there. How much will be mg sine? It will be 10 g sine. Inclination is 30. Then find the force required if you want to push it up, right? Is moving up. Okay. So you need to apply some force. Frictional force will be down the inclined plane. It will be mu. Mu is root 3 by 6 multiplied by the normal force, which will be 10g cos 30. So 10g cos 30. That's it. These are the only forces. Let's apply Newton's law. Net force is mass multiplied by acceleration. Force is F minus 10g sine 30 minus root 3 by 6 into 10g cos 30. That is equal to m into a. Mass is 10. So 10 multiplied by a is nothing but how much? Root 3 by 6. Root 3. No. A is nothing but 2. My bad. A is nothing but 2. Okay. So let's see what do we get. F minus 10 multiplied by 10 sine 30 is half minus root 3 by 6 into 10 multiplied by 10 cos 30 is root 3 by 2 is equal to 20. Okay, let's see what next. This will become F minus 10 times 100 by 2 is 50 minus, okay, 10 times 100 by 2 is 50. Okay, but root 3 into root 3 is 3. 3 divided by 6. 3 divided by 6 is 1 by 2. So that is 25 is equal to 20. So therefore, F minus 50 minus 25, that's 75 is equal to 20. Therefore, F will be 75 plus 20, which is 95 Newton. 95 Newton, that is D option, absolutely correct. Very good. Very good. Amazing. Amazing. Sir, please support us. Young kids are making fun of us. Naveen, what fun did they make, man? I didn't read any chats as of now. They made some fun. My God. Kids these days, I tell you. Hmm. Okay, let's go to the next question, guys, on your screen. And here it comes. Oh, this is homework question directly. So you can take it up as homework. It's very simple. Answer is there on the next slide. Download the PDF in the description box. Okay, it will come by one day. Okay, so let's go to now circular motion related questions. That many students, who are in 12th standard or even taking a drop, it's not just about studying, but there is a lot of mental stress. Many times kids realize that they are late. Sometimes they are in the wrong coaching. Sometimes they don't get that awareness. If you are in 11th or 10th or 9th or 8th, you are really blessed that you have that awareness now and you have that time, that luxury to prepare well in advance for the JEE examination. So let's be supportive, and I'm pretty hopeful that all our 12th standard and dropper students are going to rock JEE 2026, and mark my words. Yeah. All right. The allotment released for city, no, the city allotments have not yet been released. It will come by January 1st week. So generally during New Year's time, they will release it. I hope they don't release it before New Year's and spoil it. I hope they release it at least on January 1st. Usually that's the time frame. Okay. Let's begin with the class, and here it is. A coin is placed on a disc rotating with some angular velocity. The coefficient of friction between the disc and the coin is mu. The maximum distance of the coin from the center of the disc up to which the rotation is possible. So imagine this. This is the distance at which that particular coin has been placed. It will experience a centrifugal force which is m omega square r, that is centrifugal force, because this is our axis around which it is rotating. Apart from that, it will experience its own weight and normal, and the friction will try to balance it. Now, this friction will be m omega square r. Question is maximum distance is asked. So when maximum distance will be there, this will be also F max, so that this will become R max. Maximum frictional force is mu into normal. Normal is going to be mg force. So this will be m omega square R max. Okay, mm will cancel. So mu into g will be omega square into R max. So therefore R max will be mu g divided by omega square. Mu g divided by omega square is B option. That's absolutely the right answer. Okay, perfect. My dear warriors, let's go ahead to the next question coming up on your screen. Very simple, simple free body diagram. The centrifugal force is being balanced by the frictional force, which is mu into n in the limiting condition. Next one. This is a homework question. Very similar one because it's very laddu. Acceleration ratio is asked. Remember, centripetal acceleration is v square by r or omega square r. So radius are given. Their periods are same. So think what else will be same. So accordingly, you decide whether you will use omega square r or will you use v square by r, because this will matter. Their periods are same. So think about it. How is time period related to omega or velocity? So whichever is same, I think that formula you will use. So you need to decide whether you will use this or this. Okay. So that's your hint. Take that hint and solve the question as homework. Everybody will be able to do it. Yes or no? Give me a thumbs up, guys, in the chat box. Yes, Harif. Yes, Sibi, Pritija, perfecto. Amazing, amazing. You'll be able to do it. Cool. Let's move then to the next question on your screen. A body is going in a circular path of radius r with some frequency numerically equal to the radius, numerically, not unit wise. What is the acceleration of the body if the radius of the path is this much? Okay, the frequency is equal to the radius. So frequency is equal to the radius numerically, and it is 5 by pi. Question is, what is the acceleration of the body? Now, in order to find the acceleration, centripetal, that will be omega square into r. Now, omega is 2 pi f. So this will be 2 pi f square multiplied by r. So it will become 4 pi square f square r. But f and r are same. So what we can do? We can write it as 4 pi square. F is basically 5 by pi. So 5 by pi whole square. And multiplied by radius is also 5 by pi only. So this will become 4 pi square multiplied by 25 multiplied by 5 multiplied by pi cube. Pi into pi square is pi cube. Pi square and pi cube will partially cancel. So acceleration will become 4 multiplied by 25 multiplied by 5 divided by pi. Sorry, divided by pi. 4 5s are 20, or 25 into 4 is 100, 100 into 5 is 500. So 500 by pi should be the answer, which is the D option. Yeah, very nice question, but they have played with the numbers, that's all. And calculations are very easy actually. Yeah, amazing. Option D is the right one. Next one. There is a ball which is going in a circular path of radius of 5 meters. The tangential acceleration is 10 and the net acceleration makes 30 degrees with the centripetal. Then the instantaneous velocity is. Draw the diagram without which you cannot proceed. So imagine that circular motion, okay, and at some instant, the net acceleration is also given to me. So let's assume that the net acceleration is like this, and there are two components of it. One is obviously centripetal, the other one is basically tangential. These are the two components. So this is centripetal, this is tangential, this is total. The total acceleration makes 30 degrees with the centripetal. So this is 30 degrees. The tangential acceleration is always given to be how much? 10. Okay. Now from this, I feel we can find centripetal. If I find centripetal, we can also find the speed. How? I'll tell you. Look at this triangle. Actually, this side opposite will also be numerically be equal to 10. Therefore, we can say tan 30, which is opposite side divided by adjacent side. Tan 30 is 1 by root 3, that is 10 divided by AC. Therefore, centripetal will be nothing but 10 root 3 meters per second square. Okay. What do I do with it? Well, we all know that velocity will be over here like this, and the value of the centripetal acceleration is v square divided by r. And I think the radius is also mentioned, so that helps me. Centripetal is 10 root 3 is equal to v square divided by radius. The radius is 5. So v square will be 50 root 3. So v will be 50's root is 25 into 2. So it will become 5 root 2 into root of 3. 5 root 2 into root of 3. Is that right? So what will I write the final answer as then? Yes, approximately. Think what might be the answer. This is 5. Root 2 is 1.4 approximately. Talking about approximate. Root 3 is 1.7. So root of 1.7. So it can't be this. This is 100% ruled out. This is an exact value. It can't be true. Either this or this or this. Now 5.4 seems unlikely because obviously 5 into 14, guys. Come on. That is definitely not going to be the case. Yeah. Everybody gets that point? Yeah. It can't be definitely 5.4. Yeah, 6.6 will get ruled out. I think it should be 9.3. Yes, this is the answer. Yeah. So approximately we can say it is 9.3. Oh, if you get something like this in the exam, you leave it. No, man, don't leave it. It is very straightforward. From acceleration, you get centripetal, which is simple trigonometric ratio. This is very easy. From centripetal, use v square by r. But here the calculation is only the lengthy part. To use little bit of uh, common sense over here. That which option will I eliminate? And don't get scared, sir. Root 1.7, sir. What do I do with it? think which number multiplied by itself will be close to 1.7. Now, if I take 1.3 into 1.3, it will be 167, 169, sorry. So it's very obvious that this value will actually be close to 1.3 only. So this will be 5 into 1.4, approximately 1.3, because 1330s are 169, which is almost like 170. So 1.3 into 1.3 will be 1.69. So we got an approximate number to work with. So 5 into 14, that's basically your 70. So 7 into 13, that's, yeah, close to 90s. Yeah, so 9.3 will be the right answer. So like that you have to play. Don't sit and exactly calculate. We don't need that also. Yeah, all right. Oh my God. Sorry guys, I showed you the answer already, but now that I've showed, I will just do the question in front of you. One end of the string is connected to the particle of mass m, and the other end is connected to a small peg on a smooth horizontal table. If the particle moves in a circle, the net force on the particle is. What it means is there is a small peg over here on that table, and think of it like this. This is your table. This is your table. This is that small peg, and there is a particle which is going in a circular path like this. There is a thread, and this is that mass. Question is, what is the net force on the particle? As that particle goes like this, guys, see, normal force will be balanced by weight. Only tension force is the unbalanced force, because that is leading to the centripetal acceleration. So normal and the weight are cancelling. So tension is the only force which is unbalanced, and hence it is tension. Lot of people I have seen, they say, sir, tension is also there. Centripetal force of mv square by L is also there. So it should be T plus mv square by R. Absolutely incorrect. Centripetal force is not even a force, it's a name given to the force. So here, technically speaking, I can say tension is the centripetal force, is playing the job, is playing the role of, is the centripetal force, is the centripetal force. Common mistake, because many kids mark this, or sometimes even mark 0. That is absolutely wrong. Okay, absolutely correct. Yeah, very good, very good, very good. All right, very good. Yeah, centripetal force is not a force. If you have been attending my classes on circular motion, you already know about this. Yeah, cool. So let's move to another question. An inextensible string of certain length L fixed at one end carries a mass m. The string makes so many revolutions per second in a vertical axis, around the vertical axis, so that means it is horizontal. Then the tension is how much? If the axis is vertical, then the string will be horizontal. And as this goes in a circular path, the question is, what is the tension in that string? The tension will be mass into centripetal acceleration. So it will be mass into omega square into L. Now what is omega? For that, this revolutions is given. So it is 2 pi f whole square into L. So it will be m multiplied by 4 pi square into f square multiplied by L. But already what is given to me is, what is the frequency? Frequency is 1 by pi. So it will be 1 by pi square multiplied by L. So pi square cancel. So 4 ml should be the answer, which is C option. Perfect. Okay. So only force is tension, nothing else is there. It is in a horizontal plane, not in a vertical plane. So that was the crux of that problem. Many times it might be in a vertical plane motion and axis is horizontal, but because axis is vertical, so the plane of motion is horizontal. So mg and any normal will not play a role in circular motion. Next question. Stone of certain mass is tied to a string, moved now in a vertical circle. So axis is horizontal and the stone is in a vertical plane motion. Radius is given. completes how many revolutions per minute is also given. Tension in the string when it is at the lowermost point. Okay, so straightforward. When it is at the lowermost point, how will the free body diagram look like? It's going like this. This is the point in which it has been tied. All right. What are the forces? One will be its tension force, second will be its mg force, and acceleration will be always towards the center. So tension minus mg is the force, is mass into acceleration. This whole thing is the centripetal force. Many times people are asked, what is centripetal force here? They say tension. That is wrong. In this case, both tension and mg together are giving the acceleration. So together, this entire thing only is called centripetal force. There is no extra force needed. So tension will be mg plus mac. Centripetal acceleration, I can just say it is m omega square into L. That's all. Or m omega square into R. So you just have to now for substitute the values. Mass is m only, g is 10, mass is m only, omega I do not know, r also I do not know. So find that out. How much is omega and r? Radius is given to be how much? 49 centimeters. So I can just substitute radius as 0.49 meters. 49 centimeters is 0.49 meters. Next, 30 revolutions per minute. So for that, omega will be 2 pi f. So it will be 2 pi frequency. 30 revolutions in 1 minute. That means what? In 1 minute there are 60 seconds. In 1 minute there are 60 seconds. So 30 revolutions in 60 seconds. So essentially the frequency is 30 per 60 seconds, which is basically half hertz. So f is basically half. So omega is basically pi. So I'm just going to put pi square over here. That's all. Is that understood? Why is frequency half hertz? Because in 60 seconds you're moving only 30 times. So in 1 second you're moving only half time. That is the meaning of it. So therefore the tension will be 10 times of m plus pi square, approximately take it as 10. They have mentioned it. So 10m multiplied by 0.49. 0.49. So that will be nothing but 4.9 m plus 10 m. So 10 plus 4 is 14. 14.9 times of m. So what is the tension nearly equal to? 14.9 is 15. So that's D option. 14.9 is close enough to 15. Yes, Lewis Hamilton, that's absolutely correct. 14.9, approximately take it as 15. Because in the question also they have mentioned lowermost point is nearly, they are not asking exact, they are anyways asking approximate. Even if they didn't mention nearly, I will still take it as 15. Okay? Because no other option will match otherwise. Correcto? Proud of all of you guys. Move on to the next one. When a car of mass m is moving with a speed along a radius level road, the centripetal force provided by F, where F is inequality, has been mentioned. Interesting. Okay? Inequality related question. So if you know the derivation, if you know how it works, it becomes easy. Or else you might be stuck. So it so happens that if you draw the free body diagram of that particular car, which is going in that circular track, yes, normal will be there, mg will be there, friction will be over here, that will give acceleration towards the center, and that friction will be mass into centripetal acceleration. So it will be definitely m into velocity square divided by r. That's 100% correct. But remember, this friction should always be less than mu s into n. That means only then it will not skid. It will not skid. So there is only one such option. This is equal to, this is equal to, this is less than. How can this be equal to this? This is the only right answer, option A. Perfect. So option A is the right answer. Cool. Understood? Oh, clear? Oh, perfect. Oh, can we move ahead to the next one on your screen, guys? Ready for it? Very good, very good, very good. Very good. Let's move. Here comes the next one. Two stones masses are in the horizontal circles. The heavier one is in the radius of r by 3 and lighter one in r. The tangential speed of lighter stone is n times the value of the heavier stone. Then what is the magnitude of the centripetal force becomes when the magnitude of the centripetal force becomes equal to the value of n. The tangential speed of lighter stone is n times the value of the heavier stone when the magnitude of the centripetal force becomes equal to that n, which is that ratio. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. So, guys, I feel over here there is a small framing of word problem because force can't be equal to the value of n. I think the meaning was when the magnitude of the centripetal forces becomes equal, then the value of n is how much? I think there is a comma missing and forces have become equal. I think that was the actual question because force can't be a dimensionless entity. Anyways, because n is a ratio. So let's try to think how do we do it. If you talk about the force 1 or in general the force, horizontal circles, heavier one in the radius of this, it will be nothing but mv square by r. So if I take the ratio F1 by F2, or rather since forces are equal, since the centripetal forces become equal, therefore M1 V1 square by R1 will be M2 V2 square divided by R2. Now, I can say V1 by V2 whole square. V2 comes below, V1 is as it is. M1 goes below, so M2 divided by M1. R1 will shift on the top, so R1 divided by R2. Now, this particular entity, V1 by V2, tangential ratio of the lighter stone, V1 is lighter, V2 is heavier, is n times. So, this is basically n square is equal to M1 is lighter, M2 is heavier. M2 is heavier. So, M2 is basically 3m, M1 is basically m. Then radius. Remember, 1 is light, 2 is basically heavy. If you get confused, write it down so that you don't make mistakes. M1 is basically light and 2 is basically heavy. R1, the lighter one has a radius r. So the lighter one, that means R1 is r, R2 will naturally be r by 3. So what will n square be equal to? Cancels, so this will become 3 and this 3 will also go on the top. So n will just become the number 3. So 3 means option B should be the right answer. Yes, absolutely correct. Okay. So there was a small printing mistake. The centripetal forces become equal or else it sounds the value of the force becomes n, which is not possible. I mean, numerically yes, but not dimensionally. Okay, perfect. Let's go to the next one. There is a motorcyclist who has to rotate in a horizontal circle inside a cylindrical wall of inner radius r. Friction coefficient is given. The minimum speed required is how much? So imagine this is that cylindrical wall, radius is r, and this is that bike fellow. Okay, some mass we can take, and it is going in that track. Then the minimum speed required is how much? So what kind of forces will act on that person? His own weight will be downwards. Normal will come from the curved surface, so it will be like this. Yeah, and that normal will give rise to centripetal acceleration, and friction will prevent him from slipping down. So friction will be like this. So these are the forces. Many kids make a mistake in that. So now let's do this. Well, normal will be equal to mass into centripetal acceleration. So it will be m into v square divided by r. Okay. Next, friction will balance mg, and friction is mu into n. So that will be mg. Strangely enough, normal is no longer mg. Normal is actually this quantity. So normal will be mv square by r is equal to m into g. Cancels. So mu into v square by r is equal to g. Solving further, my V square will be Rg divided by mu. So V will be nothing but root of Rg divided by mu. Root of Rg divided by mu is B option. Very straightforward then. But the catch is to draw the free body diagram. There is no direct formula which you can remember here. The only thing is you have to go from the basics and the concepts. Visualize. If it is going in a curved path, the normal force will be horizontal from the curved surface of the cylinder. The centripetal acceleration will be towards the center. Imagine that circle is horizontal, center will be somewhere here. Weight has to be balanced by someone else, he will fall down. So it has to be, because he's pressing himself against the surface, so friction will prevent him from sliding down. So friction will act up, otherwise it will slide down. So it has to balance, number one. Number two, normal will give mass into acceleration. Using equations, simply you'll get the answer. Yeah. Oh, my drawing is satisfying to watch. I'm so glad somebody said that. Thank you so much, man. Okay, cool. Radius of the curved road. Width of the road is B. The outer edge of the road is raised by H with respect to the inner edge, so that a car with velocity V can pass over it. Then the value of H is, guys, this kind of question. It's basically optimum speed. If it is designed, the radius so that the outer edge, so that a car with velocity can pass safe over, meaning it is the optimum speed. And optimum speed formula is root Rg tan theta, where theta is the angle of banking. The optimum speed is V, radius is R, G is G. What about tan theta? So for that, the logic goes like this. Imagine that road is like that. This is that road. The road width is B and the edge of the road is raised by a height H. Yes, the road is like this. You can visualize it. And the radius is this one. This is very, very large. This is small as compared to the radius. The radius is very huge. So over here, you can see this is basically theta. So what will be tan of theta? Tan theta will be H by B, obviously. So substitute H by B over here. That's it. And question is, what is the value of H? So solve this. V square will be RGH by B. Therefore, H will be V square. B comes on the top. R and G go below. V square B by RG. Option A for IIT Abu Dhabi. Perfect. So this diagram, if you are able to visualize, it becomes very easy. It's the angle of banking, and always the designed speed is the optimum speed, never the maximum for a banked road. Maximum is no maximum limit, but you will not try to drive at the maximum limit because lot of wear and tear will happen because of the friction. At optimum speed, very negligible friction is there. So the tires last long and you are designing the road for that speed. Cool? Perfecto. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Guys, please don't spam Naveen and go, or else you will get blocked from the channel. Make sure, yeah, don't spam. Okay, very nice. Let's move on to the next one. A car is driven on a banked road. Radius of curvature 20, maximum safe speed with maximum safe speed. In order to increase its safety speed by 20% without changing the angle of banking, the increase in the radius of the curvature will be, assume friction is same on the road. A car is driven on a banked road, radius is also given, with maximum safe speed. In order to increase the safety speed by 20% without changing the angle, the increase in the radius will be how much? So if you remember maximum speed formula, the formula goes like this: root of Rg mu plus tan theta upon 1 minus mu tan theta. You are not changing the angle, friction is same, G is same, so it's obvious maximum speed is directly proportional to root of R. So V2 by V1 is basically square of it is R2 by R1 because it is root proportional. Now, as per the given condition, you are increasing the safety speed by 20%. So V2 is nothing but V1 plus 0.2 times of V1, that is by this logic, increasing it by 20%, square it is R2 by R1. So we get, therefore, R2 divided by R1 will be, this will be 1.2. So 1.2 whole square. V1 will cancel. That's why only 1.2 will remain. This is 144. So 1.44. This is 1.44. And what is the old radius? It is 20. So therefore, R2 will be 14.4 multiplied by 2, shifting that decimal. Okay, because the 10 is there. So this will be nothing but 28.8. 28.8 meters is the new radius. Is that clear, guys? Yeah. What, sir? It is very confusing. Which is confusing, Louis? Mention it, man. Mention it. Maybe you have not seen circular motion properly. Please check circular motion class. It's there still now. If you have not done it, at least now complete it, because then the rotational motion will become very confusing. Okay. Moving on. So, oh, the answer marked over here is wrong, guys. This is not correct. It should be 28 point. Oh, wait a minute. They have asked increase, right? Not the actual radius. So delta R will be 28.8 minus 20. So they have asked increase. So yeah, then it is 8.8 meters. So which is C option. So this is also a silly mistake, happens many times. Increase is asked and we see that number is there. So the person designing the question is very, very evil. Yeah, because many kids will mark 28.8, but the answer is 8.8. Got it? Because the question is increase in the radius. Next one. Okay, next one. Vehicle is moving with a uniform speed along three different shapes: concave, horizontal, and convex. The surface on which the normal is maximum. Simple it is. First is horizontal, next is concave, next is convex. Here the vehicle is going like this. Here the vehicle is going like this. Here the vehicle is going like this. What is the difference? Here, weight will be balanced by normal. Here, normal should be more than the weight. So N1 will be equal to mg here. Here, normal will be more than mg because it has to accelerate towards the center. Okay, so this N2 I will say is more than mg because it is going accelerating towards the center here. So this force should be more than this. Whereas in this case, N3 and mg, acceleration is downwards. So N3 will be less than mg. So this is the minimum normal. This is obviously the maximum normal. So question is normal is maximum. So in the concave surface, which is absolutely correct. Perfect. Lot of kids, I do not understand why this happens, but I'm telling you now. See, when it is flat, there is no circular motion, so normal will be balanced by mg. But when it is going like that, acceleration is there. So when you write the equation also, it will be N2 minus mg will be mass into acceleration. But here when you write it, it will be mg minus N3 will be mass into acceleration. So that's why mg is less, mg is more here and than normal. And here normal is more than mg. Is that now clear? Sunit, we'll be doing JEE advanced questions after JEE mains first attempt. No, bro. Before that, how will we do? JEE mains is there 20 to 30 days before. Now you will sit for JEE advanced. Doesn't make sense. Yeah. Will you sit and study for boards now properly or after JEE mains? You will do boards normally. You will not take so serious. Now you'll be focusing on JEE mains. After boards, will you sit and study for boards? No, you will study for JEE advanced or for second attempt of April. So that's how it is. Go sequentially. Vehicle is moving with a constant speed, circular track. Bob is suspended from the roof of the vehicle, massless string. The angle made by the string with the vertical will be. I'll tell you what, you can combine two questions in this. Imagine this is that truck or that vehicle, and it is going in a curved track like this. Because that vehicle is going in this manner, it will be essentially accelerating over here. And we have solved these kind of questions where if a vehicle container or a box is there which is accelerating, then a pendulum kept inside it will make some angle with the vertical, and that angle made tan theta is a divided by g if you use pseudo force concept. So question is, how much is that acceleration? It is basically the centripetal acceleration. So it is omega square radius divided by g. So everything is given, I will believe, or you can also say v square by r and then into g. So velocity is given, radius is given, g is given. What else you need? So tan theta will be velocity, which is 10, radius, which is 20, multiplied by 10. 10, 10 cancels, so 10 divided by 20, which is basically half, which is basically 0.5. So theta will be tan inverse of 0.5. Tan inverse of 0.5, which is option A. Got it? Yeah. Can we skip this lesson? If you skip this lesson, then skip rotation also. Because without circular motion, I don't know how you can understand rotation. Okay? Time to go to work power energy. Are you ready for work power energy, guys? Okay? Ready for work power and energy questions. Wow. Very good. Ready? After this, shall we take a break? Or you want to take a break now only? Let me know quickly. Yay. Let's start then. After this? Okay. Cool. No, after this. Continue. Okay. It won't take much time. It will be half an hour to 40 minutes. Let's start. First question on your screen. There is a force which has a displacement meter in 2 seconds. The work done and the power R. This force does this displacement in 2 seconds, work and power. Work is force dot product with displacement. So 3 I cap multiplies with 2 I cap. 3 2s are 6 plus minus 2 with minus 3. Minus, this will be 6. Minus k with minus 3k, which will be plus 3, which will be 15 joules. Okay, 15 joules. Perfect. So 15 joules is here. I don't even have to figure it out. But still, I will calculate the power is work divided by the time. Work is 15, time is 2. So that will be 7.5 watts. Directly, you can mention B option. Is that right? Very, very straightforward. Dot product is what you need. Next one on your screen. This is a homework. From one point to another point, you are moving that particle with some force. What is the work done in this process? Points are given. What will you do? You will find the displacement and then take the ratio. Yeah, just take the displacement and then not ratio, the dot product. So do it. Answer is there on the next slide. I will not show it to you. You can get the PDF later on. Okay. Next question. A body of mass 1 kilo begins to move under the action of a time dependent force. Yes. Now this is a variable force. You cannot just do force into displacement. It's an integration kind of question. I and J are unit vectors. Power developed by the force at t is equal to 3 seconds is how much? Power is asked, not work. Question is on variable force. Power is force dot velocity. One thing I know. Force I already know. So if I get velocity, my job is done. So I'll do one thing. I'll try to figure out how much is that acceleration. Acceleration first will be force divided by the mass. So it will be T. Why is this T cap? This could be, I think T I cap should be there, no? So this should be T I cap plus 2T square J cap. And there is a printing mistake over here. So I think it was T and this was I cap. Okay, most likely that was the printing mistake. Mass is 1 kilo. So it will be just T I cap plus 2T square. j cap meters per second square. How do I find velocity from this? Because it is a variable one. So acceleration is dv by dt, which is this whole thing. So therefore, dv will be t times dt I cap plus 2 t square dt j cap. And now we can integrate this on both the sides. Integrate, integrate, integrate. 0 time, I think it begins to move. So 0 velocity. After a time t, velocity is v. So this will become v minus 0 is equal to t square by 2 I cap plus 2 into t cube by 3 j cap. That's your velocity. And v minus 0, I can just put it as v only. Okay. Now we can figure out how much is the power. Power is force dot velocity. So force is p I cap plus 2t square j cap dot product with this thing t square by 2 I cap plus 2 by 3 t cube j cap. I cap will multiply with I, j cap will multiply with j. That's all. So this will become t cube, t square into t is t cube divided by 2 plus 2t square into 2t cube, 4 and by 3, and this will become t raised to 5. Now, as per the question, time is 5 seconds. Sorry, 3 seconds. So the power will be, put the time as 3. So 3 cube by 2 plus 4 by 3 into 3 raised to 5. This will become 3 raised to 4. 3 cube is 27 by 2 plus 3 raised to 4 is 81. So it will become 4 multiplied by 81. Now check it out. How much is it coming out to be? Sir, you got option A. Yeah. Unlock Naveen. Okay, that can be, unblocking can be done later on. Now just focus on the class. Yeah. How much will it come out to be? 4 8s are 32. 320 will be there. 27 by 2 is 13.5. 13.5 plus 8 4s are 32. 320, 324, 324. So this will become, yes, 300 and 337.5 watts. That's absolutely right. Very good. So such complex question of calculus with power can also come where integration was involved. Usually you do not see such questions, but you should be prepared for any kind of question. It could be not just derivatives, but also it could be on integration as well. Okay, perfect. Let's move to the next one. A light body mass m1 v1, heavy body mass m2 v2 have same kinetic energy, then which one of the following is true? There is a formula for kinetic energy, and I can see m1 v1, so I think of momentum over here, and that is p square by 2m. Is that right? Because same kinetic energy is there, so p square by m is basically the same. Now, those of that mass which has more mass will also have more p. So, therefore, heavy mass will also have more momentum. Will have more momentum. That is very obvious from this. So, which of them is heavy? Heavy mass is basically m2. So, m2 into v2 will be having more momentum than m1 into v1. So, m2 v2 should be more than m1 v1. D option, absolutely correct. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, guys. Otherwise, if you do it with half mv square, you will be in a loop because velocity is not mentioned. So, you will get confused. So, it is very straightforward. Let's go next one. Stones are projected with some energy, making angle theta. When it reaches the highest point, this is standard. This came so many times, you can't believe such a easy question has come. so many times in the JEE mains exam. So directly you can do it, guys. Initial velocity, if it is u, then at the topmost point it is u cos theta. So if over here the kinetic energy is half m u square, here the kinetic energy is half m u cos theta whole square, which is half m u square cos square theta. Half mu square is original kinetic energy into cos square theta. So kinetic energy at the top is original energy multiplied by cosine square of the angle of projection. So directly C option. This has come number of times. Okay, you will see it in PYQs. Next one, if the momentum of a body is increased by 20%, then its kinetic energy is increased by how much percentage? Momentum increases by 20%. So let's say the old momentum is P, which is equal to m into V. Now the new momentum, I can call it P prime, will be the old momentum plus 20% means 0.2. So it will become 1.2 P. If you ask me about the kinetic energy, well, it is nothing but P square divided by 2m. The new kinetic energy will be nothing but the new momentum, which is 1.2 P whole square divided by 2m. Basically, velocity changes, that's why the momentum has changed. So question is percentage change of its kinetic energy. Percentage change of kinetic energy is final kinetic minus old kinetic divided by old kinetic multiplied by 100, that will give in percentage. Final is 1.2 P whole square divided by 2m minus P square by 2m divided by P square by 2m multiplied by 100. What happens is P square by 2m, P square by 2m will get cancelled. So I'm just left with 1.2 square minus 1 divided by 1, the whole thing into 100%. So 1.2 square, 12 square is 144. So 1.44 minus 1 into basically 100%. So this will be 0.44. Yeah, 0.44 multiplied by 100. So that is 44%. So 44% is option A, absolutely correct. Guys, I have one doubt over here for all of you because some kids ask me this. It's a very valid doubt. Sir, kinetic energy formula is there, no sir? Why are you doing all this nonsense? Why can't I do this? Delta K by K, errors concept, mass and 2 are numbers, forget it. So power of momentum is 2. So 2 times delta P by P. So using this, momentum has changed by how much? 20%. So kinetic energy will change by 40%. Can I do this? The answer is no. Anyways, 40% is not there. And then you will say, sir, 40 is close to 44, so I can mark it. But even then, do not do that. Why? Because this is not valid when percentages are higher. So please don't do this. This is not valid. This is not valid for large percentage errors. Less than 5%, 7%, 10% maximum. Okay, that too it is going to be a very approximate. So small percentage errors, it's perfectly okay, guys. Is that right, everyone? Till now, whatever we have done, let me just save it. Because or else if it gets stuck, then I'm in a big soup. Okay, many kids have that doubt. Yeah. No break now. Once again, let me complete work per energy, man. Yeah, this is at least we are then going to reach 75% to 80% of our mechanics part then. A body of certain mass starts from rest, moves with uniform acceleration. In 2 seconds, its velocity is 10. The power exerted on the body in 1 second. Okay. In 2 seconds, okay. The power exerted on the body in 1 second. That's the question. Power is the work done per unit time or force into velocity. Force into velocity will give me instantaneous power, but I want the power in a duration. So it is like average power. So the total work done by the total time. So acceleration is there, velocity is given. So I think from that part, at least we can find acceleration value. We need it. Yeah. So velocity is u plus at. So 10 is 0 plus a multiplied by 2. So acceleration is 5 meters per second. So if I want in 1 second how much power is done or is taken, power will be work done per unit time. So time is basically 1 second. But before that, work is change in the kinetic energy. So I can say it is half m final v square minus half m u square. That's the work done divided by time. But this was at rest, so 0. So this term will be 0. So it will become mv square by 2 times of t. Mass 1 kilo. 2 is 2. Time is 1. Velocity, I do not know. So velocity, we can find it out, not a big deal. So velocity will be initial velocity plus 5 into time. So it will be 5 meters per second. That's in 1 second. So put 5 square over here, guys. So that's going to make this 25. That's going to make it 25 by 2, which is 12.5. What is it? Watts. 12.5 watts is not there by mistake, I think. But yeah, the answer should be 12.5, guys. Unless they took the power exerted on the body in 2 seconds, because then it will be double of that, I believe. Okay? Yeah. TOT. What is this TOT, man? Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just ignoring these options over here. Now it is fine. Let's go ahead to the next question on your screen. Here it comes. The power supplied to a rotating body having inertia I, angular acceleration alpha, its instantaneous omega is which of these numbers? Rotation combined with work power, energy power. TOT is like a crying symbol, is it? Oh my god, what is this? Some Gen Z term or what? Power is supplied to a body which is having some angular acceleration. And question is, what is the instantaneous angular velocity at that moment? Power is work by time. Work is, instead of force into displacement, it will be, um, we can do one thing. Power, instead of force into velocity, the equivalent of force will be torque, multiplied by angular velocity. Oh, that will help me, I guess. So power is P, torque is I into alpha, and this is into omega. I think my job is done now. So omega will be P divided by I alpha. So it is basically P multiplied by, you have I into alpha whole raised to -1. So is that option basically A? Yes, that's it. Option A, absolutely right. Very simple. Torque is moment of inertia into alpha, just like F is ma, tau is I alpha. Set omega will be P by I alpha. So I alpha is on the top with a negative power. That's all, guys. It was looking initially as if maybe we need derivatives or integration or God knows what, but nothing is needed. Oops, I showed the answer, but still, guys. For a particle moving in a vertical circle, the total energy at different positions along the path. So when the particle is going in different positions, kinetic energy plus potential energy, which is the total energy, will be a constant value. Here the speed will be more. As it goes on the top, potential energy converts into kinetic energy. So it's the total energy which is always going to be conserved. Why isn't it B in the last question? B. What is B? B is P raised to -1. Where is power of P? Negative. It is P raised to 1, no? It is not -1. It is +1. So that's why it is not B. Okay? So I think you didn't notice that power basically. Anyways, let's go to the next one on your screen. There is a bullet which strikes a wall and stops. 75% of its total energy converts into heat. Then the increase in the temperature is S is specific heat, J is mechanical equivalent of heat. That's the question. Okay. What is basically the increase in that particular energy? So from that we can find the temperature. Okay. So the logic goes, whatever is the kinetic energy, 75% of it, 75% of that kinetic energy is going into heat. So how much is that heat? We can easily figure it out. It is nothing but 0.75 multiplied by half mv square. So 75.75 is 3 by 4. So this will become 3 by 4 to the 8 mv square is nothing but that heat. 3 by 8 mv square. Is that okay? Everyone till this point? Absolutely fine. But now there is a catch. This heat will raise the temperature. Remember the chapter of thermal physics? It will be M into S into delta T. This will be equal to this number over here, which is 3 by 8 mv square. 3 by 8 mv square. There is a reason why this mechanical equivalent of heat is given. Reason is this right hand side is in joules, but usually mass is given in grams, temperature changes are given in Celsius, and specific heat capacity is given in calories per gram degree Celsius. So whatever you get as the answer over here is in calories. So I don't like that. I want to get rid of calories. So 1 calorie, I will convert it into a joule, and that is basically J joules. That J is the mechanical equivalent of heat. So that's why I will write ms delta T multiplied by J is 3 by 8 mv square. So right hand side and left hand side both are now in joules, same units. So whatever this was in calories, 1 calorie, so the logic is 1 calorie is J joules. That J is the mechanical equivalent of heat. So from this, easily you can see temperature change will be, anyways, mass has got cancelled from both the sides. So it will become 3v square by 8 sj. 3v square by 8 sj is right over here. Got it? How to use that concept? Right? Many times you might be confused how to use it. So now it's clear, I believe. Potential energy of a long spring when stretched by 3 centimeters is U. If it is stretched by 9 centimeters, the potential energy will be how much? Potential energy is given by half k x square. Here, the first case, the x value is nothing but 3. Now, in the second scenario, the new potential energy will be half k. X is nothing but 9 square. So, if you see both these things, it will be nothing but half k. 9 square is basically 81. In the first scenario, this is half k multiplied by 9. 3 square is 9. So, obviously, this number half k, 81, I can write it as 9 multiplied by 9. So half K9 is original energy, is nothing but half K9 is the original energy. So 9 times of U. So hence D option will be the right answer. Yeah, 9 times of the original potential energy. Right. Moving on to the next one. There is a carpet which is made of some material and it is rolled alongside the length in a form of a cylinder of radius r and kept above the rough floor. If the carpet is unrolled without sliding to a radius of r by 2, the change in the potential energy is. Very, very nice question, guys. This is. Okay, it feels very simple, but let me tell you, it is not as simple as it seems to be. So let us go to a new page. This carpet right now has some radius r, and remember it is full of that solid cloth material inside of it. It will be like a cylinder. Now what happens? You are unrolling it and making that carpet, go flat slowly, and eventually at some point the radius becomes half the radius. Still that material is over here, and this radius is obviously r by 2. Question is, this is r by 2, and if this is r, question is the change in the potential energy is how much? Now, first thing that we should realize is that if this carpet as a whole has a mass of m initially, this mass will be completely different. And yes, I agree, most of the carpet will be over here, but this mass which is only over here, it will be completely different. Don't even say m by 2, that is wrong, but I know it will be different. It will be m prime, number one. Second thing, I am going to take the ground level, this ground level, as zero reference potential energy. Zero reference potential energy. So anything on the ground has no energy potential wise, and it doesn't matter what you take as the reference. So only thing you should focus on whichever mass is above the reference line, and in this case it's this whole thing. This carpet has no potential energy, only this has. So this particular part which has been unrolled has zero potential energy gravity wise. Has zero potential energy gravity wise. Okay? Now, Neon Tiger, I just told you, no man. Why isn't it P? I just told you, no man, that option is only wrong. No, why will it be correct? This is -1, man. This is -1. This is +1. How can this option be equal to this option? This is the right answer, right? Omega. This is completely different. B and A option. Why will it be true? Simple. I've just derived it. Power is in the numerator. This is negative power. Okay? Anyways, coming back. Now, over here. In the first scenario, the potential energy, look at the center of mass. It's over here. So it will be mg into r in the first scenario. In the second scenario, the potential energy, center of mass is here. It will be mass into g into r by 2. But the problem is mass only is different. And the question says the change in the potential energy is asked. So delta U has been asked. Delta U has been asked. So it will be mgr minus whatever I get over here. So how do I know what is the mass? See, I'll tell you what. The density will be constant. So just use that fact. So density will be mass divided by volume. Yeah, mass divided by the volume of that cylinder, correct? So what will be the volume of the cylinder? Pi r square into whatever is the length of that cylinder. That length has never changed. So visualize this, guys. You'll have to visualize this. It was something like this, no? Yeah. This was that cylinder, you can say. So this length has never changed. It is just that as it rolls, this part has got flattened out. Correct? Okay. So density is mass divided by volume, which is area of the circle into the length. In the second scenario, it will be m prime divided by pi r by 2 square into that same length. Pi l r square will cancel. So m is equal to, nothing else is there over here, is equal to m prime divided by 1 by 2 square means 1 by 4. So goes on the top. So m prime will become 1/4 of the mass. It has now become how much? 1/4 of that mass. So this will just become m by 4 gr by 2, which is mgr divided by 8. So over here also minus mgr divided by 8. So 1 minus 1 by 8 is 7 by 8. So 7 by 8 mgr is the answer. 7 by 8 mgr. So I think this is a very brilliant question which slowly turns the tables because center of mass concept is involved, mass per unit volume is involved, and the geometry is also involved. Yeah. All right. Sir, the previous to this. Oh, here the power exerted on the body. This one you're saying. This is in a interval. So keep this in mind. Whenever interval is given, when some interval is given, then the power formula will become work by time. But instantaneous is asked, then it will become F into V. So it's not like you can use any formula anytime. This is instantaneous force into instantaneous velocity will be instantaneous power. Total work by total time duration will be average power. Got it? So this is always average. Keep that in mind. So here interval is given. That is why I have divided work with time. I cannot use F into V. Understood now? Okay. So the mass change step, fine, no problem. I'll explain it to you. Can you see this cylinder, man? That cylinder has some mass, which is basically that carpet. It's full solid. So the density is mass per unit volume. Mass per volume. Volume is pi r square, circle's radius into the length. When it becomes a smaller cylinder, mass is relatively less. Volume will be pi r square, r is r by 2, into that same length. So after this, just have to cancel out couple of things like pi, pi, L, L, even this r over here and r square over here. Everything will cancel. So that's why m will become m prime. 1 by 2 square is 1 by 4. So take it on the top, it will become 1/4 of the mass. Is that now clear? Three questions behind, is it? Which one? This one? This one was power at that time. So that's why we used F dot V. If you're mentioning about this particular question, man, this is the question that you're talking about. See, in this particular question, if you are saying, sir, the power exerted on the body in 1 second. So when that word in is used, it's different. If it is used as at, let's say this word is not used, at 1 second, then it is instantaneous power formula. Then you have to use F dot V. Then power will be F dot V. Force, I do not know. Velocity, I can find. Okay, so you basically have to use force into velocity. Force is basically mass into acceleration, and this is velocity. Mass is 1 kilo. Acceleration, we figured it out to be 5. Acceleration, we figured it out to be 5. Velocity at 1 second is 5. So this will be also 5. So then it will be 25. Okay, then that answer will be this 25 watts. Then that answer will be 25 watts. If the word is not in, it is at, instantaneous. But if the word is in 1 second, I think it is an interval, it's a wording problem, then the answer will be completely different. So it will be 12.5. So I've given you both the answers now. Okay, but I hope the logic is clear. If this type of mistakes happen in the JEE exam, obviously it should become a bonus question because it is confusing. Is that now clear, man? Everyone? Absolutely? Pakka? Sibi? Arif? Siddharth? Everyone? Ibu? Lewis? Okay, give me a thumbs up, guys, quickly. Then we can go ahead. Let me know quickly in the chat box. Pakka? All right. So even in this problem, this was instantaneous. That's why you use F dot V or torque dot omega. If it was average or the power till 2 seconds, power till t seconds, then it is average. Then I have to use work by time. Work is energy change by time. So that logic will continue. Okay. So anyways, this question was nice. Let's go to another question coming up on your screen. A ball of certain mass is dropped from a height of s on a horizontal platform at the top of a vertical spring. The platform is depressed by h. The spring constant is how much? Okay, let's visualize. It's dropped from a height s on a horizontal platform. This is that spring. This is that mass. This is basically that s. Now this mass compresses that spring and it has compressed it by a distance of h. That mass is over here now. Question is, what is the spring constant? So in this particular process, obviously it started from rest, and once it compresses, then also it has come to a rest. So all the gravitational energy, so gravitational potential energy gets converted into the spring potential energy. Now, what is the gravitational energy? For that, take this line as your zero reference. Take this line as your zero reference energy for gravity. So for this particular line, the total height is h plus s. That's the catch many kids miss. So potential energy is not mgh or mgs. It is mgs plus h. Spring energy is half k compression, which is h square. Now question is find k. So k will be 2 goes on the top, mg multiplied by s plus h, the whole thing divided by h square. So 2 mg s plus h divided by h square, that is option B for IIT Bombay. This is a common mistake which many kids do. They forget that additional compression which will cause extra potential energy in the system. Yeah. Wow, question 99, guys. This also calls for a break. Okay, it says 8 p.m. I had planned for 8 p.m., but no, it will go until more. So we will meet, I think, at, yeah, we'll meet at, what is the time? It is 10:45. Yeah, it's 10:45. So we'll meet at 9:15 p.m. Okay, we'll meet at 9:15 p.m. Okay, take a half an hour break and we'll meet. Cool. See you guys. Welcome back, guys. Yes, it's time up for the last leg of the mechanics session with your Captain Shreyas on the number one J English channel. And it's time that we start off with collisions, momentum, and center of mass. All right, looks like I'm audible, visible. What a beautiful, beautiful image, right? Of two planets colliding with each other. Whoa, imagine being on such a planet. Crazy. Let's begin with the first question on your screen, and that's the question 100. Okay. The resultant of all the external forces acting on a system of particles is zero. Then, from an inertial frame, one can surely say that. So, all the forces are cancelling out each other. And think about what can you say from an inertial frame. So, net force, if it is zero, then obviously dp by dt will be 0. That means the momentum will be constant. So hence the answer is linear momentum will not change with time. Yeah, that is in fact the conservation principle of your linear momentum, isn't it? Exactly. That is conservation principle of your linear momentum. Amazing. Hi Devnayak. Lewis sir, I guessed it before that it will be work power energy. New people came. Yes, a lot of new people. I can see that. And welcome all the new people. And yeah, subscribe to the channel, guys, if you don't want to miss such amazing classes, and mark your attendance for this session. Let's see. What is the next one? There is a 100 kilos cannon which fires a ball of 1 kilo horizontally from the cliff of height 500 meters. It falls on the ground at a distance of 400 meters from the bottom of the cliff, the recoil velocity of the gun. Very nice. Two concepts are actually combined together over here. So this is that cliff, and this is that foot of that cliff, and this is how it is. So what happens is this particular cannon which is there, right over here, that cannon which is there, it is going to fire a bullet like this. It is going to fire a bullet like this, and this is going to eventually drop over here, and because of that the remaining of it will recoil back like this. That's the concept over here. It is falling at a distance of 400 meters. This 400 meters will become the range of this particular horizontal projectile, of this horizontal projectile. And the height of the cliff is also mentioned. It is 500 meters. We know the formula. Range is horizontal speed root of 2h by g. I will need this to calculate this recoil velocity. Range is 400. This is u. Root of 2 times of 500 divided by g, which is 10. 0, 0 cancels. So 400 will become 0, 0 cancels, 52 is 100, root of 100 is 10. So it will become 10u. Therefore, u will become just 40 meters per second. Once I get that, for this particular system, there is no external force. So momentum can be conserved. Initially, before firing, the momentum would have been 0. After firing, this mass is 1 kilo. It has a velocity of 40 meters per second in the positive direction. The remaining mass is moving backwards. So you can say it has 100 mass and a velocity which I do not know, but negative. Why negative? Because direction is opposite and momentum is a vector quantity. So from this equation, V will become 40 divided by 100, 0, 0 cancels. So it will become 0.4 meters per second. That's your recoil velocity of that cannon. So 0.4, which is D option, is absolutely correct. Some of you might argue, sir, the cannon was weighing 100 kilos, so 1 kg goes off, so it should become 99. Even if you put 99, approximately the answer is 0.4 only. Yeah, so that's okay. Cool. Let's move now to the next question. There is a head-on collision elastic between two particles in the same direction with the speed of 5 and 3 meters per second. After collision, the velocity of the first particle is become 4 in the same direction. The velocity of the second particle should be how much? Okay. Now, interesting thing, the two particles are given, but their masses are not mentioned. Whether they're equal, more, less, nothing has been mentioned. They're just told they are moving in the same direction. So it's as if, you know, one mass is moving at 5, the other mass is moving slowly at 3. This is before the collision. After the collision, the velocity of the first particle is now 4 meters per second in the same direction, like this. But the question is, what is the velocity of that other particle, which I call it v? Now, you can't use momentum conservation because you don't know the mass. So, no point using m in the equation. Rather, pay attention to one interesting fact that it is a head-on elastic collision. So, the restitution coefficient will be 1. So, basically, velocity of approach should be velocity of separation. Now, what is the velocity of approach over here? 5 and 3 same direction. So 5 minus 3. Velocity of separation? Well, it will be v minus 4. Why not 4 minus v? One can argue, why is it not 4 minus v? Simple, 4 can't be more than v because it is a particle which is behind after the collision. So the one which is ahead will move faster. It's like this. A particle comes from behind and strikes this. The particle which is struck will move faster than the particle which is striking it. So this is the particle which is striking it. So this particle being struck will move faster than the particle following it. So that is why V should be more. Hence, to make it positive, it will be V minus 4. Got it? In the exam, many kids do 4 minus V and they will write a wrong answer. So 2 is equal to V minus 4. So therefore, V is equal to 4 plus 2, which is 6. So 6 meters per second in the same direction. Understood, guys? Option A. Hello, Rohan. Good evening. And a lot of kids out here since a very long time. And it's already been a 6 hours plus marathon, touching 7 hours very soon. And how many of you are from beginning? Smash that like button and also fire up that chat box, guys, to show others that, see, boss, I've been here from the beginning. Next one. There is an object of mass m moving with speed u, collides with another stationary object of mass capital M and stops just after the collision. Coefficient of restitution is asked. Let's draw it. There is an object of mass m moving with some velocity u. It collides with another stationary object of mass capital M. After the collision, the stationary object of mass m and stops just after the collision. So after the collision, this has stopped. This has stopped. This was at rest. Okay, and what happens to this mass is not mentioned, but let's assume it is v. Question is, find the restitution coefficient. Wow, so many people firing up the chat box. Awesome, awesome. Some of you are coming up now, no issues. But trust me, you should watch the entire class and the last video which I made on modern physics. Also, amazing response. Students loved it. And on this Sunday, ray optics, wave optics, and electromagnetic waves. All these 3 units together will be taking up again a combined session. Okay, questions, questions, questions. So what do we do over here? Conserve momentum. So conserve momentum. Conserve momentum. Initial momentum is mu plus no momentum over here. This is no momentum and this is final mv. Therefore, I can just say v is equal to small mu divided by capital M. Next thing, let's use restitution. So it is nothing but velocity of separation divided by velocity of approach. Now, velocity of separation, this is at rest, this is moving at v. So v by velocity of approach, that's just u, very straightforward. So I have no other choice but to substitute the value of velocity from here. So it is mu divided by capital M. As you can easily notice, cancels, sorry, uu cancels, my bad. So it will be just small m divided by capital M, is the coefficient of restitution, which is C option. Okay, nothing else. Very nice question because it's very simple and easygoing, and both concepts are involved: conservation of momentum also and coefficient of restitution also. Yeah, can you see that, guys? Simple. Okay, let's move. Next question. A sphere of mass m moving with 3u speed collides head-on with another identical sphere at rest. E is the restitution. What will be the ratio of velocity of the second sphere to that of the velocity of the first sphere after the collision? Always start by drawing before and after. If you notice all the problems before this also, I'm showing before and after. Always, 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 before and after, every single time. So use the same concept here also. A sphere of mass m is moving with a velocity of how much? 3 times of u, collides head-on with another identical sphere at rest. So this m is at rest. Now what happens is, after the collision is over, if E is the coefficient of restitution, so what will happen is this m might, I don't know, might have some new velocity. I will call it v1, and this m might have some new velocity, let's say v2. Question is, find the ratio of v1 and v2, velocity of the second sphere to that of the first sphere, v2 by v1. Okay. Yeah. Sir, after reoptics, optics, that is this long sessions, no more. That is, we never meet again long sessions. No, man, there will be more long sessions. Don't worry. January will be full of many crazy sessions. This is just the beginning. I think you should ask your seniors who passed out in 25 and 24 what and all we do in January. Okay. Now, one thing we can do, because we have to find the velocity, is conserve momentum. So m into 3u plus 0 is m into v1 plus m into v2. So basically 3u is v1 plus v2. That is the first equation that we can get by just simply conserving the momentum, nothing else. I just conserve the momentum. Now what I will do, I'll use restitution equation. Relative speed of separation, this should be fast, this should be slow, because this is the one which is striking it. So the one which is stricken will move faster. So naturally v2 will be more than v1, else we'll get a wrong answer. Approach is 3u. So there we go. So from this, v2 minus v1 will be 3ue. This is your second equation. Obviously, we can just add these two equations and see what do we get, because I can sense v1 and v1 will get cancelled. So v1 plus v2 plus v2 minus v1 will be 3u plus 3ue. Is that right? 3u plus 3ue. Okay, let's see what happens next. v1 will cancel, so this will become 2 times of v2 will be equal to 3u is common, 1 plus e, of course. So therefore v2 will be 3u by 2 into 1 plus e. Once we get that, we can easily get v1 as well. So if I want to get v1, now using this particular equation, v1 will be 3u minus v2, which means it is 3u minus 3u by 2 into 1 plus e, of course. So therefore v1 will be equal to 3u is common, and what will I get? 2 minus 1 minus e, the whole thing divided by 2. So therefore v1 will be equal to 2 minus 1 is 1. So this will become 3u by 2 into 1 minus e. All right. So once we have that, easily we can figure out what is the ratio of v2 divided by v1. v2 divided by v1 is nothing but 3u by 2, 1 plus e, divided by 3u by 2, 1 minus e. These both cancel, so it will become 1 plus e divided by 1 minus e. So 1 plus e divided by 1 minus e, I think they have asked v1 by v2. In that case, the velocity of collide with another identical sphere, what will be the ratio of the velocity of the second sphere divided by the first sphere? Second sphere by the first sphere, it is asked. Then it should be 1 plus e by 1 minus e. If it is first by second, then it is 1 minus e by 1 plus e. So in this situation, this would be the right answer. Okay. Oh, sorry, where is it? My bad. 1 plus e by 1 minus e. B option is the right answer. Cool. Everyone, V2 by V1. V1 by V2 will be obviously your 1 minus e by 1 plus e. Correct. Moving on to the next question on your screen. Here it is. Look at it. A ball falls from a height on a fixed floor. The coefficient of restitution is E, the total distance before it comes to rest. Beautiful question. So, this is the ground. You drop a ball from some height h, So, it hits the ground with root of 2gh speed. But when it rebounds, it will not rebound till the same height. The height will be different. So, let's say after first, it will be h1 because the speed will also be less. In fact, because the coefficient of restitution is E, think like this. This E will be speed of separation upon speed of approach. So V1 will be E times of V, where that velocity would be root of 2gh. So the new velocity will be slightly less because separation after the collision is V1, approach is basically V. So from this V1, we can find H1. H1 is nothing but V1 square by 2g, normal projectile motion. So it will become 2gh into E square divided by 2g. So it will just become 2g cancels. E square times of h. So the first height till which it goes up is E square times of h. Now it will again turn back, fall over here, again go up, and so on and so forth. You will see V2 will give rise to H2 and again it will fall. This new height H2, instead of E square H, it will be E raised to 4H. Yes, even powers of E. So this will become E raised to 4H. Similarly, H3 will be E raised to 6H and so on and so forth. In general, Hn will be E raised to 2n times of H. So that is the simple logic that we can get. It is a basically geometric progression. Very easy. So when it strikes the ground, this is the speed. When it rebounds, it will be E times of that. So from that, the height will be V square by 2g. So substituting, we get E square times of h. So because the first height is E square times the previous height, so every height is E square times the previous height. So E square is common ratio. So that is why I'm able to write it down. H2 is E raised to 4 times of the first height. Next one will be E raised to 6 times because every time E square will get multiplied. So that is the reason for writing this equation. Did you understand? Yeah. Now, next thing that we should do after this particular part is where we write down what is the total distance traveled. So the total distance, very important. First time it is just h. Second time h1. So 2 times of h1. Next time 2 times of h2. Next time 2 times of h3. Like that, there are infinite terms because there will be infinite such collisions. So if this much you understood, let me remove this. Anyways, I have made a duplicate slide. Okay, so this is gone, not needed. So what will this be? H plus 2 times, this will be E square H plus 2 times, this will be E raised to 4H plus 2 times E raised to 6H. Like that, infinite terms are there. So H will be common. So in fact, I can do one thing. This will be 1 plus 2E square plus 2E raised to 4 like that. Okay, till infinity. I will do one thing. I'll write it as 2 plus 2e square plus 2e raised to 4 plus like that till infinity minus 1. Why? Because 1 was there. So if I make it 2, I have to put minus 1 to keep it perfect. Okay, so H is there. This is a simple geometrical progression. You can see this is sum of GP. This is nothing but sum of GP, guys. So this sum of GP, what is it? A by 1 minus R. What is the first number? It is 2. 1 minus R, common ratio is E square. And this is minus 1, of course. So this will become H. Now do the math. 1 minus E square will be here. Okay. So minus 1 plus E square, of course. So this will become H. 2 minus 1 is 1. So 1 plus E square divided by 1 minus E square. That is what I will get. So H into 1 plus E square by 1 minus E square. That is B option, obviously. It is a brilliant question which combines sequence and series with collisions physics. So a lot of math is there, obviously, because coefficient of restitution is there. You have to figure out the trend, projectile motion, vertical motion is there. Once you get the trend, then sum till GP is there. And there also a simple manipulation. Because of this, I put the number 2 and put minus 1. So it makes it easier. Yeah. This type of question are PYQ, non-PYQ. These are PYQ models, but need not be exact PYQ. Okay, cool. Let's go to the next question. Three rods of the same mass are placed as shown. The coordinates of the center of mass are what? Masses are same. Keep that in mind. So if this is M, this is also M, this is also M, where will their center of masses be? It will be over here, here, and here. And their total center of mass will be somewhere over here. So for that, let's figure out what is the coordinate of this guy. If this is 0, this is 2a. Obviously, this will be a comma 0 because exactly midpoint. This one will be 0 comma a by 2, of course. And this one between exactly these two. So it will be a comma a by 2. Height wise, a to 0 will be a by 2, midpoint. And length wise, x wise, horizontal wise, 0 to 2a, midpoint will be a. Okay, this is not 0, this is a, guys. Once we get that, we can find both the x coordinates and the y coordinates of the center of mass. So let's start with the x coordinate of the center of mass, which will be nothing but m1 x1. So m into 0 plus m2 x2. So m multiplied by a. Go slowly, don't make mistakes. m3 x3. So m multiplied by a again, divided by the total mass. So it will become 2ma by 3m, which is 2 times a by 3. Similarly, y coordinate of the center of mass will be m1 y1, so m into a by 2 plus m2 y2, so m multiplied by 0 plus m3 y3, so m multiplied by a by 2 upon total mass. This is 0. Half plus half is 1. So it will become ma divided by 3m, which makes it a by 3. So 2a by 3 comma a by 3, which is obviously D option. Okay. So very direct formula. The coordinate, center of mass formula for 3 dimensions. That's all. Cool. Okay. Amazing. Amazing. Let's go to the next question coming up on your screen. Three metallic balls of radius r are placed such that it forms an equilateral triangle where is formed where the centers of the three balls are joined. The center of mass of the system is located at the center of one of the balls, point of intersection of the medians line joining the centers of any two balls on the circumference of any of the balls. Okay, the idea is these three metallic balls are placed that they form an equilateral triangle with their three centers. Something like this. Like this. Okay. So the equilateral triangle which is formed is this one. You can see this is the equilateral triangle which is formed by the centers of those spheres. Then the center of mass of all of them, where will it be? Obviously, it will be somewhere over here. So that is the location of center of mass. So where is that center of mass? Center of one of the balls, point of intersection of the medians. Obviously, it is going to be at the point of intersection of the medians only. You can see that very easily. So this is one median, this is another median, and this is another median. So where is it? At the point of intersection of the medians. Simple and straightforward. Yeah. Yes, 7 hour straight lecture, man. Yep. It is going to extend till almost 8 hours, I feel now. Okay, cool. So let's move to the next question coming up on your screen. In the case of system of two particles of different masses, the center of mass lies at the midpoint of the two particles on the line joining the two particles at one of the end of the two particles at the line perpendicular to the line joining the two particles. It's very simple. Whenever you have two masses, M1 and M2, guaranteedly the center of mass must lie on the line joining both of them. Somewhere in between, it can't even lie outside. It has to be there. It can't be outside of it. So hence, on the line joining the two particles. Is that right? Very good. Awesome. Can we move ahead, guys, to the next one on your screen? Oops, sorry, forget the answer. Look at the question. Central mass of three particles of 1 kilo, 2 kilo, and 3 kilo lies at the point 1, 2, 3. And the center of mass of another system of particles 3 kilo, 2 kilo lies at the point -1, 3, -2. Where should we put a particle of mass 5 kg? So the center of mass lies at the center of mass of the first system. Crazy, crazy question. Read it carefully. This 1, 2, and 3 together, I can treat it like a single particle. 1 plus 2, 3, 3 plus 3 is 6, 6 kilo. Think of it like a 6 kilo particle at the point 1, 2, 3. At the point 1, 2, 3. Then think of this 3 kilo and 2 kilo as a new 5 kg singular particle which is at this point. Now you have to put one more mass. This is your third mass of 5 kilo. Okay, this is your third mass of 5 kilo. But the question is, where should you put it so that the combined center of mass is at the center of mass of the first system? That means over here. Crazy question, no? Okay, don't get scared. So I know the final center of mass should be, the total center of mass should be I cap plus 2j cap plus 3k cap, as per this particular thing. Center of mass of the first system. The first system was that one. Let's try it out. So what is the formula for RCOM? RCOM. It will be, first take M1, R1. R1 is this. So I cap plus 2j cap plus 3k cap divided by that mass. Okay. Then next one, second mass, 5 kilo mass. So put plus 5 over here into the coordinates in I cap, j cap. So it is minus I cap plus 3j cap minus 2k cap. Lastly, the 5 kilo mass over here plus 5 multiplied by that position. I do not know what that position is. That is the whole problem. Did you understand how we formulated this question? It's very important to look at it very closely, else it is very confusing. So how can the final center of mass be on the first particle? It's possible, man. Like, see, I'll tell you one. Imagine one mass is here, one mass is here, one mass is here. Imagine the masses are such that the center of mass is exactly on this particle. Possible, right? Yeah, getting my point? So imagine these are two masses, their center of mass is over here. Imagine you put one more particle here, the center of mass will still be here. If you put one more particle here, still it will be there only. So that is the whole idea of this particular problem. Anyway, 6 plus 5 plus 5, 10 plus 6, 16. 16 goes on this side. So it will become 16 I plus 16 2s are 32 J plus 16 3s are 48 K is equal to, see what these numbers are, 6I plus 12J plus 18K. Then this number plus, sorry, minus 5I plus 15J minus 10K, and finally this is plus 5 times of R. Take these people, shift it over here, and finally divide by 5x. Will you be able to do that now? And tell me what is the answer that you are getting. Come on, do that math quickly and tell me what is it that you are getting. 6i minus 5i, that's going to be 1i. So this 1i will go over here, it should become 15 I cap, 15 I cap by 5, that should be 3. So 3 should be there. So even without doing it, I feel the answer should be A, and yes, it is option A. You know how I did it? I'll tell you again. See, that is how you can save time in the exam. This is I cap, this is also I cap. 6i minus 5i is 1i. 1i goes over here, 16 minus 1 will be 15, correct? So if I have 15 I cap eventually, when that number 5 will come below, what will it become? 3 I cap. So the x coordinate has to be 3. So I can see 3 is over here. So same way you can do for others, and you will see the answer will be option A. Got it? Yes, only check I cap. Correct. Yeah, they're just different systems, different things, but their total center of mass can be anyways found. No matter, even if I have one body here, other body at the end of the universe, still even though they're not connected, center of mass is an imaginary, hypothetical concept. You can find it out for any literally thing. Okay? Akka? Very good. Chalo. Let's do the next question. What does it say? Two particles A and B, both are at rest, start moving towards each other under a mutual force of attraction. So imagine this, A and B, there is a mutual force of attraction. So because of that, the speed of A is V and the speed of B is 2V. What is the speed of the center of mass? Now if you use VCOM is MA into V plus MB into minus 2V divided by MA plus MB, you will not get the answer because you don't know the masses. So actually don't go by this method. This is not right. Rather think like this. The external force is 0. So velocity of the center of mass should be basically also 0 because it was at rest. So it will always stay at rest. So hence the answer is 0. Very simple. Whenever external forces are 0, acceleration is also 0 for center of mass, which means velocity should remain constant, but it is mentioned. So think of it like this, center of mass should have no acceleration. So velocity of center of mass actually will be constant, but initial velocity is 0. Therefore, velocity of center of mass anytime will be 0. That is the logic behind it. Cool. It was clearly mentioned initially at rest. So finally also it should be at rest only. Next one. Two balls are thrown simultaneously in air. The acceleration of the center of mass of the two balls when in air is. Come on. You take this ball thrown in air, it is going like this. Another ball thrown in air, moving like this. This ball has an acceleration of g. This also has an acceleration of g. So the center of mass which is there naturally should have the same acceleration. Why will it be having different? And even if you try to do it by the formula m1 into g plus m2 into g divided by total mass. Guys, g will come out to be common, m1 plus m2 divided by m1 plus m2, and g will be there. They will cancel out, and hence final answer will anyways be g. So if both things are having same values, the final center of mass will also have the same value. Hence, it should just be equal to g, nothing else, nothing more, nothing less. So those are some questions on motion of the center of mass, neon tiger. Yeah, this is there in center of mass and its motion. Okay, ready for the next one on your screen? We have come to rotational motion now. Wow, this is rotational motion, rigid body. Here it comes. First question on your screen. The angular momentum of a rotating body is L, when the frequency of the rotating body is tripled and its kinetic energy is made 1/3, the new angular momentum is how much? Interesting. Let's think. Angular momentum is L when the frequency of rotation is tripled and the kinetic energy is made 1/3, the new angular momentum is. Okay. See guys, kinetic energy is half I omega square. Just like half mv square, it is half I omega square. But I can play around with this a little bit. I can write this as half I omega multiplied by omega. And what is I into omega? Mass into velocity is momentum. So I, moment of inertia into angular velocity, will be angular momentum. So that is what this is. The new angular momentum is asked. So L will be 2k divided by omega. 2 into k, omega comes below. So that's angular momentum in general. So now question is, what is the new angular momentum in this scenario? What have we done to the frequency and the kinetic energy? Kinetic energy is made 1/3. So this is made 1/3. What happens to frequency? Frequency is tripled. This has been made 3 times. So this whole thing 1 by 3 into 1 by 3 will become 1 by 9. So therefore, angular momentum should also become 1/9 of it, which is option A. Getting my point? So this was a very good manipulation. If you were there in my first lecture where modern physics I was teaching, or maybe in CYQ section, there also we have done this manipulation for kinetic energy, if you remember. Okay, so there also we had done this kind of manipulation where mass, velocity, and momentum was there, and somehow we have got rid of mass. Here we have got rid of inertia. So I have written it down as angular momentum. Yeah, option A, very nice. Let's move, guys, to the next question on your screen. The moment of inertia of a solid sphere about its diameter is I. Okay, it's made into 27 small spheres of same diameter. The moment of inertia of each of the small sphere about the diameter is crazy. You made 27 smaller spheres, but their diameters are same. Okay, so uh, small spheres of same diameter, then the moment of inertia of each small sphere about the diameter. How can we make the small spheres of the same diameter? Because if I make the sphere smaller, the radius will change, volume will be different. So I think there is some problem in the wordings, unless the density has changed, but I don't think that will be the case. Into smaller spheres, the moment of inertia about its diameter. I think this should not have been there. This word doesn't make sense. Can't have of the same diameter, which is wrong. Okay, now let's try to do this. Okay, originally the moment of inertia will be m r square, and there will be the number 2 divided by 5. Yeah, 2 by 5 mr square for a solid sphere. If you take this as the axis and you rotate it, yeah, this is the moment of inertia about this particular axis. Now, if you take this sphere and you break it down into 27 small spheres, 27 such small spheres, what will happen, guys? Each mass will obviously be the original mass divided by 27, number one. Also, the volume should be conserved. So if I use that concept, original volume would have been 4 by 3 pi r cube will be, there are 27 of them. So 27 into, each volume will be 4 by 3 pi new radius cube. 4, 4, 3, 3 pi pi cancels. So therefore, r cube will be 27 small r cube. Taking cube roots on both sides, r will be 3 cube is 27, so 3r. So therefore, small r is r divided by 3. From this, we can figure out for that small sphere, if I find out the new moment of inertia, it's 2 by 5. The new mass, which is m by 27 into new radius, which is r by 3 whole square. So this will become 2 by 5 m r square, and then we have 1 by 27 here and 1 by 9 over here. Now out of that, this entire term is nothing but the original moment of inertia. So I'll just put it up as I. And this number 27 into 9, guys, 27 into 3 is 81, 81 into 3 again. So that's going to be 200 and how much? 43. Very good. 9 3s are 27. Sorry, 9 3s are 27. 27 into 3, that's going to give me 81, and 81 again into 3 will give me 243. Perfect. Amazing. So this is the new moment of inertia. So it will be I by 243, which is, where is it? D option. Perfect. So yes, there was a problem in this wording over here. This should not have been same diameter. This was just casted into small spheres. That's all. Nothing else. Okay. There was a printing mistake, I guess. Cool. Let's move to the next question. The moment of inertia of a thin uniform rod of mass m and length L about an axis perpendicular to its length and at a distance L by 4 from its end. L by 4 from its end. Okay, let's draw the diagram. This is that rod. Usually we know the center of mass about the central axis, where the center of mass is. So about the center of mass, it is nothing but ml square divided by 12. Now they have asked some other axis only, about an axis perpendicular to the length and a distance L by 4 from the end. So it will be somewhere over here. So if this distance is L by 4, guess how much this will be, because that is what I will need for parallel axis theorem. This much would have been L by 2. Yeah, this much would have been L by 2, of course, total length by 2. So this much length will be L by 2 minus L by 4, which is again L by 4 only. Okay. So now we can use moment of inertia about parallel axis is equal to moment of inertia about center of mass plus m multiplied by how much ever shift you do whole square. So about center of mass, it is ml square by 12 plus m into shift is L by 4 square it. So this will become ml square by 12 plus ml square by 16. So ml square is common. 16 and 12, 32, 48. Okay, LCM. 12 goes 4 times, 16 goes 3 times. So this will become 7 by 48 times of ml square. So 7 by 48 times of ml square. D option is the right answer. Yeah, very good, very good, very good. Excellent. I hope you guys are loving these sessions because, I feel that the rhythm, the momentum, the flow is so good that we are just solving problems which otherwise you guys will not solve it at home. So I am pushing myself, I am pushing you guys. So it's a request to all the kids out there. If you're a little bit serious also about JEE, just sit in the class and just keep solving with me. You will do things which you would not have done anytime, because there are a lot of people who are doing 1 hour classes, half an hour classes, one shot, some waste classes are being done, but practice is not being done. So guys, practice is what you need, especially for physics now. So please attend all these classes just for you. Okay. Right. Moving on to the next one on your screen. The moment of inertia of a rod about an axis passing through the center and perpendicular to its length is I1. The same rod is bent into a ring and its moment of inertia about its diameter is I2. Crazy. So what is I1 by I2? Oh my god. Okay. So let's do this. Let's have this particular rod and what are axis passing through the center and perpendicular to its length. So if I take this axis, then the moment of inertia simply is ml square divided by 12. Now you take that same rod, but you now have converted it into a ring. Okay, you have just converted that particular rod into a ring. So it will have some radius. Let's say I call that radius r. Mass will be same, but I know one thing, 2 pi r will be that same length. Therefore, r will be L divided by 2 pi. Yeah, very good. Not necessarily, Sanjit. It does not necessarily include PYQs, but PYQ models are there. Because PYQ means I will keep a separate session for PYQs, which I'll be doing in January. In fact, at 6 o'clock in the morning last week, also, even before that, entire December month, we have just been taking CYQ, current year questions. So PYQ sessions also will take, but in the month of Jan, not now. Now, once I get this, I will have to figure out about the diameter. No? So diameter means first I will draw perpendicular, and about the perpendicular axis, I know the moment of inertia passing through that perpendicular axis is simply mr square. It's a ring, right? So now if I take two diameters, this one or even this one, they both are perpendicular and in the plane. So this or even this. So this will be ID plus ID using perpendicular axis theorem. So this will be equal to your mr square. So 2 times of ID will be mr square. So ID will be mr square divided by 2. But I know the value of r, it is L by 2 pi. So it will be L square by 4 pi square. So ID will be ml square by 8 pi square. Once I get that, my job is done. Question is find I1 by I2. So I1 by I2, I1 is this. So it is ml square divided by 12. And what is I2? It is ml square divided by 8 pi square. Ml square cancels. 8 goes with 4 2 times. And 12 goes with 4 3 times. So 3, 2 pi square by 3, which is B option for IIT Bombay. Perfecto. There you go. Got it? Yeah, option B. Very nice. So catch was you have to convert the radius into the length terms, or else you will not get the answer. Okay, this conversion was important because mass is conserved, total perimeter is conserved. So you need to find the new radius, number one. Second thing, central axis is mr square, but diametrical axis, there are two diameters. So use perpendicular axis theorem. Yeah, this is where I have used perpendicular axis theorem. Cool. Let's go next one. Four particles mass m placed at the corners of the side L. The radius of gyration of the system, what an axis perpendicular to the square and passing through its center. Okay. So let's imagine a square first of all, like this. And these four particles are placed over here, each of m, and our axis is like this. Okay. So the distance of each mass from the center, it will be half of that diagonal. You can visualize that. So from that we can find moment of inertia. From that we can find out radius of gyration, I believe. So logically speaking, the moment of inertia will be m into d square, but there are four such masses symmetrically placed, so into 4. So what is that d? This is that d, guys. This is that d, and that d will be the diagonal of that square divided by 2. Diagonal divided by 2, because each of them will be d. So diagonal is root 2 times side length. Side is L divided by 2. So this will become L divided by root 2. So put it over here. So this will become L square by root 2 square, which is 2, multiplied by 4. So it will become 2ml square. Yeah, 2ml square. Perfect. Now, what is the way in which you can calculate radius of gyration? Radius of gyration is nothing but given by moment of inertia is mass of the body into radius of gyration square. So mass of the body is basically 4m and the radius of gyration is k, so k square. So from this 4m and 2m, 2 will cancel. M will also cancel. So 2k square is basically L square. So k square will be L square by 2. So k will be L divided by root 2. L divided by root 2 is B option for IIT Bombay. Again, perfect. There you go. Common mistake which I notice is many kids forget to put 4m in a hurry because you are used to I is mk square. So when you put m, you will get 2l square. That means root 2l. But root 2l is not there in the option. Again, you get scared. But imagine root 2l was there, then you will mark it, forgetting that you have to recheck. At least when the options don't match, at least you will think, okay, maybe I have done a mistake. But when such a wrong option is there, which is very much possible in JEE, then you will directly mark and get negative marks. So be careful. Cool? Nice. Amazing. Let's move to the next one. The same torque is applied to a disk and a ring of same mass and radii. Same mass and radii. Then the ring will rotate with greater frequency, same, less. Both will rotate same. Okay, what do you think? The ring will rotate with greater, they will rotate with same, they will rotate with less, both will rotate with same angular velocity. Interesting. How do you do it? Louis, looks like you gave up. Don't give up, man, so easily. You have so many kids out here still watching it, still not giving up. It's just barely next 15-20 minutes. Yeah? Come on, don't give up. How do you do it? See, torque is applied, and torque is change of angular momentum per unit time. It's applied for the same time. So change of angular momentum is final minus initial. Take that time multiplied with torque, and angular momentum is moment of inertia into angular velocity. So that is torque into the time. Now what happens is this quantity is basically the same. So the one which has more moment of inertia will have less angular velocity or frequency. Very simple. So if you compare for a disk versus a ring, disk has mr square, mass and radius is same. For disk it is mr square by 2, so this is less. So naturally angular speed for a disk will be more than the angular speed of the ring. So hence disk will rotate with greater angular frequency is the right answer. Disk has more than the ring. Very nice question. Concept of torque is the rate of change of angular momentum, just like force is the rate of change of linear momentum. Next one. There is a rigid body. It is rotating about an axis. Angular velocity is changing. It's a function of time. At any time where alpha, beta are some constants. The angle through which it rotates before it comes to rest. Okay. So if I see carefully, omega as a function of time is alpha minus beta into t. It could be any function. So concept of derivatives and integration is there. From velocity, if I have to go to displacement, I have to integrate. So first of all, let's use this condition. When it comes to rest means omega will be 0. So 0 will be alpha minus beta into whatever that time will be. Rearranging beta into time will be alpha. So that time at which it comes to rest is alpha by beta. Is nothing but alpha by beta. That is the time when it stops. But the question is not when it stops. When it stops, what is the angle? So to find this particular angle, I have no other choice but to take this omega and write it as d theta by dt is equal to alpha minus beta into t. Multiply with dt. So d theta will be alpha into dt minus beta into t into dt. Obviously, we need to integrate. So integrate, integrate, and integrate. When time is 0, angle is 0. Final angle, when will it come? When the time is alpha by beta. When the time is alpha by beta. That is the catch. Okay. So let's see what do we get. Integration of d theta is theta only. So this will just become theta on the left hand side. This will become alpha into dt's integration is t. So just substitute alpha by beta minus 0. Okay. Plus, sorry, minus beta is there. Okay. Next, t's integration is t square by 2. So it will become alpha square by beta square by 2 minus 0, of course. So therefore, theta will be alpha into alpha is alpha square by beta minus beta beta will cancel. So alpha square by 2 beta. So 1 minus 1 by 2 is 1 by 2. So alpha square by 2 beta is that angle covered. Alpha square by 2 beta. Option C. Yeah, nice question. Very good. Very good. Very good, guys. Amazing. Proud of all of you. Let's go. Hi, aesthetic. Welcome aboard. Next one. Body of mass 1 kilo is suspended by a ideal string which passes over a smooth pulley of mass 2 kilos as shown. The mass is released from the height of 1.6 meters of the ground. With what speed will it hit? Now, although the string is ideal, pulley is smooth, do not forget the string is wrapped over it. So when this mass comes down, naturally this will get unwound and the pulley will also start rotating. Eventually, what will happen when this mass will strike the ground? Do not forget this pulley will also have some angular velocity. And needless to say, whatever velocity this mass will have, same tangential velocity will be there over here. And because this velocity will be tangential velocity, so tangential velocity will be v, it will be also equal to omega into r. It will be also equal to omega into r. That's the standard formula in circular motion. So we need that because I know whatever loss of potential energy is there, loss of potential energy in the block as it falls will convert into kinetic energy of the block and also rotational kinetic energy of the pulley. Now, what is the loss of potential energy in the block? mgh, m into g into height, 1.6 meters. Kinetic energy of the block, half into mass is 1 into v square plus half into rotational energy. What is it? Uh, Frictionless pulley as shown, mass is released. So whenever pulleys are there, we usually assume it to be like a disk only. So moment of inertia will be mass into r square divided by 2, mr square divided by 2. So 2 to cancel, so it will just become r square. So the moment of inertia is r square into omega square. Now from here, omega is obviously v by r. So omega square will be v by r and then of course square it. Omega will be v by r and square. Rotational energy is half I omega square. Translational energy is half mv square. So similar formulas but different terms. So this will just become obviously 16 is equal to v square by 2 plus r square cancels. So again v square by 2. So this will just become v square is 16. So naturally v will be 4 meters per second. So 4 meters per second, that is the D option, absolutely correct. So in such questions, many kids figure out potential energy is converted into kinetic energy, but miss the part that it will be also converted into rotational energy. Second part which is missed is they get confused what to do with omega. Don't worry, omega will be related to linear speed as v by r. Okay, so another place where students find difficulty is, sir, radius is not given. Don't worry, radius is not given, it's okay. But at least r will get cancelled out here only. So assume it, anyways, r square will get cancelled. Yeah, nice question. Wow, great. Perfect. Perfect, guys. Let's move to another one. A solid sphere at rest is rolling down on an inclined plane from a height of h without sliding. The speed on reaching the bottom of that particular plane is how much? This is the thing, it comes down over here. So as it comes down, again, energy conservation, velocity is there, omega is there, and of course, it has come down from a height of h. Okay, it has come down from a height of h. what do you do in such case? Again, it had gravitational potential energy. So whatever that gravitational potential energy was there, that has got converted into rotational and translational both. So translational kinetic energy plus rotational kinetic energy. Very simple. Now, because it is mentioned that it rolls, it means that V should be omega into R. Also, omega will be V by R if needed. So let's use that. Gravitational potential energy will be mgh. Translational energy will be half mv square. Rotational energy, solid sphere. So for a solid sphere, moment of inertia is 2 by 5 mr square. Omega square, which will be v by r whole square. Translational is half mv square. Rotational is half I omega square. Correct? This term is I. This term is omega. Keep that in mind. Okay. So let's see what happens. Therefore, mgh will be mv square by 2 plus, again you will see r and r square will get cancelled. Good thing. So 2 also gets cancelled. mv square by 5 will be there. mv square by 5 is there. Perfect. M gets cancelled. So gh is there. V square is common. 1 by 2 plus 1 by 5 is there. 1 by 2 plus 1 by 5 is there. Therefore, gh is equal to V square. 2 and 5, LCM is 10. This will be 5 plus 2. Therefore, GH will be equal to 7 by 10 times of V square. Okay. Therefore, V square will be 10 GH divided by 7. Therefore, V will be equal to root of 10 GH divided by 7. 10 GH by 7, the root of that is B option. Wow, IIT Bombay is rocking today. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Yes, these models are very, very important for your JEE mains first attempt, man. Correct. Yeah. Last few questions, bro. Yes. Aesthetic. Who was it? I'm getting tired. Ignite. Yeah. Last few models. Just 5-10 minutes more. Push yourself. When you feel like giving, then remember there are hundreds of people just like you who are going to give up. But there are two people who are not going to give up, or maybe one person who is not going to give up. And the one person is going to get that 99 percentile, because understand, no, percentiles means think of a class of 100. One student gets 99 and above, other 99 students don't get it. So for every 100 students, there are one or two kids who will not give up. So if you want to be 99 percentile, you should be the one who will be pushing yourself. Let others sleep. I will work because I want to be at the top. Correct? Yo, thank you, man. Thank you, college vlogs. No way going to give up. Very good, Arivasu. Love that spirit. Amazing. Yo. Huh. Yeah, my voice, my throat is paining, but I have decided to complete it, means I will complete it today. Okay. Cool. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. A bob of mass m is tied by a massless string whose other end is wound on a flywheel, radius r, and mass m. When released from the rest, the bob starts falling vertically. If the bob has curved vertical hitch, then angular speed will be. This question, how many of you realize quickly that it is the same question which we just solved some time back? But their values were given. That's all. So this is going to come down by some height and it will have some velocity. This will have some angular velocity. This is very similar question to this one right now, which we solved over here. Where is it? This one. Same thing, but diagram was not given. That's all. So I feel you will be able to solve it. Can I give it to you as homework, guys? Answer will be there on the next slide. PDF you can download and you will be able to check out the answer. Where is the PDF going to be? The link will be there in the description or in the pinned message in the comments. By tomorrow it should come. Usually it takes a day for such big sessions. Yeah, okay, you'll be able to do it. Use energy conservation, nothing else. Just have to use energy conservation. Next, a uniform rod of length L and mass m is swinging freely about its horizontal axis passing through the end. The maximum angular speed is omega. The center of mass rises to a maximum height as. Very nice question. See, this is that rod. It is hinged over here. The maximum angular speed is omega. Now what happens? As this rod begins to go, what will happen? Slowly it will start losing its energy. Which energy? Kinetic energy, and it will convert into potential energy. Eventually, maybe that rod might look like this. You have put it some angle. I do not know what angle it will be. So if the center of mass was here, the center of mass was here. If you take this level versus this level, this is where the center of mass will be finally. Okay. So this is the height by which the center of mass has risen. And when it is reaching here, it has lost its kinetic energy. That means omega is 0. That's the maximum height till which the center of mass can rise. So what can I say? The rotational kinetic energy has converted into potential energy of that center of mass. Rotational energy is half. Moment of inertia, do not write ml square by 12. Common mistake. The rod is hinged at the end, guys. Be careful. Its axis is passing through its end. Common mistake. ml square by 12. Wrong. ml square by 3 will be the answer for moment of inertia. Yeah. Next, omega is omega only. Potential energy will be mg, whatever that h is. Mm cancels. So this will become omega square L square by 2 3s are 6 is equal to gh. So therefore, taking g on the other side, h will be omega square L square by 6g by 6g. Omega square L square by 6g. D option is there. IIT Delhi. Wow, long time. IIT Delhi. No C. So yeah, just use energy conservation. Perfect. Yeah, that's all. Nothing else is there. Let's do next one. A man is standing on a turntable, rotating at a certain angular speed. Arms are stretched. He suddenly folds. His moment of inertia is 75% of that when it is stretched. Then rotational energy will be, wow, not speed, rotational energy will be. Okay, not a big deal. See, when that dude, our Pandu, has his arms stretched and is revolving, versus when that Pandu has his arms close to each other, what is same in this entire process is that angular momentum is conserved. Angular momentum is conserved. So initial moment of inertia if it is I, initial velocity if it is omega, then the final moment of inertia into final omega. Now final moment of inertia is clearly mentioned. I can start putting in this, I'll put I1 into omega. Final moment of inertia is clearly mentioned. It is 75%. That means 0.75 of I into omega 1. I will cancel. This I will cancel with this I. So I will be getting omega 1. This 0.75 is 3 by 4. So it will become 4 omega by 3. Is that right? 0.75 is 3 by 4. 4 goes on the top, 3 comes below. So 4 omega by 3 is the new velocity. Cool. Now let's think about the energy, kinetic energy before versus after. Initial kinetic energy will be half I omega square. Is that right? Next, the new kinetic energy, K1, will be half. Moment of inertia is 3 by 4 times of I. Omega is 4 by 3 times of omega whole square. So this will become half. 3 3 cancels. I omega square is there. 1 3 will come below and 1 4 will stay on the top. So if you compare this with this, quickly you'll realize this is K. Check this out. This half is there, I is there, omega is there. So that part is K. The rest of the thing is just 4 by 3. That is the new kinetic energy. Oh, yeah, this is old Pandu after attending 7 hours of marathon. Now nearing 8 hours. Now the question is, then the rotational kinetic energy will be what? This K1 is K plus K by 3. So what is this? This is your old kinetic energy plus one third of the old energy. What is one third exactly? It is nothing but 33%, isn't it? 33%. So the new kinetic energy, the new kinetic energy is nothing but one third, which is 33% more than the previous kinetic energy. That is the answer. Very nice question, but framed in a very different way. Usually they ask new speeds, but here they have gone further to ask new kinetic energy versus the old kinetic energy. What's the percentage difference? Very good, very good. Amazing. Sir, what is your K value? Meaning, what do you mean by what is my K value, man? I don't know. Is this some Gen Z term or what? If you're asking me this K value, it is half I omega square. Okay. Now I'm in no mood to think about something else because I'm also, teaching, standing, facing the lights in AC. Body is also like acting weird now. One side AC air is coming. I can't turn off the AC because my computer will heat up, cameras will heat up. Other this heat from the board is coming at the same time. The floor is cold. Yeah. And yes, things are started to build up. I'm standing, talking continuously, guys. So you better appreciate it. Next one, two disks, speeds omega 1, omega 2. If the two disks are made to rotate about the same axis, the rotational energy will be again similar concept, guys. Very popular question. Let me tell you how to do it. So you have two disks like this. They were earlier separate. Their speeds, let's assume omega 1 and omega 2. Finally, what happens is they are now brought together and they rotate as a single system. They rotate as a single system with a new speed omega. Question is, what is the new rotational kinetic energy of the system? Just like before, but in a different way. So conserve angular momentum first. I might need more slides. So conserve angular momentum to find the new velocity. Initial angular momentum I1 omega 1 plus I2 omega 2. New angular momentum, new moment of inertia, which is the combined one, into omega. Therefore, omega will be simply I1 omega 1 plus I2 omega 2 divided by I1 plus I2. This is a new velocity. Now, that's not the question. The question is, what is the rotational kinetic energy of the system? So, if you want to find the rotational kinetic energy of the system, that K will be half I1 plus I2 into the new speed square, which is half I1 plus I2 is there omega from here, this whole thing square. So it will be I1 omega 1 plus I2 omega 2 whole square divided by I1 plus I2. Now what will happen is I1 plus I2 will cancel. So I1 omega 1 plus I2 omega 2 whole square, whole thing divided by 2 times of just I1 plus I2. That's all. So this should be the answer. Where do we have it? Check it out. I1 omega 1 plus I2 omega 2 whole square uh, divided by 2 times I1 plus I2. That is D option, not this one. This is wrong. This is D option. Yeah, perfect. This option is absolutely the right answer. Cool. Perfect. Understood. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Amazing. 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 All right. All right. Great. Yo. So I think this was the last question. Yes, this was the last question for today. So 7.5 hours marathon, guys. What a wonderful session. Yesterday you had Diksha ma'am conducting chemistry in one day. I think inorganic and next is organic. So, we are working really hard. And this is the channel which is working for you, especially for all the students in South India, where nobody, I mean it, nobody is just doing dedicated classes for JEE when it is needed the most. And we are here to make sure that your studies do not fall back. Because if you are just going to prepare for boards or local entrance examination, you are limiting your opportunity, you are limiting your potential, you are not aiming high. When the rest of the country is targeting IITs, getting best placements, are getting the best students around them, having the best professors and facilities, we should not be the ones who are staying behind and aiming for a normal college. Because normal private college, though, anyways, you will get any normal random government college, most of you might get it just with little efforts. But then the salaries, the respect, your growth, your potential also gets limited accordingly. Obviously, there are exceptions, but that's the general trend. So, guys, push yourself because IIT is the thing at the end of the day. Cool. Thank you so much and have a great time and all the very best. Do not forget to like this video. PDF will be available very soon. And if you have not yet subscribed, subscribe to the channel. This was your Captain Shreyas signing off. Bye bye. Take care.